Hello and welcome to the Zero to Hero course here on galaxies.dev. I'm super happy that you made it to this course because this is the starting point for your React Native career, and I'm really excited to take the first steps with you. Just a quick few informations about our course up front. So, I'm Simon Grimm. If you've never met me, I'm a YouTube creator. I've been doing cross-platform development for the last 10 to 15 years, probably at this point. And I really love to spend time with my family and do sports. That's probably all you need to know from my side because this course is not about me, this is about you. I'm just your guide on this journey, and I absolutely respect and value your time because we're all busy, especially as developers. You might have a family to run, you do have a day job probably, and you're skilling up in React Native. So this course is really focused on the essentials that you need to get from zero, probably starting with some web development experience, to building a finished React Native application and feeling confident about your skills. So just to give you a quick, super 10 feet, what is it called? 10,000 feet overview about this course and what you're going to learn in Zero to Hero. We will of course cover the basics of React Native, which means how you set up your environment, how the CLI works, what you should actually use, and of course the core components of React Native. We will then go on to navigation and styling, which are essential pieces of building your application. We're going to talk about Expo Router, which is the routing system we're going to use. There are different ways, but we're going to cover all of this along the way. And of course, using different ways of styling, including how you can use Tailwind, which you probably already know from web development, in your React Native app as well at this point. Then we're going to move into some more practical things like how do I actually store data on my device? How can I use the SQLite database, or how can I embrace JSON to store data? And of course, we will talk about native modules, which is the way to access the features like camera, Bluetooth, or anything else from a real physical native device. And also in the last part, how you could also build your own modules and not just use pre-made things. On top of that, we will cover really cool topics like state management, using a popular library like Zustand, or Zustand as we Germans called it, or MMKV in our React Native application to efficiently manage state. And of course, we will talk about APIs. All throughout the course, we're going to use some APIs. We're going to work with JSON data. We will also see how to use authentication, how we can do file upload, and how we can also use the popular 10-stack query, previously known as React Query Library, with React Native to efficiently manage our server state. And finally, we of course have to talk about the release process of our application. How do I get into the iOS App Store? How do I get into the Google Play Store? What are Xcode and Android Studio, and how can I work with them? And how can I use EAS, the tooling from Expo, to build my application even in the cloud? So a lot of questions that we need to cover, especially this last part will be challenging for web developers, which are usually used to like just putting up your files on a server and everything's fine. But we're gonna go through all of this together. If you need help at any point of this course, you can join our Discord server and ask questions in there. As a pro member, you should also have access to specific channels, and there will also be a Zero to Hero channel in which you can ask your questions. And of course, you can also reach me by email if there's anything else, and we can pick this up in our bi-weekly coachings. Now, this course, although we start with a little presentation, is going to be 95% hands-on. This is my approach. I said it in the beginning, I value your time. I don't want to make any lengthy parts. I don't want to have a 90-hour course that you're never going to finish. So what we're going to do is, in every module of this course, we're going to have a short teaching, a couple of lessons, talking through some basics that will be good to have heard about, but then we're going to move into a hands-on project. So every module consists of this little teaching block, and then we have a practical hands-on app project. So that means you're going to do several projects along this course in which we will implement the functionality, and you do not just see them like inside some sort of documentation. Now, to wrap it up, I'm super excited about this course because I think React Native is the best thing that we currently have. And also, In a recent State of React Native survey, this was part of the conclusion, which said it's hard not to say that we're living in the best years of React Native so far. So React Native has come a long way since 2015. There were a lot of bumps in the road, and it was not always cool to use React Native and challenging, but at this point in 2024, 2025 and beyond, React Native has come to such a stable and great core that we're really living in the best years. And all the big players, Microsoft, Spotify, Amazon, like pretty much everyone is contributing at this point to React Native, to the ecosystem, through packages and making the whole ecosystem better. Not even talking about the individuals like Mark Rosavi, Evan Bacon, or Nate, who are all contributing to make React Native what it is today. So you will hear this along the course a couple of times, that it's really all about the community, about not just the React community, but really specifically about the React Native community, which is absolutely on fire. So this is the perfect time right now to get into React Native. I really hope you'll be able to go through this course, finish this course, and I'm absolutely glad to be on your side because I love to be your guide. I love to show you the functionality and what you can do with React Native. So I would say let's waste no more time and let's have some fun in React Native 0 to Hero here on galaxies.dev. Alright, so this is where the real fun begins. Let's quickly talk about what React Native actually is so you have a mental picture of what's going on. If you come from web development and you know React already, congratulations, that's a big plus. Actually, that's like already 80% of the things you need to know. Otherwise, React Native's philosophy is learn once, write anywhere. So the whole idea is that we compose our view with sort of specific primitives, components, like you would use a div or a p or an img on the web. We have a set of some core components in React Native that will then render to a specific platform. And these platforms can be Android, these can be iOS, but at this point they can also be Windows or Mac. So there are different rendering mechanisms, just like we have a React DOM renderer on the web. React Native has its own renderer for the specific platforms. But at this point, we can also use React Native to build for the web as well. We're gonna come back to that in the end because you probably already come from the web and you wanna do native. So our focus will definitely be here in the center towards Android and iOS app development based on our skills. And what I said is presented right here on the page. Pretty much we're gonna have some of these components, and this is what makes React Native so kind of different, because from the web we all know how to structure our pages and use class and use whatnot, but for React Native there are a couple of things we need to learn, some basics and also some properties and features of these things, but we're going to cover all of that in the course. Now, our view might then be composed of things like a view or a text or an image view or a scroll view, which are actually already like 4 of the essential core components that we have to pick up. On top of that, we will use a framework called Expo. So if you're using React on the web, Next.js is usually recommended, or Remix. Nobody is really using React or in like a bare React project at this point anymore. So same like that for React Native, Expo is currently the only recommended framework. And we're gonna have to talk about Expo in a minute because from the outside, Expo can definitely be confusing. There's also confusing information out there, but we're gonna talk about all of that. For the moment, it's only important to understand that we're gonna use a framework Expo with React Native. And finally, what we have to say about React Native is that all the big companies are using it. And many of the big companies are also contributing to the React Native ecosystem in what I said in the beginning. So if you just look at this list, yes, of course, Tesla is also using React Native for their apps. Coinbase, or the NFL, or Shopify, or even Xbox, and of course Meta as well. So tons of companies are using it. And why is React Native actually better than other approaches? Just to give you a quick idea, we don't want to bash on other frameworks here, but to name the biggest competitor, Flutter. Flutter renders your application by drawing a pixel-perfect design on the screen. But the philosophy of React Native is that we actually, under the hood, we write JavaScript code, but we render a native iOS or Android control. And Flutter is not doing this. Flutter is pretty much just giving you a fake version of that, which looks the same, but it's not benefiting from all the work that engineers at Apple or Google have put into these components. So the engineers made these components better over the OS versions over the years, and if we use the primitives from React Native, we render to these actual components. And that is one of the main differences why React Native is such a great choice for pretty much every B2C application where you want like the best performance for your customer. On the other hand, there were frameworks like Cordova or Ionic in the past which rendered a web view. That can also work and it can kind of look the same, but you will always be limited by the web view and you're again not rendering true native controls. So only React Native has this power and therefore React Native is the best choice for these kind of projects. Now, with this general information about React Native out of the box, let's get practical and set up your environment using Expo. Okay, now it's time to set up your environment, and if you read through some documentation, you might get confused about what's going on and what's required. So let's just quickly talk about this. If you look into the documentation of React Native, you will see something like this. Can I use React Native without a framework? And yes, there's the possibility to use it without Expo. And in the past, people did this, and today this is a package called CLI. This might be a bit confusing because it sounds like this is the main thing, but this is more or less the React Native community CLI. So usually abbreviation is RNC and then CLI, and the other thing is the Expo CLI. Now, I don't want to confuse you too much with this stuff. So many old projects still use this. They use the CLI before Expo became the main recommended framework. But for every new application, Expo is really the way to go. I have a video on YouTube why Expo is not limiting you anymore. So whatever you read online about Expo being bad, Expo limiting it is definitely not true at this point anymore. So we will use Expo. That also means we don't really have to install anything because Expo provides a lot of things for us out of the box. The only really thing that you need to install is one thing called Expo Go. So I highly recommend you go to the App Store on your iOS or Android device and download Expo Go, which will help us to quickly preview our application. On top of that, you of course need the usual stuff. So you need Node.js with an LTS version probably. I would also recommend you use a package manager. I think they had some recommendations here. Oops, that's not what I wanted. Like NVM or something. So Node, if you're on Windows, you can use NVM Windows. What you see additionally here in setup your environment might be confusing you because, oh, what do I have to do? I do Android, iOS, Mac. You don't have to do these things. Again, all of this is for the React Native community CLI. So don't get confused if you look into the docs. All you need really is the foundation of Expo Go, Node.js, an editor. I use VS Code or Cursor with AI stuff and a terminal. That's really all we need. If you have then some JavaScript knowledge and preferably also TypeScript knowledge, that's good, but that's all you need. If you feel fancy, and we're definitely going to do this in later modules, you can already install on a Mac Xcode, which you can get through the App Store. So this is usually the native development environment for iOS. And you can also get Android Studio, which is the environment for Android applications. Just a quick note, if you're on Windows, you won't be able to install Xcode or build for iOS locally. You will only be able to build your app for Android and test it. We will later see a way to build the app in the cloud, but that's sort of challenging, so I recommend not to do this in the beginning. So make sure you have Node.js, make sure you have a code editor, and once you got all of that, let's look into our first Expo project. Let's start our first React Native application. So from the command line in one of your folders, run npx create expo app at latest. This will give you the latest version of Expo SDK, and you give this app a name. I will just call this one my app. So hit enter. You can also use other package managers, by the way, like Bun. If this wants to install a package, just go ahead with yes. With Bun, things might be a bit faster. Some commands might be slightly different. Just the information, if you prefer Bun, Yarn, PNPM, I think, then this should also be possible, and there should be a different version of Create Expo app. However, for simplicity reasons, we will just go with NPM in this course. So let's wait until the package is ready. Actually, that's already done. So you can now go into your app. I will do this with code-r my app. So this should open it up right in here. All right, this bootstrapped an application for us with a bunch of things, and we want to see the fastest way to show our app. So you can go ahead with npx expo. This is the short form for npx expo start. So just run npx expo. This will start the bundler called Metro in your project. And you now have the ability to simply use your application on which you hopefully have the Expo Go application installed and scan this QR code. Now, if you haven't installed this before, I think it will ask you to install it right now. Shouldn't be too hard. And I can quickly show you, this is the preview. So right after setting up the project, I just ran it and I see my application here. Now I'm a bit confused because this is actually my native app here on my device. And I hope you got this instant, wow, that was fast moment, because at this point, you really don't have to use the native tooling like Android Studio and Xcode to see and build your Expo application or React Native application. I will use these names interchangeably. Expo application basically means a React Native application with some Expo SDKs. If you look further into this, you're going to see a few things. So Metro is running on a specific port. We're using Expo Go, which is sort of a development environment about which we have to talk in a minute. And we can also use the CLI to run different other commands. So we can switch to a development build, more on that probably later. But you can use A to open it Android, I to open up the iOS simulator, which you probably don't have, or W for the web. And down here we have some other options, especially J to open the debugger is important, or R to reload our app. These are helpful commands and they will be printed whenever you run your application. Now with this in place, let's just quickly take a look at what we got. So this is an app running with hot or live reload. You can check this by going into the app folder, into the tabs folder, and then into the index. Don't care too much about what's going on in here. To me, this is a bit too much, so I don't want to explain all these things. We're gonna gradually build our own stuff in the first practical app. So just go in here somewhere and find the line where it says welcome and simply say hello world, hit save. And immediately you're gonna see that the app changes on your device because we got live reload. And trust me, if you're a native developer, you will be fascinated. If not, trust me that native developers would love to have this feature because this does not exist if you use Swift or Kotlin yet. You might use like the Swift UI playground, but that's something different. Okay. So if you came this far, you have your application. We don't need to talk about all these things. This is going to overwhelm you a bit. So just a quick word on what this Expo Go application actually is and what we're doing in the future. Now, I'm on a Mac, so I can also press I because I've set up Xcode, and through Xcode, I installed these simulators. If you're on a Mac, it's not too hard. You can really also download Xcode, and then you can use a simulator like this in which you can just click here, so you don't have to work with your device and you can just click here. And in future courses, I will usually use this simulator unless there's a functionality that I really have to use on a device like the camera or push notifications. So don't be confused. I will be using this simulator. And you can actually do the same for Android. These are called AVDs, Android Virtual Devices. You can create them through Android Studio. So if you prefer to take that little, maybe 30 minutes of extra time, you can definitely do this. simply install Android Studio and create a virtual device, and then you can press A as well here, and then it would open up your React Native application in sort of something like this. So I set up like an Pixel 6 Pro, and then you could have all your applications up and running here. This is pretty cool because you can see your live reload in all the places, and whenever you make a tiny change to your app, you can see it in every place. Honestly, this is cool to see at least once in the beginning, but later on you probably won't really do this a whole lot often, and you will just develop on one device and then you're gonna later check on another device if everything looks good. I don't know why my Android emulator is loading. Sometimes it just takes a bit of time, but it's opening up here on Android, so it probably would come up in a minute. Now, the last thing to mention here is the Expo Go app. This is sort of a sandbox environment for our React Native application. All of this works because we're locally bundling our application and serving this through a specific port here, and then this will be rendered inside of the Expo Go application. And the Expo Go application comes bundled with a set of modules installed. So there are specific native modules that you can use in the Expo Go application, but if you want to use something that is not included with Expo Go, we would have to opt out of this way. Now, I will try that in the beginning we can rely entirely on Expo Go because this gives you the convenience of quickly running your application and not worrying too much about what's going on. However, you should know that Expo Go is really a limited testing environment. This is not meant to build your full application, so we will not stay in the comfort of Expo Go. This is simply not possible. You usually have packages and things you bring in that are not part of this Expo Go bundled experience. And you can also only test like against one Expo SDK, which is built within the Expo Go app. So for the moment, just understand that Expo Go is a quick way to preview your application, but ultimately we're gonna have to leave it at some point beyond. It is really just a sandbox environment for testing, but also you don't really have to worry about that step because the step called pre-build is going to be super easy once we get there. Now, if you have your app up and running on whatever it is, a native, a physical iOS or Android device, or a simulator or emulator, and this thing's still loading, I don't know why, then we can finally move on to the next part and understand a bit more about the core components of React Native. As said in the introduction, React Native comes with a set of core components that you need to know about. In fact, this is just a handful of really basic components that we need to know at this point. So we got a view, we got a text, image, text input, or scroll view, and a style sheet, which is made for styling. So if you know these, that's already a great starting point because then you can recognize them in your app and use them. Additionally, there are other components. For user interface, we got a button. We actually rarely use that one because it's just rendering the native button, but there are better things around this. And then we got things like specific list views to display data in a list, which is a convenient way on mobile devices. We do have a couple of Android and iOS specific components, so things like a backhandler or Android permissions, or on iOS a specific action sheet. And then we have a couple of like secondary helpful other components, but we're gonna gradually get to them. Things like an activity indicator when something is going on, or an alert that you can easily provide, or a refresh control when you do a pull to refresh on a list. These things come in helpful, and throughout the course you're gonna get familiar with all of these. So at the moment you really just need to consider a few basic things to create our app. In fact, let's go back to our app. So it is still running, and I said all of this is really too much for me. Therefore, I highly recommend, you can check out the template, of course, but I feel like you will probably get more confused about all the things and the imports going on. So there's a simple script that you can run. So you can run npm run reset project. Is it called like this? Okay, and this will remove a bunch of files from your project and simplifies your app. So everything that you previously had is now stored under app example, and you can even remove that. You can remove app example, components, constants, hooks, scripts, all of these folders can be removed. So we're able to talk about really the core pieces in our application now. If you go to the index file, and don't mind, we're going to talk about routing and how this is presented in a second, you're going to see that we have a simple page here that exports one of these basic components, a view, and one of these basic components, a text. And now just play around with a few of the components that you've seen before. So maybe you want to add a button for React Native. Then you need to add the button import up here from React Native. And usually you will get, if you're using some sort of code completion, something like this. So now I have a button that I can click and I could attach an action to this and it would handle something like display an alert, display a message, navigate to a page. However, this is just one of the basic components. And actually at this point, I would really love to show you the Android preview as well. So I will just try again to bring up my Android emulator on the side. Maybe this time it will finally come up. Again, we had a couple of other components. So I could also change this view here, or I could surround this with a scroll view. So whenever you use a scroll view, you make your page scrollable. Right now, I can't do anything like that. If I wrap a scroll view around my page, you see I get this scrolling effect. So if you have more content, you might want to use something like a scroll view. Then one of the core components was also a text input. So a text input can have different values, but at the core, it is just an unstyled, pretty much native text input control. But you can of course optimize this to your needs with different kinds of styling. On top of that, we also had the image component from React Native. So I don't know if we do have, yeah, we actually do have a little logo here in our assets folder that we can use. And now we would have the image included here as well. So these are really like the foundational components, the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 components that you should know about and how we can use them on our page. And although my Android simulator is for whatever reason not really happy with me today, if you're using this on Android, should be able to see that the styling on Android looks a tiny bit different. So here we go, finally. This means it is using, again, the platform primitives to display the really native way of your app. So on iOS, the button looked like this. On Android, the button looks like this with the according effect. And this is not really done by React Native. This is rendering the actual native Android button component. Also, the text input might be slightly different here than it is on iOS. All right. So these are the basic components that you need to know. Again, the other components, we will take care of them later. So for the moment, let's see how we can get up and get into the right mindset for the first project. So there are 3 different topics that we should touch upon before we get into the first hands-on development of an app. All the core components are usually somewhat unstyled in our React Native application. And the easiest way to style them is to use the Style Sheet API, which is built into React Native. So you can simply add the Style Sheet API up here from React Native, and then we can use this. In fact, our view is already using some styling. So there are different ways to use this styling. This is called inline styling. So if you have a view and attach some styles in here, these are inline. This is usually not the recommended way because you can imagine if you have multiple styles in here, that would quickly get out of hand. So instead, what most people do in the beginning is they create a styles object down here, and we will do the same along the course, and then call stylesheet.create to create our own styling sheet object. This is pretty much like creating some sort of CSS for your application. Now, if we wanted to replicate this behavior, we could now do the same here. We would call this class container, and then within the styling here, I would now access it through the object of my styles object. So no change to my application. The style sheet itself is a subset of CSS, so it does not include all the properties of CSS from the web, simply because mobile applications and React Native applications are different. There are some differences. There are small differences actually also in some defaults. So sometimes if you're using like some text wrap, the default for React Native might be different from the default that you're used to from the web. So just have this in mind. This can happen. On top of that, React Native usually uses a flexbox styling for everything. So I don't need to set this to display flex. This is actually the default for every view. However, if I would remove my justify stuff here, everything would align a bit differently. But beyond that, you can use pretty much the same words or things you used from the web. So things like background color, I could set this now to a background color of red. And then I notice, oh, it's actually not taking up the full width. So I set it to a flex of 1. And then I notice, oh, it's still not using the full width. Why is that the case? So maybe my scroll view needs some container styling as well. And then you go into this one and set the flex to 1. And then you finally got the solution. And again, I don't want to see a whole lot of the inline styling in this course and along the apps, because this is really getting messy and out of control, and you want to have some classes defined down here. So in the beginning, we're going to rely on the style sheet API. If you're confused about why we don't have like cool inbuilt components like probably Flutter has or other libraries have, well, that is one of the things I did complain about as well in the beginning of React Native. So there are different libraries. To name a few, there's UniStyles, which is an improvement of style sheet. There's Tamagui, which helps you to build universal apps for iOS, Android, and web. And there are things like Native Wind, which is a wrapper around Tailwind. So you can use the Tailwind CSS selectors classes on mobile devices in your React Native application. And we're going to use actually Native Wind later on. However, to get started, I think it's a better idea to just get familiar with how Style Sheet works and just applying basic styles through Style Sheet. So this is what we're going to use in the beginning. And this is, of course, what we're going to use in the first course. Once we get to something else, I will introduce the concepts to you, but this is everything you need to know for the moment. So we've covered the core components in our view and what we can place in here and how we can style them. Now, let's also take a look at how we can actually move around and how this page is actually displayed. Just like React, React Native does not have any built-in way to navigate around in your application. So there's a package called Expo Router that we will use throughout this course for navigation in our application. So this is one of the Expo specific packages. Expo Router is an open source routing library for universal React Native applications built with Expo, and it is actually built on top of another package called React Navigation. So in many old articles or applications, you're gonna find React Navigation, and Expo Router is kind of built on top of it with additional features like making your apps more shareable, offline first. You can have a universal app that works on the web as well, because with Expo Router, what you actually get is file-based routing. So let's just quickly head over to one of the pages because this shows it pretty nicely. So all of our app will pretty much look like this. So that means if you come from the web from Next.js, or maybe if you use SvelteKit or something like that, pretty much everyone these days in the web world is using file-based routing, and React Native uses the same concept. I will show you all the different ways and the features and the nitty-gritty stuff of using Expo Router. But first of all, you need to understand that we have this app folder at the top, and within every page or every file that you add will become a screen in your application. So these screens are usually called pages. And we already have one page in our application, which is the index.tsx. This just renders one view, one page of our app. Now, on top of that, we also have files called _layout. And these define how the native layout in our application looks. So right now we have one layout file which is displaying a stack. So there are three main navigation concepts in mobile applications that we need to be aware of. So first there's the stack. The stack basically means I have a page and I can navigate to an additional page. Let's just call this one details.tsx. And I will add a page in here. So I do have a little shortcut. I think this is from React Snippets or something. If you want this, you can install this. I think it's this package, Snippets. And then you can just type in any new file, rnfe or rnfe ES with a style sheet, and it generates this basic template of a page. So let's say this is my details page here. We don't need anything else in this. And if I now wanted to go to that page, I could go back to my index file and let's say around the button, open details, I would call, I don't know, actually know how I can use a button, but I would use the Expo Router link component. And then I would set the href. And now the cool thing is that you actually get typed routes. So all the files end up in here becoming one specific route. So I would use this one, link, go to details. Now, somewhere, can we just disable this red? This is kind of annoying. Now we have this little go to details up there. And if I click this, it takes me to this page. So this is the first transition, the first navigation, the most basic concept of an app, which is called details page. You see this in every app. I don't think there's any app does not have a stack concept. So you go into the details of something, you got swipe to go back, we got a back arrow, and don't mind that all of this looks default. You will be able to customize all these things. So this is the first concept. The second concept you need to be aware of is the tab bar. You see this also in like 80% of applications probably, and you can quickly test this if you want to. And by the way, you notice that we didn't even add an entry here for my details page. You can do this, but you don't have to. You can supply some options in here to customize things like the colors and the names, customize everything, but Expo Router is automatically picking up all files in the app component. And if you come from React and think about components, don't worry, you can have an additional components file folder at the root of your project and import things from there, which will then not become their own pages. Now, coming back to the tabs that I mentioned, you can just quickly change this. So let's change this to tabs from Expo Router and then call these tab screens. And you're gonna notice now it shows up as a tab bar. So now I can switch between two tabs in my application. Okay, this is the first one. This is the second one. The third one that we need to be aware of is the draw. I think I actually can't do the draw right now because we need to bring in a few other things from the React navigation package. Yeah, I can't do this right now, but the draw is basically the side menu. You know, you got this burger icon up here, you click it and then it reveals sort of a menu, and from the menu you will be able to select different pages and they show up. We're gonna come to creating a draw menu when it's time for that. In one of our practical apps. For the moment, it's just important that you know about these different navigation concepts. So we have the stack, we have a tabs layout or a drawer layout. We use Expo Router with file-based routing to get around in our application using something like the link component, or there's also an imperative way of using the router directly. And then we have a layout file, which usually defines sort of a layout. And this is the most basic example I can think of. At some point, this will get more complicated, as you might have things like this, where you have actually brackets in here, so you could have like an ID in that path. Or at some point, you might have web-specific files or native-specific files. Or at some point, you're gonna have groups that group things together in your application. All of this is possible with Expo Router with file-based routing, and we cover everything in this course. So I hope this concept is clear, because I had previously people tell me, coming from web development, what is actually the navigation in native? Because yeah, this is a bit different. We got the tabs, we got the draw navigation, we got the stack navigation. So I hope this clarifies most of the general navigational questions that you might have. If you have some, of course, join over to Discord and let me know. And otherwise, let's move on with one last piece that's good to know before we get practical. At this point, you're already well equipped for our first practical application that starts after this lesson. So we've talked about routing, and you're gonna learn how to build a tab bar and how to do some navigation with stacks. We've talked about styling and how we could probably use components on our application. And the last thing that might be new in this course is how we store some data. So in native mobile applications, there are different ways how you can store data. Of course, some applications just interact with the backend, so the data is just stored in a traditional way in that backend. But sometimes you have local data, especially to speed up your application and make it faster, or following the local first trend that's currently really very popular. Now, there are different ways how you can store data. So the easiest way is to use pretty much like the local storage. And this is called with Expo Async Storage, a library that provides asynchronous, unencrypted, persistent key value storage. So it is meant as a really simple, whenever you hoard key value, this is a really basic storage mechanism. This is, by the way, one of the Expo SDKs. This doesn't mean that there's nothing else in the React Native world. It's just like the Expo SDK here is a convenience wrapper around this. We're still actually using a package which is called the React Native Async Storage package here from the community. So usually many of the Expo SDK packages that you're gonna see in here are not specifically only Expo stuff. They've been done probably by the community, but there is a way to use them with Expo, and they're bundled with the Expo SDK and therefore also usable with the Expo Go application. Coming back to async storage, again, this is just a key value storage. The other way to store data, or one of the other ways, is to use the SQLite database. So every mobile, iOS and Android application does have a SQLite database that's only accessible for that application. We're going to talk about how we can use SQL and SQLite in a later module. This is a way to have more structured data because it's pretty much like a SQL table where you can run queries against it, and it's super fast because it's right on your device. On top of that, there's also a way to encrypt data. So if we would look for secure store here, that's a way to use encrypt and secure secret key value pairs locally on the device. So you would use the secure store mechanism probably if you have like a JWT in an authentication context that you don't want to like just have in sort of the local store of your application, but hidden behind the secure store. And you could then use biometric authentication to access that, things like Face ID. So pretty cool things you could do. All right, I hope this gives you an idea of what we're gonna do. So we're gonna use async storage for the moment. We're gonna come to secure store and SQLite storage mechanisms later. And I hope you feel confident with sort of a general background knowledge about React Native. So we touched upon the basic components and what React Native is. Your environment should be ready. You should have your first application with Expo Go up and running. And I think and hope that you're gonna enjoy the first app of Zero to Hero. Let's start this project easy by creating a new Expo application. So we can run on the CLI npx create Expo app. So create, I got some commands here, create Expo app, and then follow this simply up with a name. I will just use Star Wars. I hope this is not getting me into any copyright issues. You can use whatever kind of name you want. What this does is it downloads all the required dependencies. It installs a basic application using the Expo CLI, and it will also use a default template. So I haven't specified any template. You can actually specify a template if you want to, but usually you want to start, especially in the beginning, with a basic application. So don't mind all the deprecation warning. In general, if it is just a warning, then it's not a big issue. So I will follow this up with code-r and then this app, which opens it up in my editor here. And now, without doing anything else, let's just quickly run this application. So I will follow this up with npx expo, which is the command to starting our bundler. You can also run npx expo start, but that's not really required anymore. So now you can scan this QR code with your device if you want to. Then you could have, or it will ask you to install the Expo Go app on your actual device, or you got a bunch of options down here. So we're using the Expo Go client. I can press A for the Android simulator. I can press I for iOS. So I will try to use iOS as I'm on a Mac. If you're not on a Mac, remember you can't build for iOS. You would have to use something like EAS, but more on that in future courses. By the way, you can also have this on multiple platforms. So I'm opening up on iOS, but I could also at the same time press A. So we'll try and bring up my Android emulator. So here is the same application running side by side on Android. And where should I place this? We don't have enough space for this. But here's the application. I think I changed to dark mode on Android, so now it should be fine. Let's quickly check out if this is actually the real world. So you can close this down here and you can go into the app folder, into the tabs folder, into the index file, and then you're gonna find a lot of code. So this is quite confusing, but let's just say here Galaxies, where it said welcome. If we hit save, we see both on Android and on iOS the text has been changed, which means we have live reload going on with Expo Go in both applications. For the rest of the project, I will simply stick to my iOS simulator, but feel free to use whatever simulator you prefer. Also, let's do one more thing, and that is running one script from the package JSON. So as you notice, there's quite a lot involved in here. And yes, it has a tab bar, but we want to understand how things work. So I want to reset my project, and there's actually a node script here included in the package JSON. So I could now simply go ahead and run npm run reset project. I don't know why my CLI takes so long today. Let's hit enter here. This is probably not gonna do it in here, so let's kill it in here. npm run this, and then follow it up with npx expo again. And then I can bring up my iOS simulator again, or simply hit Command Control Z, which brings up these tools, or it might be Control Y, and you're on a US keyboard. And then I have a blank application. So now my app folder only contains 2 files. And this is the starting point we want to have for the rest of this course, because we want to learn how to use a tab bar and different things. We don't want to take it for granted. So it's better for you if you simply remove like the components, the constants, the hooks, the scripts, and the app example. So you start with this blank app. Maybe if Expo changes this in the future, this might not be required, but right now, we just want to make sure we're using an underscore layout file. So we're using Expo router, and we have one index file that is displayed, and we can see it in the Expo Go app with live reload. Let's start this project easy by creating a new Expo application. So we can run on the CLI npx create Expo app. So create, I got some commands here, create Expo app, and then follow this simply up with a name. I will just use Star Wars. I hope this is not getting me into any copyright issues. You can use whatever kind of name you want. What this does is it downloads all the required dependencies. It installs a basic application using the Expo CLI, and it will also use a default template. So I haven't specified any template. You can actually specify a template if you want to, but usually you want to start, especially in the beginning, with a basic application. So don't mind all the deprecation warning. In general, if it is just a warning, then it's not a big issue. So I will follow this up with code-r and then this app, which opens it up in my editor here. And now, without doing anything else, let's just quickly run this application. So I will follow this up with npx expo, which is the command to starting our bundler. You can also run npx expo start, but that's not really required anymore. So now you can scan this QR code with your device if you want to. Then you could have, or it will ask you to install the Expo Go app on your actual device, or you got a bunch of options down here. So we're using the Expo Go client. I can press A for the Android simulator. I can press I for iOS. So I will try to use iOS as I'm on a Mac. If you're not on a Mac, remember you can't build for iOS. You would have to use something like EAS, but more on that in future courses. By the way, you can also have this on multiple platforms. So I'm opening up on iOS, but I could also at the same time press A. So we'll try and bring up my Android emulator. So here is the same application running side by side on Android, and where should I place this? We don't have enough space for this, but here's the application. I think I changed to dark mode on Android, so now it should be fine. Let's quickly check out if this is actually the real world. So you can close this down here, and you can go into the app folder, into the tabs folder, into the index file, and then you're gonna find a lot of code. So this is quite confusing, but let's just say here, Galaxies, where it said welcome. If we hit save, we see both on Android and on iOS, the text has been changed, which means we have live reload going on with Expo Go in both applications. For the rest of the project, I will simply stick to my iOS simulator, but feel free to use whatever simulator you prefer. Also, let's do one more thing, and that is running one script from the package JSON. So as you notice, there's quite a lot involved in here. And yes, it has a tab bar, but we want to understand how things work. So I want to reset my project, and there's actually a node script here included in the package JSON. So I could now simply go ahead and run npm run reset project. I don't know why my CLI takes so long today. Let's hit enter here. This is probably not gonna do it in here, so let's kill it in here. npm run this, and then follow it up with npx expo again. And then I can bring up my iOS simulator again, or simply hit Command Control Z, which brings up these tools, or it might be Control Y if you're on a US keyboard. And then I have a blank application. So now my app folder only contains 2 files. And this is the starting point we want to have for the rest of this course, because we want to learn how to use a tab bar and different things. We don't want to take it for granted. So it's better for you if you simply remove like the components, the constants, the hooks, the scripts, and the app example. So you start with this blank app. Maybe if Expo changes this in the future, this might not be required, but right now, we just want to make sure we're using an underscore layout file. So we're using Expo router, and we have one index file that is displayed, and we can see it in the Expo Go app with live reload. Now that we got some basic routing in place, let's focus on getting data on the screen, and we're going to use the Star Wars API, because I think it's pretty important to understand how to use an API, how to use JSON data, and it should be one of the first things you also understand, because it also makes building things a bit easier if you build data-driven interfaces in React Native, as this is just very common. So you can head over to swappy.dev. You can try out a couple of things. We just need one call for the moment as we get back a list of films. So this is the call that we want to make. Now let's close this down and get into our films page. Not the favorite, but the films page. Let's maybe start with some styling. We already have a style sheet object down here. If not, create that. And let's start with a simple container styling. You're gonna see this in many cases. Usually what I wanna do is I wanna make sure that it expands the whole view. So I will use the Flexbox layout and Flex Styling 1. And I will set the background color here to our own color definitions dot container background. Now I can apply this container styling to the surrounding view using the style property here, and I can just say styles.container, and we have it applied to our app, and we should also now see that the bottom has this nice yellowish bar. Now, first we need to load the data. We can do this using some state and some simple fetch calls. Let's set up some state values. So we're gonna have an array of films, and we're gonna have set films. And probably we also want to have an interface for that. So let's do an interface film. And that film, actually we could probably take it from the JSON reply here. So if I would take this here, like one of the results, then head over back here and say Command-Shift-P, JSON to TypeScript, convert from clipboard, selected string is not a valid JSON. I feel it is quite valid, but okay, let's do it like this. Let's put an array around this. I'm just gonna cut this out again and try it again. Okay, and then we get this huge object. So we could use this if we wanted to for our interface film. In reality, we just need a couple of things from this. Do whatever you feel works for you best. I will probably strip it down to title, episode ID, release date. Well, we can keep it if we had our own types file. So maybe this is a good point to have a new folder here. So let's do a new folder. I will call this one types. And in here, I will do a new file, interfaces.ts. And I will just put all of this interface into my interfaces file and make sure you have an export in here because that's important. Otherwise, we can't use it in other files. Now I can type my state here and say that, hey, this is actually from films, an array. But I want to make sure I also use add in here to make the state look better, the path look better, and then use state. Cool, that's a good starting point. Now, additionally, we might do some cool things on this page, like we're gonna reload the data or we're gonna refresh the data. So let's introduce two more states, refreshing, set refreshing using false, and then also const loading, set loading, use state false. Now we can create our loading logic. So let's just call this fetch films, and this is going to be an async function. Async because we're making a call and we receive the data back later, so we are handling a promise. Basically, what we can do right now is the code that Copilot already gives. First, you want to set your loading to true. So whatever kind of loading, interface, spinner you got, you want to set this to true before you do the rest. Then we make a fetch call and we put in await, so we are waiting this line until we get the results. Then we need to also convert this response to JSON, once again using await, and then we can set the data to our film state. If we catch any error during that, which really shouldn't happen usually, we're gonna lock this out. And finally, I wanna set my loading, and I will actually also append set refreshing to false. Cool. Now, we want to make sure that we do this right in the beginning. And what I also want, I will put in a little console log here. I'm using an extension called Turbo Logs, I think, which allows me to press Control Option L on something, and then we'll just put a log statement in the next line, because I usually know people asking me about my shortcuts and extensions all the time. Now, if we put in a use effect with an empty dependencies array, this will be only called once in the beginning when the page loads. And that's exactly what we want to do. So now on this page, we see actually we get back a log, but that is kind of confusing. So I will press J, which brings up our debugging tools here from Expo. Let's see if we can clean this up a bit. Really work? Yeah. I mean, pretty soon we will have improved dev tools. Maybe if you are watching this, we already have the React dev tools in place for better debugging. But nonetheless, I can find my object here, which has 6 results. And this is the JSON data. Can we zoom in a bit more? The JSON data from our API call. With that data, we can now make items, iterations, whatever we want on the screen and just use this data to our advantage. You don't really need to keep an eye on this because we define it as an interface in our application. So we should see what kind of information we have available. To display this, we could do a simple map of all our items. So you could do something like films.map. And then create an item for every film. However, that is pretty inefficient in React Native. And the first thing that is recommended is usually the flat list component from React Native. Make sure you use the right import, and I will also close it directly in here. So flat list from React Native. Now, for the flat list to render something, we need to put in some properties. First, you're gonna have to pass in the data, which in our case is the array of films. Then we do have a key extractor function, which basically tries from every item to grab the right ID, so every item has a unique key. In our case, we're gonna use the episode ID toString because it's a number. Usually, or out of the box, this will just use the ID. But this, I think, doesn't exist in here. Now, on top of that, we also need to render our items. So the render items function is the essential function to actually render our data. We can already see this now in black. It is rendering our data. But usually you're rendering bigger elements here on that list. So instead of having it right in here, what I would recommend is that we put in a function here. So const render item. Okay. Oops. Okay, yeah, let's for the moment just return the same thing. And then place the render item function in here in our flat list. This won't change anything, but now we don't have to create the render function in our view, in our return statement. That usually looks quite ugly and you don't want to do that. So we are rendering all of this here. We could now already change this, but for the moment, let's stick with it. Maybe just stay style, something like color white, maybe, because then we can finally see our text on screen. Okay, cool. These are rendered in a flat list. Very great. Now, we have also our loading and refreshing mechanisms. So let's implement them as well. There are some more properties on the flat list that come in really handy. So one is called refresh control. And this allows us to do like this pull down and refresh data. You see this in pretty much every social media application, and it's quite easy to implement. You can use the refresh control from React Native, and you just need to pass in a couple of things. So this is whether the view should be indicating an active refresh. This will use our refreshing state. And on refresh, we want to call my fetch films function again. Actually, I want to have another function. Let's do another one on refresh, because on refresh, I will set my refreshing to true. So then it works with the refreshing, and finally we set refreshing to false. That should work nicely. Okay, let's hit save, and I should now be able to drag this down, and we see it's hard to see that little spinner up there. So let's also give it a specific tint color using my colors.text. If I do this, we see we get the nice yellowish loading indicator. It refreshes, it makes a fetch call. We don't get new data because the films of Star Wars don't change usually that often. But in other applications, this probably would work. Now, one more thing that we could also do to improve this is we could also use the list empty component. So when our application starts, the list is going to be empty. So in that case, we could render something like this, no data. If we then refresh this, we see for a very short moment, we get this no data in there. We could probably refine this. Just like we could refine and improve our items. But this is the basic setup for loading data, setting it to our state, handling some loading and refreshing state, and then displaying the data inside a flat list. Now, let's take a step further and implementing this to be better and also refactor this to have better React code. Because we need to put more code into our render item function and probably also into the list empty component, let's extract them into their own components. Therefore, I will create a new folder at the top level and call this components. And within, I will add two new files. I will add a list empty component.tsx. Okay, this is my list empty component, and I will do another file which is my film item.tsx. Okay, here we go. Now we can go back to the films page, and where we previously used the render function and return the text with the item, we're just gonna remove this for the moment. Instead, in here I want to use my item. Okay, so item, and then I want to render a film item instead. But we need to make this a component, and we probably also should pass something to the film item, because right now it is just a general film item. So let's go to, maybe let's do the list empty component first, because that's a bit easier. So for the list empty component, we can also change this down here, and instead use the list empty component and close this. So to my list empty component, I need to pass some information, and we're gonna also pass some information to our film item. Therefore, I will define an interface here for the list empty component props. If I have component props, I really like to keep them actually with the component instead of placing them here in my types folder. Okay, so what I really need is like a loading value, which is a Boolean, and probably a message, which is a string. Now I can use these props here. So I can destructure the list empty component props, and I can get loading and message in here, and then I have them available. I could also define the default, I think, no items found. Okay, that should work. So let's see. In my view down here, I want to return this. I want to have like the empty container styling first of all. So that styling, once again, flex 1. I will do justify content to place it in the center, and I want to use that on my view. So styles.empty container. Maybe, let's see, maybe I will for the moment not set my data result, because then we're gonna have an empty list. Or I can also disable the fetch to films in general. So to list empty component, I will now pass my loading state, which is our loading value. And did we define something else? Oh yeah, we defined a message, which was optional. So I say no films found is my message. Okay, let's do a little refresh because we do have some data. This now renders the list empty component up here, and we can place some more styling in there. So let's say this is the empty text styling, and this will have a font size of 18 and a color of, then we have something, I want to just use 666. That's like a gray color. And then we're going to apply this in here. Okay, list empty component, but instead we of course want to render our message that we passed to this component. So now we have no films found, just adding something to align our items in the center using Flexbox, and perhaps specify a height of 300, so then it shows more in the general center. Okay, maybe actually just 200. I feel that is too much. Cool. Now, at the same time, we also might be loading. So when I start fetching my films, I'm in the loading state, and I want to now prevent setting the data. Okay, so now I'm in the loading state. I don't want to show no films in that loading state. So what I want to do is inside of my view here, I want to check, are we loading with the ternary operator? So this check is basically if loading, then do something, and you can wrap this with brackets, and otherwise do something else. Okay, so if we're loading, I want to display some sort of loading indicator. And if I'm not loading, I will render this text. So this turns red because we still need something for loading. And here we could nicely use the activity indicator from React Native. I want to use a large size. And for the color, let's maybe use my primary color. So where's my colors.primary? No, text. It's called text. Okay, and if we now start this again, yeah, we were shortly in this little loading phase, and then we set loading to false. I should be able, right? So this is loading, and finally it would set this if there's nothing found to no films found, and if we set the data, it loads and then displays our items. So this is a very clean solution for the flat list and putting all of our custom components into their own files. Now let's head over, actually I want to do this. I wanted to change this one here to my uppercase colors dot, I don't know, something like inactive or so. That should work as well. Okay, cool. So the film item. For the film item, we also need some props, but in this case, this is going to be of film, and we defined this in our interfaces. Actually, this is not exactly a film. This is a bit more challenging of a type, because the flat list passes this item through. So we need to destructure that as well. I I think the correct definition would look like this: react.functionalComponent. And then you can specify the type, which in this case is item, which is a film. Okay, so now I can just destructure this into an item. And if I use this item here, I get all the information from our TypeScript interface. Good, this is correct. So with that in place, we can update films already and make sure that we're passing the right item in here, which is the current item of the iteration. And then we can, for the moment, just say item.title. And once again, we see all of our titles being rendered. Okay, cool. Let's give some styling to this film item. So the film item should have a nice background color. Can we use something from our colors? I don't know. We shall see. We shall see. And then copy this to the styling here and say styles.background color. Oh, film item. Sorry about that one. Additionally, of course, we need some padding around these items because otherwise it's going to be strange. And we probably also want some margin vertical. Let's use a margin vertical of 8. This already gives us pretty okay-ish items. Let's follow this up with a film title styling so we can actually see our title on screen using a bigger font size and a bigger font weight. And also for the color, our text color. So we can apply this style film styles.film title. Good, this is a good starting point. Let's see. I also want to have some margin horizontal and border radius, so they should look more like cards. Therefore, I will add a margin horizontal of 16 and a border radius of 8. Nice. Now we have some rounded borders here. That looks pretty cool. Next to the title, let's render 2 more elements here in the list. I want to render the episode, which is item.episode ID. And I want to render released, which is item.release date. This is a bit too bold, so let's implement another one for another styling for film details, and they should be a bit smaller. So I will use this for episode and released. This one should just be 14. And for the color, I will actually use white. Okay, looks okay. Maybe adding some margin here to my film title, margin bottom of 8. So I have a bit of separation here. And I think that looks actually pretty good. You see the colors and the styles coming together in here? That's pretty cool. So we do have episode 4, 5, we have my film details. I think I have everything in place here. So we've now refactored our view. We're keeping the films page as sleek as possible. So we only really have the controlling loading logic, and then we have our list empty component, and we have our film item component refactored. Now, of course, at this point, you might ask, how do I get into the details of this page? How can I navigate to a details page? And that's actually a bit more complicated than you might think, so let's talk about it next. What we're doing now is called inside stack navigation. Basically, we are inside one of our tabs, but we want to dive into a details page. So we want to push a page onto a stack. However, if we check out our layout, we notice that so far we only have a tab bar definition. That means for our films screen, for our films page, we now need to do its own layout. And therefore we're gonna have to change the structure of our files a bit and move a couple of things around. So instead of having a films TSX, we can also have a films folder, place that file inside of it and call it index.tsx. That is pretty much the same like before, and I could also navigate to that page just like I did before. Now, additionally, every page and every folder can have its own layout file. So now I'm defining a new layout in here for my index page, and I will just use the stack component from Expo Router. I will close it down here. And then we see if we are on the films page, we have another index here and we have all films up here. To prevent this, we now need to tell the tabs layout that the films page actually doesn't require a header anymore because it's managing its own header. So I will set header shown to false, which removes the first header from the tab bar. It doesn't change anything for the other pages, but it removes the header for this one. Now, additionally, I might want to copy over some screen options here. So let me just copy over the whole object and I will place it in here. However, there's no tab bar, so I will get rid of all tab bar related styling, and we still need to bring in my constants. With that in place, we have changed this. We have successfully transitioned our index page into its own folder, and we also have our stack layout. We can't really use it yet, but let's just define a new file, and we're going to use the brackets here and ID. This allows us to use a parameter in the file name, pretty much like routing. So let's call this page. We could access this page now by using /films/ whatever kind of ID, and then we would be able to retrieve that ID on this page. Let's just hit save here and call this details page, and then let's heat it back. Let's actually include those two files in my navigation in my stack here. So I want to do a stack screen name, the first one being index, and the title should be all films just like we had before. So that removes or fixes the problem up here. Additionally, my second stack, remember, the name is always the name of the file. So this might look strange to you, but this should always be the name of the file. I will set the title to film details. Now, how do we get to that page? We still don't really have any sort of click event here. That should be done pretty easy. Let's head over to our film item, and where we render our current item, we're gonna wrap this with the Expo Router link component. So link from Expo Router takes in an href as the property, and we could now do something like this. Okay, and then we just close the link down here. That first of all messes up my layout, but let's see. We are actually able to go to a details page, which is pretty nice. Okay, let's fix the layout here. So I will do as child. So whenever you wrap a link component around any kind of view or component, you're gonna use as child because then it fixes the styling and uses the child under hood. Additionally, when I click this, I really want to get some sort of feedback. And you notice if I use as child and the child component, it actually doesn't work like this. So the descendant here of the link always needs to be some sort of touch element. There are different ones. There's a button, there's a pressable, and there's also a generic thing called touchable opacity, which usually works pretty nice for most of our cases. So I will just wrap this around my view. And as we use this, you see, this adds this sort of opacity to the underlying element. You could also use a pressable in which you have a more granular control over the press event and how it styles the underlying element. But for our case, this is more than enough. So with all of that in place, we have now transitioned from a simple tab in our tab bar to an inside stack navigation. We can remove all unused imports. And now that we got this, we should fix one more thing, which is on the film item, there we pass the episode ID. However, I noticed that the episode ID doesn't reflect correctly to the actual ID of the movie once we retrieve the details. So in order to fix this, you can do a simple thing here. You can use item.url.split. So I want to split at the slash, and I want to filter. This is actually a thing Copilot gave me, but it will give me basically the last element of that array. So every item that's true will be included, and then I will use the last item. I can also put out a little log, and then we get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Because A New Hope has the ID of, I think, 4. Yeah, if we use the episode ID, we would have a problem. The Phantom Menace has ID 1. So now everything should work accordingly. We just need to pass that ID to our films page, and then we should be able to fetch some details. With the navigation in place and the fixed ID, we should pretty easily display the data on this page. So bring up our previously created ID page, and we can now get that ID by using something called use local search params from Expo Router. This should, in theory, give us the ID. So if we now navigate to a page, it locks out that ID. You see the logs coming in down there. And with that ID, we can head over to the Star Wars API once again and make a little call. So let's just do this right inside a use effect block, because we only need to do this once. We don't really need to reload anything in here. So I will close this and pass in the ID. So once the ID changes, which should happen only once, we're gonna call a fetch film function. And then we also need to make sure we're actually calling fetch film. Now, we also need some state in here. So we definitely need my film in here. Const film, set film, use state, which will actually can be typed. So this will be of the type film from our interfaces or null. And then we also have a loading state, loading, set loading, use state true, because we're gonna load right in the beginning. So we can now, before we actually return the view of the details page, we could check if we are currently loading, then we actually return something else. We just return a view that looks like this. So we return something like this. I just noticed that in that case, we don't really have a background color. So we should be able to fix this actually through our navigation. So I think for the screen options, we should be able to use a content style and then set the background color to colors.background. Yeah, that works. Okay, only problem is that probably in that case, we should use a color white in here. Oh, I set this to the view. I'm sorry about that. This should go to the text. Okay, so now we have a little sort of a loading state. Also, we could have another fallback. If we don't have a film, we could say, hey, no film found. So maybe for fake reasons, yeah, I can't really do this. Let's set loading to false. Then we should see film not found. And of course, we could also center this in our view, but then let's not overcomplicate things for the moment. Now, in my fetch film, I'm pretty much doing the same as I did in here. So I should be able to grab that code we used before and try to get a response from API/films/ my ID. Make sure now you're using string literals to use that ID. Then I get this and I will set this to film. I just need to set the data in that case. We can console log the error and we can set the loading to false. Cool, so this now shows loading is done. We do have a film, so it renders my details page. On that page, once again, I will add some sort of container styling using flex1. And for the background color, our colors.background. So you notice how often we use that background color already. It totally makes sense to put your styles, your color definitions into one file, because otherwise we would have at least 5 different files in which we had a hex code, and now we have one central place in which we can change the whole color of our application. I will also include some general padding as we're gonna place the stuff in here. And then apply this styles.container. So nicely little background here. I think that looks pretty good so far. Okay, on the page we can include some text. Let's use styles.title. Oh, I haven't created that one. Title should be a big font size, like 24. Font weight bold. I want to use my text color and I want to have some margin bottom of 16. Okay, and then change this to be data driven to film.title. And voila, the Empire Strikes Back. And we are able to load all the data of our film and display it. Now, let's put in some more styling. Let's say we have some detailed styling in which we use font size 16 and margin bottom of 8. And then we copy this over, use the detailed styling, and then use the director. Maybe we can say like director. We also probably want to use something like the episode ID. So, oops, you can display any kind of data that you want, of course. Let's do 2 more. Let's do the producer. Okay, and then we finally do the release date. So we should have the release date. Okay, just some general information. And let's also, for fun, put in the opening crawl, because I think that is included as well. Yeah, the opening crawl. For that one, I will actually use its own styling. So let's call this one crawl. We're gonna use the same font size, but we're gonna have a margin top of like 16. And I want to use a different font style. I will use italic. And now if we apply crawl to my crawl here, we're gonna see it looks pretty nice actually. One thing you might notice is that if you put in more information on that screen, or the text might be longer or bigger, we can actually do this. Let's set the font size here to something like 30. Then it flows over our screen and it's actually not rendered. So when you have more information on a screen, or there is the possibility that you might have more, you might not want to wrap your app just with a view, but instead with a scroll view. So bring in the scroll view from React Native, hit save, and then you can nicely scroll your application all towards the bottom. However, I don't really want to use that. Let's just use 16 again. That looks a bit nicer, I think. But still, we have a nice loading. Again, what I said in the beginning, if you have many items in a list, then scroll view and map is not enough, and we use the flat list here for a reason. But on these pages where you just render one item, it is totally okay and usually also required to have a scroll view so you can actually scroll through the data. So with that in place, we've actually finished our first step and have a pretty cool pattern that is used in most applications where you have a list of whatever information, you click on an item and you go to a details page. And you should be well equipped to transfer this knowledge that we had in here into any other React Native application that requires this pattern. However, we're not done yet, so let's add some more functionality to our application. You might have some favorite movies or characters in Star Wars and you want to bookmark them as favorites so you can quickly access them in our application. For this, we need to store some data in our application, and the easiest way to do this is to use the async storage. To use that, we need to install one package. So you want to run npx expo install, which is just making sure that we're using the right version of this package that works with our Expo Go application. Otherwise, you could just npm install this package. It would pretty much be the same. So this installs the one that's compatible with our Expo Go application, and I think we don't even need to reload and we can use this. Let's implement a mechanism on our ID page where we can have like a star up here. That also means we need to check the favorite status. So let's already import async storage from React Native async storage. Good. With that in place, maybe down here we do a const check favorite status. This is going to be an async function. This is actually using our film data. So let's use film in here. And we're gonna close this already. Okay, so we're gonna wrap this in a try catch block. First of all, I want to get all my favorites using async storage.getItemFavorites. This will load the data from the storage of my application, And if I do get back some favorites, which might not be the case if this is like the initial call to it, then this might be empty. But if I get back favorites, I want to make sure that I get the favorite films using JSON parse. Because async storage is only writing pretty basic information to it, and we're gonna store our object later using stringify. So we put the JSON into a big string and store that in the storage. And when we get it back, it's still a string. So we need to call JSON parse to get back the elements. Now, I want to add another state up here. Const is favorite, use state false. And then we go ahead by checking set is favorite. And we're gonna just do favorite list dot sum. So if any matches the episode ID equals our current film ID, then we know that this is a favorite. That should work. Doesn't matter if we use the episode ID or maybe we use the URL. Nah, the episode ID should be fine. Should be absolutely fine. Okay. Then we also need to add our catch block. So in that case, we're just gonna put out a little error. Now we can trigger this right after we get the data up here. So we're gonna check the favorite status for the film in the beginning. And now we need to render something and we need to toggle something. We need a toggle favorite function. And we need to render something on our screen. So the easiest way is to put in a button up here. How can we put a button up there? This is usually part of the layout. If you have a stack screen layout, you can do the header definitions in the layout file. However, you can also do this right on your screen page. So you can do a stack.screen in here if you wanted to. And just make sure you're importing stack from Expo Router. And then put in options. And for the header right property, I want to supply my own element. So I want to pretty much have something like a button. Actually, now let's do a touchable opacity. As I said, I do like them a lot more. On press, I want to call my toggle favorite. And then I just need an ionicon. The name will either, okay, let's see, where are we? Why is everything red? Okay, so if this is a favorite, it will render a star. And if it's not a favorite, it will render a star outline, as you can see up there. So right now I can click this, but it won't really change a thing because we haven't added our toggle favorite. Let's move there into toggle favorite and let's first of all check. No, we don't really need that. So let's just do a try. In here we need our favorites again. So let's get all the favorites. And then we need to get the favorite films, once again using JSON parse from the favorites or using an empty array. So that's the case if you're calling this like the first time, you're gonna get back null from async storage and you're gonna be sure that you somehow catch that event. If you have a list and if it's currently a favorite, okay, if it is a favorite, I want to make sure that the favorite list item should filter out that element. So I will set favorite films to filter. Okay, that moves through every item in that list. And if one item, if the episode ID is unequal to the episode ID, it will be kept, but our film will be filtered out. At this point, I can also call set is favorite false. No, I want to do this later because we also have an else case. So in the else case, I will just push my favorite because in that case, it should be included in that array. Once it's in that array, we also need to store it back to async storage. So we're basically grabbing the data from async storage and work a bit on it. And then we need to put it back into async storage. So now we call await async storage. Oops, double oops. async storage set item favorites using JSON stringify favorite list. Now, if you think this is bad, then I completely agree to you. Let's do a string up here, const favorites key, and call this favorites. And let's use this key instead of a string here. This makes it a lot safer because, you know, typos happen and you end up debugging this for 2 hours because you forgot an E or an S in some sort of string. So whenever you do this, work with async storage or later SQLite, I highly recommend you do something like this. Now, once this is done, we can also set my isFavorite to not isFavorite. And now let's check. I add a star to A New Hope. And if I go back to A New Hope, it still renders the star. Return of the Jedi, I mark it with a star and it's still a star. And others still don't have a star. And of course, I can remove the star and it should be persisted. How can we check that? Well, let's quickly also implement a little favorites list. If we go into my favorites screen, we should be able to see. So I will add 2 elements here. And on that page, we should be able to use favorites, set favorites using state. So I want to add my interface and I want to make this an empty array. Then I need a function to fetch my favorites. So fetching the favorites is pretty much exactly the same like we did up here. I will copy this. So using async storage. Oh, I should probably export that key. I might want to place this in a different file. I don't know. I will just call this keys.ts. I don't have any better name for that right now. So now we need to make sure that we importing from @constant keys, and same here, @constant keys. Okay. All right, this will get me a list of favorites. If we do have favorites, I want to just set this to my favorite data using JSON parse. Otherwise, we can catch this, and we could also add some sort of loading logic, but for the moment, let's leave it like it is. In the view, we also need to make this pretty, of course. So let's do a container styling using flex1. I don't really need that part, so I will just use the background color, colors.background, and then apply this to my view, styles.container. Okay, this is the beginning. And because we want to render things in a list, we could once again render a flat list if we wanted to, or we make it easy this time. I mean, we can only have like 6 items here, but still, usually the flat list is a better idea. So let's say the data here is my favorites, the key extractor, and the render item uses the item.title. However, we're not really fetching my favorites yet, so let's add a use effect block in which we fetch the favorites and then have an empty dependencies array, and then it already renders 2 of our items up here. We probably also want to have a refreshing state, so we can do the cool refresh again, refreshing, set refreshing false. And then we go down here with the refresh control using the same setup we had before, refresh control, refreshing using refresh, and on refresh, I want to call my on refresh function that we just used before, which is setting this to true and then fetching the favorites. That also means that we need a finally block up here in which I can set my refreshing back to false. So the tint color of the refresh control is missing, of course. This one used colors.text as far as I know. Okay, now we can refresh. So if I now add something new, go here, I can easily drag this down and get the latest element. Probably we also need a little additional render element. I will just do it in here because this is going to be pretty small. So let's call this render item. And in here, we're gonna have a view which has like the item container. Do we have an item container before? I feel like we used this maybe here. Film item. Not really exactly the one I wanted. So let's call this item container. We're gonna have to add some styling in there. Okay, styles.item container, and make sure you actually use this to render your item. So replace what we had before and use render item. What is the issue? Oh yeah, we're not returning something in here. So this is actually, you could have a return if this is like the curly brackets, or you use regular ones, then you don't need a return statement. So this one should work as well. However, we haven't included anything, so let's include the item.name in here. Oh, name doesn't exist, right? It's called title. Okay, now we see the titles, but of course we can't really see them in a great way. Let's apply some more styling. That's an interesting way of spelling styles, but let's just call this item text and place an item text down here. That should have a font size of 16, okay, and for the color I want to use my text color. Good. Now we got the items, and additionally I need a button here to delete this. So I will use a touchable opacity. On press, I need to remove my item. How do we do this? That's a good question. So we probably need a const remove favorite that we implement in a second, and we can call this here with the item of the iteration. Okay, so this is my touchable opacity, and additionally it also gets an ionicon, probably not hard but trash outline, and using my text color. Okay, you see we have 3 items now, but usually these are using a flexbox styling which puts all the items below, which is called a column flex layout. So now is the time to update our item container styling and say, hey, please use the flex direction row and put justify content space between, which basically puts everything to the sides. Still, I want to align my items in the center, and I want to use a background color of colors dot. Do we have item background? Nice. Actually, we could have used this here as well, right? I don't know. Let's just keep it in here. Some padding to make this look better. Okay. Then some margin vertical, again like we did, margin vertical of 8 and margin horizontal of 16, so we have a nice separation. And finally, the good old border radius to make these rounded items. So we've quickly implemented our favorite lists here as well. Let's see. If we press this, nothing happens so far because we haven't implemented that functionality. So let's just implement the remove favorite. And in here, we don't really need to do a whole lot. So first of all, I want to grab all favorites. Grab favorites. I mean, yeah, we can just update this. Updated favorites. And we just filter out our current film. And then we call this locally to set my updated favorites, but this is only happening like in the UI. We still need to persist the data. So let's do another try catch block in which we call await async storage set item for the favorites key, my JSON stringified updated data, and then finally do a little arrow here. So I should be able to delete A New Hope. And once I go to New Hope, we see it's removed. I can go here and I can refresh and it's included. If I don't want to use this, we could actually also use layout effect. I think that one should, A New Hope. No, what was the name of the one that, I think that was one that you could also use whenever your view became active. Just hit me up, I will tell you the one it was. It slipped my mind. Anyway, we can still pull this down to update this. I'm gonna add a star in here. Yeah, that logic works still great. The last thing missing is, what was the last thing missing? We're filtering out the favorites, we're removing them. So in theory, everything's fine. Okay, I quickly looked this up for you and it's actually called use focus effect. So of course we want to use that in our application now. Let's change this from use effect to use focus effect, which also includes a use callback here. We can import that as well. This logs hello, I am focused, and this route is now unfocused. So instead of the log, I actually want to fetch my favorites, and we don't really need the return statement. So let's hit save. Let's go one more time back. And we now see that everything here is automatically updated. So once we enter that screen, we fetch the favorites and update our logic. With that, we have a pretty nice functional application in here. We've learned a ton of things in this one, but there's one more thing I recommend that you take as a little homework or exercise, and that is we still have a blank people screen. And on that screen, you could now load people data, and you could once again implement the insight navigation just to get better and get a better feeling for how these things work, which means transforming people to its own folder, having its own layout file, index and ID page so you can move into the details of people. And people are actually interesting, not in general people, but I mean, they're also interesting, but the people result from the API usually returns a list of data of actually 82 characters. And there's a property called next in which you can pass something like a query param. So you can do page 2, which would give you the second page of results. So if you're fancy, you could try and use a flat list and an infinite loading at the bottom. It's not too hard. Just look at the properties and then do an infinite loading. An additional idea is that you can also query the data. So if you look into the documentation of, for example, people, you can do people, where's the query described? No, we don't want Wookiee. I mean, that would be interesting as well. But you could also query the data. So if you add like a search to the end, it would query that data for a specific query. That means on the people page, you could do infinite scroll and you could do a little search input if you're fancy. By the way, if you have problems implementing that, check out the GitHub repository for this project, which actually contains the finished code, including that people page, but I highly recommend give it a try, get started and play around with the technology for a moment because that usually helps to learn and understand React Native in the best possible way. Hey again and welcome back to module 2 of Zero to Hero here on galaxies.dev. I'm super happy you're still with me. I hope you enjoyed the first module and congratulations first of all, well done so far because you've taken really the basic steps to go from probably your web development knowledge that you already have with React to making a basic React Native application and actually deploying it to your device. Yeah, we use Expo Go, it's a little hack, but anyway, I hope you already feel this because to me, this always feels magically to have my own app in my pockets. And you also learned a bunch of things so far. So in the first part of this course, you learned all about the basics, the environment, the CLI, the Expo Go app. You hopefully got a good understanding of the initial routing concept that we also applied in our application. And you also have worked with JSON at this point, both fetching it from an API and then also storing it using async storage. So that already covers a lot of ground. But of course, we are here to take the next steps. Just as a quick reminder, whenever you need help, head over to our Discord channel, to our Discord server, and you can ask questions about Zero to Hero if you're stuck with different projects. And as always, you can find the full code for the app that we will build at the end of the module, usually somewhere linked below the videos with like this GitHub box. So there's always a place to find the answers in case you got stuck along the way. Now, what about module 2? What are we going to do? It is pretty much going to be an extension of module 1, as we still are in like the basic stage of getting used to React Native. We will now touch upon the draw navigation pattern, see how we can use it with Expo Router and how we can actually customize it completely to our needs. We will then, opposed to using async storage before, which was like just a key value storage, talk about how we can use the underlying SQLite database in our React Native application. We're going to query the data, update, patch, we're going to go through all the usual CRUD operations, and this has actually become a whole lot easier with Expo, you will see. We will of course also talk about a great way to debug our database, and during the app that we build, we will also do some pretty interesting advanced navigation. So we're gonna have like inside stacks and params in the URL that we need to retrieve. So I'm pretty sure you're gonna love what we will do in this course. We will also use some input elements now. In the first part we didn't cover that, but those should be pretty easy to use in our application. And finally, we will also talk about using native modules. In the first part, we kind of did this already. We used the async storage package, which was kind of a native module, but now we're taking it a step further with like using the camera, using notifications, and talking about permissions. So this is the rough idea. In module 3, we will then get a bit more advanced. So by now, this is still like entry, basic level things that we do, although it adds a bit of complexity. Now, one more thing. As you've come already this far and had your first success, hopefully, it would be really amazing if you could help me out and share this course on either LinkedIn or X, whatever you prefer. You can use the QR codes. Just say something nice about it in case you liked it. If you didn't like it, be honest. You can also say that as well. But I really hope that if you came back here for module 2, that you enjoy it so far. So that would be amazing if you can take like the 20 seconds to share something quickly, and then let's talk about a couple of learning items before we get practical. In the first part, we have seen how the stack works and how a tab bar works in a mobile application, and now we're looking at the draw. So to give you an impression, this is pretty much how the draw works in general. You have a button up here which triggers a side menu, and there are multiple things that you can customize about this animation. So you see, I'm switching a bit here between React Navigation and the Expo Draw package, because the Expo Draw package is still kind of based on React Navigation under the hood. And we will actually install the React Navigation Draw package as we build out the draw with Expo Router. So this might be a bit confusing, but just think of Expo Router as like a bit easier syntax on top of React Navigation, which makes us or enables us to use file-based routing. But we're still using all the things that React Navigation actually implemented here with the draw. So whenever you got problems, that also means that you can usually look up into the React Navigation documentation for things like the props, like the title, if I want to have a header link left or right, a specific button, anything like that can usually be better found in the React Navigation documentation and not so much in the Expo Router documentation. So if we speak about a draw, you know what pattern this is. We can also still have on these pages of a draw additional stacks. We could also later have an inside tab bar, so pretty much everything is possible. And we're gonna try to use both the default way of the draw as well as a customized version with our own information. So that should set you up for all future applications that you develop where you either need a tab bar, a stack, or a draw navigation. As we move a bit forward into the deeper realms of React Native, I think it's a good time to quickly step by the flat list component and talk about why we're actually using this. So in the first part of Zero to Hero, we already used the flat list component to render some data. And you might have questioned yourself, couldn't I just use like a scroll view and like map through my things and create views from them? And the answer to that is absolutely yes, you can do that. However, In mobile applications, this becomes quickly a problem. So if you render a list of 1,000 elements and you do it with a scroll view and creating all these elements at once, you're gonna get into trouble really, really fast because a lot of components, a lot to load and to create for React Native and your application. And Flatlist is an improvement to that, which supports a bunch of different things on top of scroll view. So things like horizontal mode, header and footer support. We might have something like a pull to refresh. And all these things are included in the Flatlist and in the Flatlist little cousin section list as well. So a section list is simply divided by these sections. You might know this from like a contact application. However, the Flatlist is not the best thing on earth. We will use it for a simple reason. The simple reason is that we can easily use it with the Expo Go application, and it is an inbuilt component of React Native. It is usually good for basic cases, for default lists, and it has a certain logic to improve the memory and the footprint of your list. However, as you advance, we might shift to something called Flash List in the future. This is an additional package that is pretty much a drop-in replacement. So if you inspected our Flatlist before, this is pretty much exactly how it looks. However, it comes with a lot better performance. So here's React Native Flatlist, and this is up to 5 times or 10 times faster. So at some point, we might have to go for this list. However, that usually requires us to make a custom build of the application, and I want to postpone that as long as possible, because living in the Expo Go app is just a bit easier at this point. So whether you might have heard or used React Native before and heard Flashlist or not, just so you have it in your mind, Flatlist is the thing you want to start on if you want to implement and render lists in your app, and later we might go to an improved version which gives us even better performance, because apparently lists in React Native are still challenging. To store the data of this course, we will use the underlying SQLite database, which is in both iOS and Android available, and we can use it through the Expo SQLite module or library. With this library, we can easily access our SQLite database and directly call SQL commands to create tables, insert, update, or delete data from the database in a really efficient way. The setup is not too challenging, though it will cost us a couple of minutes to get this right, and it can be sometimes frustrating to debug the SQLite database. So we will also have a dedicated session on how you can debug the database in case you encounter problems. Now, if you come from the web world, you might be used to ORMs like Prisma or more lately Drizzle, and you can actually also use Drizzle as an ORM with Expo SQLite. However, I intentionally left this out because this brings in another level of complexity, and I want to first show you how to use SQLite, the hooks, how you can interact with the database and run async commands on the database before you then might choose some ORM. Also, Drizzle might not be your cup of tea and you might prefer something else, so that is the reason why we're omitting it. But keep in mind that SQLite is becoming more and more popular these days, even on the web, because it's really a fast and efficient way to store data. There's no real setup, there's no setup required in our native application to use it beyond the basic integration of the plugin and then running the commands, which makes it a really great choice to store your data. So for the future already, if in your application you want to store things like user settings, you want to go for a key value storage like async storage or an improved version. But if you have structured data, customer information, or maybe you don't want to have too much customer information because of privacy and stuff, but if you have relational data which is connected to one another, you want to think about Expo SQLite, because you can also bring in a pre-filled SQLite database and fill your database with this, and the queries on the SQLite database will be much more efficient than if you would do the whole thing with async storage and JSON strings and objects. So a more efficient way, bit more challenging to query and set up, but we're gonna cover everything in our cool Handyman app that we're gonna develop soon. In the first part, we really took the easy route of using Expo Go and everything's fine, and we're still in that, but gradually I want to give you more back information on the things that we use and how certain things work. So in our application that we develop starting with the next lesson, we will include something called an image picker. So that allows us to either use our photo library or capture an image depending on what you run, to select an image and then use this in combination with our database. So this is one of the Expo modules. So if we zoom out, this is somewhere here in the list of like 100 different plugins that you can use with Expo. Now, why am I showing you this? Because you might ask yourself, how does this actually work? And this is a good point to take a quick step at what's going on here under the hood. Because these modules, these native modules, help us to access certain native device functionalities in our application, namely the camera, contacts, gyro sensor, Bluetooth, or tons of other things. You can just, of course, look at this face detection, the file system, and many other things, linking, opening a mail composer, or using the media library, or the network information. Like all these things usually happen in your native app on iOS and Android. And since we're usually developing React Native with JavaScript, we need this sort of connection to the native code. And that is where native modules come into play. And you don't have to understand completely what's going on, but I just opened up the Expo image picker package here on GitHub. So all of this is, of course, public. And what's interesting about this is not all the other files in here, but what is basically happening. So all these plugins usually have an Android folder, they will have an iOS folder, and they sometimes have a source folder which acts as the web implementation of the plugin. And when we then use the plugin, our app in React Native will use the appropriate code depending on which platform our app runs. So if you would dive into the Android code and understand a bit about Kotlin, you might be able to decipher what's going on. So I don't know, let's check out the image picker utils. Well, you see a lot of Kotlin code going on that enables us to open up the image library or an image picker on Android. And the same is now true for iOS. If you go into this, you would have some sort of image picker handler, or well, this is more like the overview class. Image picker response. Is it in the module or probably? So this defines an Expo module, which we'll actually also do by ourselves in the end of the Zero to Hero course. But you see, this is native Swift code now. You don't have to understand this. That is the good thing, because all of this is then bundled with the app plugin and the interface that we are accessing. So the interface is pretty much defined here. The Expo image picker, there are a couple of things like get camera permissions, and this will then call a single line. So our JavaScript code only knows about this, and we're calling this, and under the hood, it will execute the right call in Kotlin, Swift, or JavaScript. This is pretty much the setup of all native modules. There are, of course, more complicated modules and easier modules, but pretty much this should be enough at this point to have a mental model of what's going on in the background of your app when you use the image picker, a Bluetooth sensor, or any other really native feature of your app. And of course, here's also the web implementation. So this would also work on the web as sort of like an input element as the fallback. Now, one more thing in terms of these native features. There are certain things that you need to request permissions for. For example, here for the media library and other applications. And this is not required when testing projects in the Expo Go app. So this is important to point out, but I still want to place it here so we keep this in mind, especially if you come from the web world. There's not really the concept of too many permissions, but on both Android and iOS, you sometimes need to ask for permissions. You know this dialog. Is this app allowed to send you notifications? Yes or no? And this not only comes by triggering the right function, the texts for these permission pop-ups are also defined at a way deeper level. So inside of your app JSON, you can define these permissions and they will then be used. So for example, here's an entry for iOS, which defines the string for the MS camera usage description. A key native iOS developer might know because it happens in the info plist, and then you put in your string why your app uses the camera, and when the user opens the camera, this would be displayed. And the same is true now for many other things like the media library or more plugins. So your app might actually fail and crash if you are not including the right permissions in your app JSON later when you build a final application. So thinking of permissions and making sure they're set whenever you include modules is a critical part of developing your application. It's not too hard, no problem. Usually if you use something like the media library or any other Expo module, it will quickly say, hey, put this code into your app config or your app JSON. Make sure this is filled out correctly and you're on the safe side. But because we're using Expo Go at the moment and we don't have to worry about it, I still wanted to put it in your mind because it is something of a new concept for web developers and it is good to know at this point. Now, with all the things covered, the draw, the lists, SQLite, native modules, I think you have enough basic knowledge here from module 2 and you're ready to develop a handy little application in which we will be able to insert certain locations like a hospital or a school. And from a menu, we will then be able to dive into those locations, which are generated dynamically and stored in SQLite, and add tasks to each of these locations and manage the tasks, update some things, and then include images and notifications. So that's the broad idea of our handyman application, and I really hope you're gonna enjoy our next hands-on experience. To start our handyman app, we're gonna use the same command we used before to generate a new project. So npx create expo app, follow it up by the name. I already did that to save some time, and we directly gonna follow this up with one more additional line. So we also want to install the React Navigation Draw package. This is required because we want to build a draw navigation in this app. And if we check out the Expo router documentation on Draw, we see that we actually need this additional package, which comes from the underlying React Navigation package as mentioned before. For the installation here, it's also mentioned that we need React Native Gesture Handler, so a package to handle specific gestures, and React Native Reanimated for animations. However, in the basic template of Expo, you can check out the package JSON file, and then you will quickly see that somewhere down here we already have the React Native Gesture Handler and Reanimated installed. These are not like core libraries, but they are used in pretty much all applications that I know of. Now, with that in place, we can go ahead with npx expo, which should bring up our bundling. I will go ahead with for my iOS simulator, but again, feel free to deploy this to your own device. Now, I want to start again with a blank template, so let's also run the reset script, npm run reset -project, and then we have our clean slate for developing the application. So, within this application, we're going to have different well, not different tabs, different pages. And let's see, we're gonna first clean up here so we are not getting distracted by anything. And then we can start in our layout here. So to build our draw navigation, let's maybe put in another file, or maybe I feel like we should do this in a folder. That gives us a good way to introduce a concept called groups. So if you put things into a group like this, without the hashtag, it won't appear in your actual URLs. So all the URLs would still be / something in here. So if I had a new index.tsx inside of the draw file, the part with draw is actually not part of the URL. And let me quickly check. Yeah, we're on the right zoom level. Okay. So therefore, at the outside, at the top level, we can keep the stack, or if you don't really want to wrap your app yet with anything, we can also just place a slot in here. This will just render the next layout file that Expo Router will encounter. So you see now we actually lost the header, but that's not a problem. We are still later using the topmost layout file, which is the best place to put in your providers as in any other React application. Now let's head over to the draw. So what we need as well now is another layout file. This will actually define our drawer. Now this could have been, we could also have done this at the top level. I just like this sort of separation into a folder so you really see what is the layout up here and what else. We will also have to do a little redirect from our index page. So that's quite interesting. Maybe we should do this right now. Right now we're still rendering the index page, as you can see. So let's get rid of all the content in here and let's put in a redirect from Expo Router. For the redirect, we also need to specify the href, and again, we should have typed routes. So because we don't have a specific file in the drawer folder yet, we can just link to the drawer folder, and then we should see up here that we're actually rendering the index file in our drawer. We will later also have sort of another folder. For now, let's just do another file called location.tsx. Let's call this fake location, just so we have some stuff that we can display in our actual drawer component. Now let's head over to this child layout file here and replace what we got with drawer. And now we need to be careful. We need to import drawer from Expo Router. I don't know why I don't get the correct import here. So this should look like this. And then we can follow this up with additional pages. Expo Router /drawer. That's the package we want to use. Right. Additionally, to make the drawer work, we also need to surround this with the gesture handler. So because inside of a drawer, you can usually pull, open and close the menu. We need some sort of gesture handling. And this is also described in the documentation here. So basically it should look somewhat like this. So bring in the gesture handler root view from the React Native gesture handler package, hit save. And once we do a little reload, so you can just press R here if you're stuck. Sometimes happens after bundling and changing too many things at once. We should see that we have our drawer navigation. I can also drag this from the edge. You see, we got the beautiful native looking transition. I can also click this and I can go to my location. So now in the center, it would render my location page. And now again, it would render the index page. We actually don't need anything else on the gesture handler, I think. No, we don't really need the flex one. I think at this point, it should just work as it is. We will later customize this to our needs. For the moment, let's maybe just put in some defaults here. So you can now define for the different screens some options, and the name of the screen is always the name of the file. So if I wanted to do two specific settings for my two pages, I would call this one index and this one location, and then I could do something like this. So if we wanted to change the title of that page, I would give it a title like manage locations. And we should immediately see the change up here. For my location page, I could do the same. So I could give it a title location. We will actually change this later as this becomes a dynamic page. But for the moment, that should be fine. Now, on top of that, you can also apply options at the top level. So right here to the drawer, you could define some screen options which are then applied to the drawer in general. So we could do something like drawer hide status bar on open and set this to true. Now what this does is if we open this up, you're going to see at the top, it hides the bar where we had the time and the battery. Okay, this is a simple setting. It's quite cool to use. Then we could also set the drawer active tint color. This is the color that is used inside of the menu. So if I now check this here, we now see a nice little orange color in here. And I can also give the header tint color. I'll actually use black for the header tint color. So now the icon up here turned from blue to black. Okay. I think that's enough for the beginning of our application. We have a decent setup. We learned a couple of things about redirecting and how we can work with a sub layout. So now let's continue with the rest of the functionality. To load and store data in our application, we will use the Expo SQLite package. This library provides access to a database that can be queried through a SQLite API, and it works on both Android and iOS. So simply go ahead, copy this over if you're on that page, or just run with me our command npx expo install expo SQLite. By the way, the difference between npm install and npx expo install is that with npx expo install, expo will automatically use the module of this package that works with the current SDK version. So when you go through the scores, we're probably at 52, 53, and then expo will make sure that it picks the right version of the SQLite package that works with that SDK version. Now, we can follow along further in the documentation here, as we need to import this as star from SQLite, as SQLite from expo SQLite. And then there's a basic functionality here that we could probably use, although they had a great way of using this as with a hook and as a provider. And that is exactly what we want to do. So let's bring in actually this one. So we can use now the SQLite provider around the slot of our application here. We won't supply a database, so you can supply a database name if you want to. So let's maybe call this reports.db. That will help us for debugging later. And on init, we can now run some code. So let's define this down here. I will call this async function migrate db if needed. So that was from the documentation of expo as well. And we're going to just pass this to the onInit function up here. So now when the application starts, this function should be triggered. Maybe let's just put a console log in here of migrating db. And then when we reload our application, we already see the log down here migrating db. So this is the place where we want to run some stuff. And again, you can now use the code below this because this is quite boring and just setting up our database and not really too inspiring. So let's just quickly go through it, what we're doing. You can first of all set your database version to 1, and I feel like I might have a problem now. I didn't hit save yet. Okay, so I can just set this to 1. We would then get the database version, and if we don't get the version, we can just return because then there was a problem. Okay. Otherwise, we get the current database version, and if the current version is greater than our version up here, we also don't need to run the migration. Okay, so a migration is meant to, if something changes in your data structure, then you would run the migration. So we would run this if database version is equal to 0. So I will change this to 0 actually up here. And then let's see what happens. So we're creating 2 tables if they don't exist yet. We're creating a table locations and tasks. Locations has an ID and a name, and the task has an ID, a title, a description, a location ID which references our location, and some other properties here. Not too challenging. So this looks pretty much like standard SQL. Additionally, I would like to add some dummy data into this. So we're running a few transactions here into locations. I'm adding a school and a hospital, and into tasks, I'm also adding a couple of tasks. Then I will set my current database version to 1. I later added this image URI update. So actually this should be add column image URI text. I will just do this, so when you copy over the code, you won't need this. This goes straight to my table here. So this should be part of tasks, and if database version 1 can be removed. All right, so if I now load this, I should have set up my database in the background. We will get to debugging the database also in a second. For the moment, let's actually put this to use in our index file. So our app now has everywhere access to the hook, which we can use to get the context provider of the SQLite plugin. Because we've wrapped it at the top level of our app around this, and what you do at the top level will be supplied to the children of your application. So in your index page, we can now get started by using a use effect block. Let's get some more space. And we want to make sure that we import the use SQLite context to get the database. We're actually not destructuring this, we can just directly get this. Then we can use effect with an empty dependencies array to run our first query. And actually, because we might do this a couple of times more, let's put this into a function load locations. And in load locations, we will call select star from locations and then just log it out. So let's put load locations in here. And if we look into our log and update the app, we see undefined. Well, that's probably because my migration script was never executed in the right way. So if you have problems with that, you can in your Expo Go application, if you have a physical device, I think you can just shake it and then click Go Home. From here, you should be able to clear this out. And then I will also kill the server once and run it again. Okay, apparently I trolled myself the whole time. So if you copy over the migrate script from below, everything should be fine. I just had some mix up here with the numbers, but now everything makes sense. And the bigger problem was that I had an exec async in here, which of course should be an get all async. So we want to get all results in an async way from the database, and then we should see in the logs that we get back one result. Now, on top of this, we can now build out our application. So just like we did with load locations, we can now add a location and then we can of course display this. So let's take on this task. First, let's introduce some state here by using use state. I would also recommend that we set up a little interfaces file because we're embracing TypeScript in this course and that just makes total sense. So let's put up a types folder and inside we're going to place interfaces.ts. Now, we know the interfaces for our app because a location has only an ID and a name. Oops. And the task has an ID, a title, a description, is urgent location ID, and an optional image URI. Let's hit save here. And with that information, we can go back to the index and make this better typed. So we can now bring in my location from add types interfaces. So we now have this type in here and we can now apply this type as well to our function. So we immediately know that the result here is an array of locations. And then we're going to change this to set it to our state using set locations. Now let's quickly also add a function const add location. This is going to be pretty much the same as before. So just like we did in the index when we migrated it, we can now run an async SQL command to our database. In this case, I want to run insert into locations and I just want to place in a name. This name should be probably passed in here. So let's just make this string and then we can just pass in the name. And once we've done this, I want to reload my locations. We have no real-time mechanism here yet. There are other packages that allow this in the future. For the moment, let's keep it easy. Now we can also build our UI around this. So we've already learned a couple of things, how to use styling. So let's begin by a container styling that makes sure we're using all of the available space and then we're applying this to our page. Then we need a simple input form. So we could now do all of this here on this page. However, usually it's better to structure different parts of your UI as components. So as we do this, let's put up a new folder called components. And within components, I will create a new file and I will call this locationform.tsx. All right. So my location form can now be used on this page. So instead of having the text, I will now use the location form and add the import. And because I haven't pressed saved, I can now also see it up here. Cool. So we've now a better structure, and within the location form, we can now define this just as we need. So I could probably start by defining type up here. So location form props, and whenever we submit this, I want to inform the parent, so our parent component can then handle the submission of this. Inside of my location form, I of course then need some state again, using use state, and I will use just the name. Then we also, of course, need a function to submit this. And in the handle submit, I want to check if name.trim exists. So if we remove all white spaces, then I will only call on submit and set my field back to an empty string. Now, inside of that view, we can place a text input component. Text input, not from the gesture handler, but from React Native. Make sure you got the input right. The value of this field will be, of course, our state name. And on change text, I can just call the set name from useState, which will update our state. If we hit save, we should already see that there is an input field. However, it's not really styled in a great way. So we probably want to have sort of an input styling here. And this is, of course, completely up to you now. So a simple styling could look like this, and we would have to apply it as the styles to my input. This looks very, I don't know, very strange. So I will add some more things. So probably I want to have a white background color because the default looks a bit different. Now the field already becomes a bit better. I also want to have a padding and margin of, let's say, 8. So yeah, I think this looks actually quite nice. Additionally, I want to make sure that I have some container styling around it. So my container will this time only have flags, actually nothing for the moment. We're gonna do this in a second because we of course also need a button to handle the submission. So previously we have used a button, but the button component is really like, nobody really uses the button component in React Native. Most people use either a touchable or a touchable opacity or a pressable. The touchable opacity is pretty cool. So you can just put in a text like at location. And as a result, you get something that once you touch it, it changes the opacity. It's a pretty cool way, and you can easily now style this by adding another button styling. So this one will have a black background, padding of 8, and probably a border radius of, let's say, 4. And then we can apply this to my touchable opacity. So now it looks like this. Well, it looks like we should also style our text. So we always need to think about that as well. So for the button text, let's use a white color and set the font weight to bold. So now it looks like this. Well, I would like to have both of these things, the input and the button, in one row. And this is where we need to work a bit with the flex layout. So by default, the flex layout has a direction column-based. But in our case, we want row-based. So we want horizontal. That's why I will set it on my container that wraps these two elements. The flex direction should be row. Once you do it, it looks more like this. Now we can make sure that our items are aligned in the center and that they're using a bit of gap between the elements. So let's just put in a gap of 8. Actually, this one doesn't really need a margin. Now, additionally, I want to make sure that the field takes up most of the space. So for the input, I will set the flex to 1, so it's taking up the full width here. And now we can also give some padding up here. So all the components have some sort of padding. Good. All right, I think this is our component. Now we just need to make sure that we handle the onSubmit function in my index page. So in the index page, we should add connect onSubmit to our add location. We're getting a name and we insert this to our, hopefully, database. And then we call load locations. So let's give this a try. First, we see one item, and then I will add something else. So we have school and hospital, and now we add Simon's Place. And if we check the result, we have school, we have hospital, and with ID, we have Simon's Place. And I can now also add galaxies, and then we have another log. So we now have 4 elements in our database. Well, do we really have them in our database? Let's see, let's show how we can display them in our application using a list now. Just like in most places, you don't just want to use a scroll view to display items in your app. It probably wouldn't hurt performance here to render our couple of items, but you should get into the habit of just using flatlist to render your data. So simply import flatlist from React Native, and then we need to define a couple of functions as always. So we need our render item function, which will then render the actual row of one item. Now, for the moment, let's just do it like this, which will render a simple name. So I can now put in anything I want, and it should appear in my list. Additionally, let's render some other components. So let's also place a list empty component in here. So that could be a simple text element, no locations added yet. This is probably not displayed right now because we can't really delete them, but we're gonna get there in a second. Additionally, you also always want to make sure that you're extracting the right keys, but since our items do have an ID, I think we don't need a specific key extractor. Now, to render every item, let's also do another component because that is a clear setup in our app. So let's go to the components folder and do a location list item.tsx. And within that item, we can start by defining some props up here. So let's call these location list item props. We of course need to pass in our location, which we obviously want to use from my interfaces. So add interfaces, no, what was it? It was add types. What was the location? Add types interfaces, right? Yeah. That's a little bit better. And then we want to add another function on delete. So on delete, I want to tell my parent that this item should be removed. Actually, we're going to handle some of the deletion in here, but we still need to update the UI once we delete this. So we can probably already go a level up to the index again. And here where we have our render item function, we will now replace this. We're going to replace this with our location list item. We will pass the location as the item inside, and then we also need to specify on delete. So in our case, on delete, we simply want to load our locations again. Now, with that in place, we should also save this, and then we see a row of items. Now, let's go ahead again with some container styling. We will actually define a bunch of things in here in a second. And then we're gonna put this right up here. Inside of our container, we of course want to render the location name, and we need some styling for that as well. So let's call this styles name. And then for our naming styling, we just want to use font size 16. I want to use a font weight. Let's get rid of this of, let's say 500. I think this is like semi-bold. And then let's use a color, something like this. Okay, so this is the one. Then additionally to that, we want to have our touchable opacity in here again. So let's go ahead, touchable opacity from React Native, and this is going to be our delete button. And inside of the delete button, you can render, of course, a text, or you can also just render an icon. And we got access to the beautiful ionicons, so let's use them with name trash outline actually. Let's set the size to 24 and the color to specific red. So we can do it like this. And then we need some styling for the delete button as well. So let's just give this one a bit of padding 8. Okay, we notice that of course we have the same issue like before. These are not yet a row. So all of the following styling to these items will be done inside of my container. So first we're making this flex direction row. Then I want to align all the items in the center, and I want to make sure to have some space between. So I will use justify content space between, and this will space or put all the available space between the items of your row. So we have these one item here and the other item at the end. Additionally, I want to give this a background color of, let's say, white. Then we want some padding inside of the element, and I want to have a margin at the bottom. So margin bottom of 4 as well. Now it looks more like a row item, right? Additionally, let's also play around a bit with shadows. This can sometimes be challenging, but let's give it a try. I will use a shadow color of black, and you usually combine this with a specific shadow offset. So height of 2 is actually a quite big offset. Let's use 1. Then you also want to define these things. So the elevation is meant for Android. This won't have an effect on iOS. Shadow radius, well, you can just play around with these values. I mean, there's also for the web a box shadow generator. So you usually don't want to overdo this and really have it in a light way. Okay, so we do have this button. I can press it, but nothing happens. So let's also connect this to our database. And because we've wrapped the SQLite provider around our app, it's super easy and convenient to always access the database. So use SQLite context goes in here, and then we can just write a handle delete function, which uses our run async from the database, delete from locations where ID is equal to something, and that is of course the ID of the location that was passed to this component. And then I can call my onDelete function, which we still need to destructor up here to bring it in. And then the last missing piece is of course to attach this to our touchable opacity. So now we press the button, we call the delete function in this component, we tell our parent, oh, we deleted something, so it will reload the locations in our list updates. Let's see if that happens. Da-da, da-da. Oh, I just noticed that I didn't want to remove the first the first ones. That wasn't a smart idea from my side. But anyway, this gives us the chance to also check out my list empty component. So let's probably add a little styling for the empty text here. So this one will get font size 16, font style, maybe italic. Wouldn't that be funny? And then we pass it in here, and probably we want to make sure that this is aligned in the center as well. So let's put it in the center and add some margin and make sure you're always closing those brackets. And there we go. We have no locations added yet. And I can go ahead again with something like hospital, or okay, I have a mistake here. And I can add data and remove it. So now we have the basic, not whole CRUD functionality implemented, but we can create, read, and delete items. We will later see how to update items in a different way. But for the moment, this screen is finished in which we can manage our locations. And before we head over to the functionality of then customizing the drawer and diving into the tasks of a specific location, let's quickly talk about debugging. There are many different ways to debug a SQLite database. It really depends if it is iOS or Android, and if it is a physical device or a simulator or emulator. And I wanted to prepare this lesson with something that I found online that usually works reliable, and that is using the file system to gather path to the actual database file, and then you can use another sharing plugin to send like an email to your computer or WhatsApp message with the actual file. Also, if you're already using something like a simulator, it's quite easy to figure out the local file and then open this up in something like a DB browser for SQLite. So if I would bring in my database here that I found in my file system, I would be able to actually see that data. However, there's actually a way that's even easier for you. So the way what to do is to use Drizzle Studio for Expo SQLite, which is a DevTool plugin. So you don't need to know what Drizzle is. We don't need to use all the other things of Drizzle if you know it from web development. The only thing you need to do is install the Expo Drizzle Studio plugin. Once you get this, we can bring in a few imports. So let's do this at a place where we have access to the SQLite provider. So I will drop down one level to my drawer layout, and in here I will add the imports. Then we're going to create a connection to our database, and we will then use the function use Drizzle Studio on my database. I think mine is called reports. So I probably want to change this to reports. Now, if you stop the server and go ahead with npx expo again, the code should work. In general, my application should also be up and running here again. But the important part is that you can now press Shift M while in your terminal. So while here, I will press Shift M, which will give me access to the dev tools, okay? And then you go down here to Open Expo Drizzle Studio plugin. So somewhere it will now bring up a view like this. It says currently no tables in database. So that means probably reports wasn't the right name, or we have to supply reports.database. Let's see. Yep, that's it. So with reports.database, we have my locations, we have my tasks, and I have now super power over my database. Let's see, can I actually add a location in here? I think I never did this. ID default name test. Okay, save. Let's see if I reload my app. Actually here. All right, I'm absolutely sold on the Expo Drizzle Studio plugin. I hope you're too, because this is a great way to debug your database and a whole lot easier than anything I have seen before. So, there was one more thing that I wanted to mention here to make our application more robust, and that is using a suspense fallback. So with our database, with the SQLite provider, we can also make sure that it's actually correctly initialized. Sometimes modules and plugins take a few milliseconds to initialize, and if you make some sort of call to get data before it is actually ready, that can result in an error. And with a suspense fallback, we can of course take care of that. So let's make our app more secure. We're gonna wrap suspense from React around our application here, around the SQLite provider, and within the SQLite provider, we will simply say use suspense. And for our suspense, we will then also specify a little fallback. That could be basically whatever you want. We could use something like an activity indicator and wrap it up here, and that's all we need. So now we probably need to reload our application at least once, and then we can be sure that whenever we access data, we are fine and the SQLite provider is initialized. You can of course have a different sort of loading overlay or anything else going on, but this will be probably open only for super short milliseconds anyway. We haven't even seen it in our application. Maybe if you do more in the future, then it would take longer. Alright, so at the end of this part, you should really have the basic CRUD stuff in your application, and you should be able, with the Drizzle Studio plugin, to debug your database. Only once you get this, we can continue with the custom drawer and the tasks for the locations. Right now, our navigation isn't too great. We have this list in which we can add locations, but what if you want to manage one specific location? I want to display all of those locations like school, hospital, or anything we get from the database actually as a list here in the draw menu. So if you want to customize your draw menu, there's a simple way to do it, and that's what we're going to implement now. So let's head over to our draw layout, and I will actually also put in a little logo image here. I made this with some AI tools. You can grab this from the GitHub repository of this project, of this module. And then let's head over to the draw. So currently we have this set up here, but what we want to do now is we basically want to create our own function. We can do it as a const or a function, doesn't matter too much. Custom draw content. So this will be a custom draw content that will be rendered. And we can then return whatever we want pretty much. So let's return a view, and within that view, to get started, let's use some of the controls, because you can actually inherit some of the features of draw, which makes it easier to create your custom draw stuff here. So let's get started with the draw content scroll view. That's usually a good idea to wrap your content with, because then you got a scrollable view. Of course, we need the view from React Native, and then we can also add the draw item list, same from the React Navigation draw package. This is now missing some props, so let's add the props up here. I'll actually do any for the moment and then spread this in here. And now we can go down to our draw down here. And we can change this. So instead of all these things, we can now say drawer content equals custom drawer content. And if we do this, right now it would be empty. Why is it empty? That's actually a good question. Probably because my view doesn't really have the right styling. So up here, I would give this flex 1. So now we still have the same list, but we are rendering this through our custom drawer content. That gives us the ability to build any kind of custom menu. And that's pretty much what we're gonna do. So let's bring in a couple of things. Let's bring in the router from Expo. Let's also access the bottom distance using the use safe area insets package. So from React Native safe area context, this package allows us to make sure that at the bottom our views, our text, whatever, isn't beyond something like this down here. And we can do also the same. We can get the top value of this as well if we want to respect the top area. However, if we're using content scroll view, that should already be the case. Now, additionally, we got the DB up here. I'll actually comment this out for the moment. So we will not use the Drizzle Studio stuff right now anymore, but instead get our use SQLite context from Expo SQLite, because we need to query our locations. And we're gonna do it pretty much like we did on the index page. So let's just copy that over. Okay, place it in here. So we got our use state again. We need to make sure that we import location as well. Location from our types. And then of course we need the use effect hook from React right here. All right, now we're loading our locations just like we did before, and we're storing them. Let's also put a little log in here if we load them. So loading locations. Okay. Okay. So we see we actually only load the locations once. This could be a problem because we might add something in here and then we're not getting the latest data in here. So if we want to make sure that we reload the locations whenever we open the drawer, we can actually make our use effect hook more efficient. So we can bring in is drawer open equals and then use drawer status to check if the current drawer status is equal to open. So this is a handy hook that comes in from React Navigation Drawer as well. And now we can just place it in here. As a result, we should now see that if I reload this, so loading locations, okay, and we probably only want to do this if it is open, so we can save 50% of the time loading this. Okay, opening, yeah, that's perfect. Cool. So we're loading the locations at the right time. We have them available, and therefore we can place them in our view. So let's build out that view a tiny bit. How does it look right now? It looks like this. Okay, cool. Let's begin maybe with an image up here. So I'd really like to use my logo that I just added. So for the URI of that image, I want to use my logo, and you can use a require syntax, or what I sometimes like to do as well is put it up here. So let's call this one logo image equals, and then we can use actually the image library and then resolve asset source. And here we gotta actually still use our logo. So I will do it like this. Getting my logo from assets, so we don't have to use a require in here. So this is a bit different way of getting this, and then calling .uri. Now, if you encounter a problem like this, cannot find module something, this is actually a TypeScript problem. So we can place, if we wanted to, we could already place our logo image in here, and you see it would be rendered. So this is an entirely TypeScript issue. How do we go about this? Well, it's actually not too hard. So whenever you use something like an SVG, images, font, and you try to import it like this within TypeScript, you need a specific declarations file for this. So we can place this. Where do we want to place this? Let's see. We could just have at the root of our project a new file that we call definitions.d.ts. And within you want to declare these different things. So in my case, I'm only using a PNG, but you could also extend this to other types. And once you got this definitions file up here, voila, TypeScript will be happy and allow us to use it like that. Okay, cool. For the image, let's make sure it's in the center. So we can say align self center. And then because we're cool people and I said I don't want to see it like this, let's cut this out. And use something like styles.logo, and then we're going to create our styles here with the same setup, and just make sure you're adding the style sheet API correctly from React Native. Good. So with that in place, we have a logo and we have a little list, and all of this is custom stuff. We're still not rendering the actual items, so maybe we do this in a little box here. So let's put a view around this. Let's call this, locations container. I will place the draw items list within, and this draw locations container. Oh, sorry about that. My locations container should have some margin top or padding top. Doesn't matter too much. Now within, I want to place a text now. For the locations, so I think we haven't even added the text from React Native yet. Okay, and we of course need some styling for that. So let's call this title. I want to use a font size of 16 here, and I want to have a font weight bold. And so let's apply the title here. Okay, we also need some padding here. So therefore, let's make sure we're using something like padding 16. Yeah, that should align us correctly. And then we want to have some padding bottom. And I want to use probably, actually not. Let's put in a specific bigger padding top so we have some separation here. And I want to also use my own color. So let's use A6, A6, A6. All right, now we also need to render the list now. So this is where it gets interesting. We can now pretty easily map our locations, and we could render it like this. So we would already have the display here, but there's more to it. As you can see, I want to be able to click them and I want to mark them as an active item. So I want to change the parentheses here to real brackets and then add a return statement. And now I'm flipping this up and changing this to an actual draw item. All right, from React Navigation Draw. And this is again the same like using the draw content scroll view. This helps us to inherit some of the stuff from the draw, which is really, really helpful. Okay, there are a couple of things we want to define. So we want to define the key on the draw item. We want to define the label. And we want to define an on press. So what happens once we press this? This is almost correct because this is where we want to go. Only problem is that this page does not exist yet. Okay, so if we check it out, there's nothing like location/location ID. So let's make sure we got that by adding a new folder, location. And remember, or I don't know if we talked about this before, but if you have a folder name, this is the same as this because we can now move that file into that folder and just call it index.tsx. So if you have a folder, it's the same as just having one file, but it's of course more helpful. So I will put my location tsx in here and I will actually call this index now. But what we really wanted is a file where we can pass an ID. So we're gonna make it like this, call this one page, and this is like my ID. Now, this is pretty much like coming from the web. You have the ID in the URL and you can get that information. We can do this as well. We can just say const ID, just make sure you're saying const, not const, and then use local search params. This is a hook from Expo Router, which allows us to access that ID, and then we just print it out on that page for the moment. So now if we go back to my draw, because we have typed route support, this should now be cool. So nobody should complain about this because the page actually exists. So let's check it out. Don't mind the warning, we're gonna fix that soon. But if I go into school, we see we're on a page with location ID and 1. And if I go into hospital, we're on location ID and ID 2. So in theory, it kind of works, but there are a couple of issues here. So we notice we have some entries here that we don't really want to see. And we're also marking this one as active while we're actually down here. So we need a mechanism to now manually say, hey, this route is active. So therefore, let's add a little const is active in here. And this will check the current path name. We can get the path name also from Expo Router. So let's say up here, const path name equals use path name from Expo Router. And then in my function, I can check is active if the current path name is equal to locations / this ID. So really making sure we nail that URL. And then we can apply this in here. So I can say focused. This button is marked as focused if it is active. And then I want to make sure that we're getting, let's see, if I go to hospital, it's actually not inheriting the styling that we defined. So down here, we defined this active tint colors for the screen options. This is currently not applied to the custom drawer content. The question is, why is that the case? Could I just use like everything? Oops, what is this? Could I just use the props here? That would be interesting to see. No, apparently not. So in that case, we're just gonna put our own stuff in here again. Let's just use active and inactive tint colors, like the values we had at the bottom. And then this one is marked correctly. Okay, still a couple of warnings open here. One of the problems is still that we render these pages up here. Okay, how do we go about this? Layout child, no route name, location. Yeah, this is usually a problem. Let's see, I think we need a new layout file for our location folder. So let's place in an underscore layout.tsx in this one as well. By the way, it doesn't really matter if you call this layout or location or page or whatever. Doesn't really matter. And for the moment, I will just render a slot in here. We're gonna refine this later, but for the moment, that should be fine. So let's do a refresh. Warning is gone. That's good. We can go to hospital and we can go to school. But we notice because we're still using our custom, our drawer down here, we got this location page, and actually that generic page that does not exist. This is not something we want to render in the drawer. But because we have the folder location in our drawer layout, it will be automatically picked up by Expo Router. So this is, by the way, the same for a tab bar. And if you have like files in there that you don't want to be picked up by the tab bar, there's a simple mechanism. For the tab bar, you can set something like an href to null. For our case here, so it wouldn't really matter if I remove this. You see, it would still render the default location thing. Instead, I want to make sure that this is simply not rendered. And that means for a drawer, I can set the drawer item style. And within the drawer item style, I want to set display to none. Okay, this looks like an ugly hack, but it's actually fine. So now we only got our manage locations, which is like the index page. And if we want to go into one of the details for a location, we can do this down here. We also have the right marking. So we're marking the right active item. And we could now also, just to wrap it up for fun, add a little view. Maybe we do this down here. So sometimes you have things like, let's say, copyright Galaxies 2024. And then we could see right now it is down here. So this is the problem I mentioned. And the other one is if I would put it into the content scroll view, it would appear up here. So we would need to space it out. It could really get ugly. So I want to place it down here. And I want to apply some styling in here. Let's call this footer styling. And this will give, let's say, padding bottom. Okay, I don't want this one. Just padding bottom of 20 for the moment. And let's apply this here. So then it would appear like this. Or we could also do this inline and then we can use our actual footer values. So in this case, I'm actually okay with that. And you can use padding bottom to make sure it has at least 20 plus the bottom difference that we got from our use safe area inside. And now it's at a point where you would usually place it. Just add a bit more of styling here. So to this one, I will give border top width. So we got a little border at the top. Of course, I want to change the border top color to something like DDE3FE. So it's like a gray border. And then I would probably also go about some general padding to make it like this. Okay, not too bad, I guess. We have this scrollable area, we have our footer, or you might have a lockout button in some applications now and there, but we have a very versatile and flexible layout now with our custom drawer content. And with that in place, we should be able to finally add some tasks for different locations. Because we have some dummy data in our database, we can actually start by displaying the tasks on this list. So we can then later do the presentation or adding new items. To get started on this page, by the way, we can remove the index page. I don't think we need that anymore. So let's remove that one. And maybe in our layout, we also want to define something for this page. Actually, let's do this later when we refine our navigation. So first of all, on that page, we got to bring in a couple of things. We're going to bring in the router. We're going to use that definitely for some sort of routing. We also need our database, of course. So const db equals use SQLite context. We'll use SQLite context from Expo. That's the one. And then we want to get a list of tasks. Okay, so for this location, we can add some tasks. We just need to make sure we're also adding the right imports. Oh, you're slow here. Add import from React. And of course, my task comes from my interface that we defined previously under types interfaces. Good. That's a good starting point. Now, previously, we had a logic here, which whenever we open the menu, we were reloading the locations. Now we want to reload the information whenever we enter that page. And we can use this by using a slightly different hook called use focus effect from Expo Router. This one actually is a bit more complicated to set up. Well, we're going to get through that nonetheless. So within use focus effect, you would then use a callback here. And this callback should call my const load location data. Okay, this is going to be some sort of async function that returns something. Also, this should use a callback as well. So we're going to wrap it with use callback here. And then we put this around. Expected 2 arguments. Yeah. Let's see, we need the array down here. So this should be dependent on our ID and database. All right, now I can use it in here to call my load location data. And I pass load location data function as the one of the dependencies in that dependencies array. Looks a bit weird. Let's try it out. Let's say load data. All right. Okay, so we're on this page, we're here, we get there, and it's called exactly at the right point when we enter that page. So now we can get the data, and we can actually destructure this right into an object if we call await database.getAllAsync. So we want to get for, what are we going to do? We're going to do select star from locations where ID is equal to our ID. This will usually complain because our search params up here, they're actually typed as a string. So you got to remember this. This up here is a string. So we can simply say number ID in here. But then we also, yeah, that should work. Okay. now we got the general location information. Okay, so we got ID2, name, hospital. We can later use this, or we can actually directly use this. So let's use a const location name and set location name. So we can use this now. If we got back some location data, making sure a little bit of security here, then we call set location with location name. It complains right now because we again didn't supply the right types. So we can tell this function right now what the return actually looks like. In our case, it will look like this. It would be a name string. And then we would have set this up. Now the cool thing is we can not only affect our stacks, our views, our status bars from the layout files, we can also do this right in here. So I can now simply bring in stack.screen from Expo Router and then use options and set my title to the location name, or I want to just supply a default tasks. And sure enough, if we reload this app, we should see that if I go into school, it's not yet saying, why is that the case? Are we actually setting this? Set location name. We are using the location name. Let's see, location name. Oh yeah, that's interesting. So our page here is actually controlled by the parent layout, so by the parent draw layout. We are currently not really in a stack, so this is not working. So in order to make that work, let's go to our layout and change this. So for the moment, I will simply change this to a stack. This won't change a whole lot, but we see that we now got this hospital up here. This brings up a tiny little issue because whenever you have like an inside stack layout, you're gonna see you have duplicate header bars. Therefore, go back one level. This is too much. We want to go back to the draw layout, and we want to make sure that whenever we are on this details page, which should be defined by this down here. Oops, I want to disable the header. So header shown false. All right, hitting save, and then the header is gone. Now, that brings up another problem. If I go here, I'm kind of like pushing in this stack, and my something is definitely off here. So what I want to do is, let's check this out. We got our router push up here. That should be cool. But we also, in our stack layout, need an actual way to display the header button, because we otherwise can't reach the menu anymore. So let's add an entry here, stack.screen. Close this off correctly, and then this screen will be for name equals ID. So this is our generic page. And I can say options header left. And for header left, I want to supply my custom button. All right, so we open this up. I want to wrap this with a little view, and then I will simply place in the draw toggle button. And that should hopefully render our button again. We see it's not taking up the right color, so let's set the tint color, which we manually set to black before. And then we should have access again in here. So we can go to school and we can go to hospital. That looks actually pretty good. I might want to change this up here to margin left -16. I feel this is too much. Yeah, that looks better. Okay, so now we're loading data, we're displaying our header, and we're pretty well equipped. The only thing I notice is that we're still seeing a strange transition here. We might be able to fix this by saying replace in here. Let's give this a shot. So if we now go to school, no, this is definitely not a good idea. So let's still call push here. Yeah, let's keep it like it is. All right. Okay, I'm in my school. I get the location data, which means I got the name. So now I can also load the tasks, which is a pretty easy task. We've done this before. Get all async, select star from task, where now my location ID is equal to the ID that we passed to this page, and then we can set the tasks for this page. Again, we might have an issue here. Oh, we don't need to get it like this. We just need it as an array. So now I have my array of tasks. That one not printing it correctly. And the only missing thing is to present this in my view. Let's do this. This is not what I wanted to see in here. So I could now do another flat list down here, passing in my tasks and rendering the items with just item titles. So you see we got task 1 here, we got task 2 down here. Not the perfect view setup yet. So let's give those a flex 1. But overall, we're now able to navigate to these pages and get the data. And in the next step, we're going to refine this a bit more so it actually also looks beautiful and we have the chance to also get into the details. Let's make sure that our task list looks a bit better and that we're able to actually go to our details page. So let's begin by creating a new component. I will call this task list item.tsx. Okay, so we go ahead, task list item, and this requires a couple of task list item props. Okay, here we go. So what are we passing to this page? We're basically passing a task to this page. So we should be able to add our types. No, this is not the one. So this was under add types interfaces. All right. And then we can get the task in here from our props. Now in our location page, we can now exchange our render function. So where we previously had the render item function, which rendered our text, we can now simply do a task list item and pass the task to it. And we make sure that we add the import correctly. Okay, so we got one item. That's pretty good. If we wanted to, we could also do an additional task list. Oh, I'm sorry, I left the object incorrectly here. We can also do an additional list empty component, something like text tasks not found. We don't really need a key extractor as far as I know, so we can just head over to our item. Now, the whole item will also have a click event which brings us to a details page. So therefore, I want to make sure that I use the link component around it. We're going to have to talk about the href in a second. For the moment, let's keep it as it is and use a touchable opacity as the child, because otherwise you can't use the link correctly. Cool. Now within that, we're going to of course have a couple of things. So let's place a view in here and give this some styles.container. Okay, that's cool. And then down here we create our container styling. This one should actually have padding of 16, that's cool, and especially a flex direction row, because we're creating a row here with items. This should also, we could have a little border in here, or we could do it in a flat list. It actually doesn't matter too much. I will do it in here. So let's do a border. Ooh, what was that? Where's my view? Come back. Border bottom width of 1 and border bottom color of, let's just use CCC. So then we should see it. Okay, that's a good start. Additionally, I want to set the background color for every task to white so we can see it like this. Cool. All right, why is it not taking up the whole width? Because our link component requires the asChild here, so it respects the properties of the child component. So only if you pass asChild here, it will respect the styling and the props we define down here. Now, in the beginning of that row, I also would like to place a little icon container. So let's call this one styles.icon container. And we can close this. And then within, I want to put a simple text, actually. I just need to make sure we got this down here, the icon container. Probably some margin and justification, but we can do this in a second. So what I want to display is like, is this urgent or not? And the task has a property is urgent, so we can just use it in here and either render something like this, an exclamation mark or something else. It needs definitely some gap here. Maybe we can just use the gap here. Gap of 16, yeah, between the elements, that should be cool. All right. Additionally, this one should also have a text, of course. So let's do a text container as well. Let's call this text container. And then we place our task.title, and we also have task.description. These just should probably have slightly different styling. So this one should have title and this one description. And then down here we can implement those. Okay, let's start with an empty object. For the icon container, I actually want to make sure that we justify the content in the center. So that moves the icon to the center. Now for my text container, I want to make sure it takes up the whole width of this row. So we got like the full space available. For the title, let's use font size 16 and font weight bold. And for the description, let's use a color of like 666 and a bit smaller font size of 14. Okay, not too bad, right? We have one task, we have one task list item. Later we might also have something, actually no, I think we're gonna keep it like this. The only problem is, how do we go into the details page now? We are inside the location. We do have this dynamic ID page already, but that isn't stopping us from having another folder ID, which will capture the ID. And then within, I will add a file new task. So this might look scary to you, and I completely relate to that. We're gonna see how this works in a second. So if we get to the new task page, we will also have the ID. So we're gonna actually have different IDs. The one ID we have is the location ID. I want to remap that name, so I can just say location ID, because we need to understand what the parent location ID is. So I can now put in a little log for the location ID. And additionally, I want to pass to this page a specific task ID. So in case we come here and we click on this to get the details of a task, we're passing that as a query param to the page. So I will have an additional task ID in here, and I will add another log down here. Now, that also means we have two ways to enter this page. We have a way to enter this page from our ID page if we want to create a new task, or we're getting here if we already have an ID. Let's first of all change the task list item, because then we're pretty much done with it. So the path here should be location/task. This is actually the parent ID, so we want to use location ID. And then for new task, I want to pass in my task ID using task.id. This is complaint because this is a number, so I want to call to string here. And I think the same is true here. So let's call to string as well. Why is it complaining? I feel like it's correct. So if we click on this task, we see we're inside of location ID 1 and we clicked on task ID 1. So we should have absolutely no problem displaying and updating data on that page. Sometimes Expo Router complains about these because is not assignable to type href location/string new task ID string expected type probably, which is okay. I actually think we do have strings in here, so I don't know if we need an exclamation mark to make it happy. No, but we've seen that the routing works. So sometimes it's not picking up correctly what's going on here. So maybe if we add the types here, ID, and the task ID is actually optional. Well, it's not really happy about this anyway, but it does work. We've seen it. We can go into the details. Now, to make sure that we can also create a new task, let's go back to our list here and add a little touchable opacity. So touchable opacity, this will get stylings. Let's call this a fab button. So this is a floating action button that you usually see in many apps at the bottom. Just make sure we're bringing in the touchable opacity correctly. And then we need our fab styling. So the fab styling is usually quite complicated. Let's just put in a little text here now, and we give this the style fab text. And my fab text will be white and have a big font size. So down here we already see it. This is how the button looks right now. We can probably make this a bit better. So there are actually a couple of styling elements I wanted to use on this one to give it that appearance. You know, CSS isn't easy, and so is styling in React Native. But if you apply a bunch of these things, position it correctly, we should have a nice button down here. Only thing is that this is currently not correctly handling what we want to do. So let's surround this with another link component. We're going to place this, of course, beyond the touchable opacity. And we're adding as child again. And then we make sure that we go to location / my current ID / new task without any other props. That should work. Let's see. So this time my location ID is 1 and my task is undefined, and that is completely intentional because now on this page we can check, do we have a task ID? Then we render the details, and if we have no task ID, we're about to create a new task. And with that, I think we're well equipped. This one actually has an urgent task displaying that one. And by the way, one last fix, I went to my drawer layout where we previously had this strange animation and I changed it from router push to router navigate. So this one made sure that we actually have this smooth animation and we're not seeing some sort of strange pushing going on. Nonetheless, we are now ready to dive into the details and later also upload images. The final part of this course really happens all in our new task page. So if we go there, we want to display some form elements, we want to pre-fill the form elements, we want to include images, and we also want to add some cool notifications. So let's get started with the basics. First of all, let's also bring in the router as we always do. Okay, use router. And then I want to also, of course, add my DB use SQLite context from Expo SQLite. Then we want to add some state. So we need a bunch of things in here. I want to keep them separate actually, so we can update them one by one. Let's use state here. So I want to use it for the title, for a description, for is urgent, and potentially also for an image URI. We can already put this in here. Image URI, this could be a string or null. Then just as before, I want to check if we do have a task ID, I actually want to load that data. So we need a little function to load that in a second. And we, of course, need to add the dependency here to task ID to make sure this is executed at the right time. Also, of course, add use effect from React. Cool. Now let's add the usual load task data function here. It's going to be an async function and we're gonna put it in the if block here. Okay, what are we going to do in load task data? Well, first we're gonna grab our task. We will call database.getFirstAsync. This will just give us the first result that comes back from selecting our tasks here. And then again, this is complaining because this is a string, so we will replace this with number task ID. You could actually also just give it a plus in front of task ID. So the cool kids would probably do it like this. Oh, that's not working. Oh, because it's possibly undefined. Oh, that's cool. So number gives us a nice wrapper here. Cool. Then I want to check if we get back a task. And if that's the case, I want to call set title, set task description, set is urgent, and set task image URI, or set it to null if it's not existing yet. This is complaining because we once again want to supply the type of data that is returned here. So in this case, it is a task that is returned from our SQLite database. And you always want to use this whenever you make calls to SQLite to really have these types across your application. Good. I think we're well equipped at this point, but we of course also need a function to save this. So const handle save task. This is going to be an async function. First, we want to define a new task ID. I'm going to say this is a number because we are not sure. So if we have a task ID, we're actually updating, okay? We're updating our code. Otherwise, we're doing an insert. All right, let's just make sure we got the brackets right here. Okay, should be like this. Where do we want to start? Doesn't matter too much actually. Maybe let's put in some UI before we do this. So let's go to our view and let's start with the usual container styling. I want to make sure this spans across. What is this? I've never seen that one. It's using flex and has a padding of 16, and I want to apply this here to my page. Now on this page we need, as I said, a bunch of text input elements. So make sure you get them from React Native. And the first one could be the title, value title, on change text, set title. And of course we need a little input styling. I would say we use a border width of 1 and a color here of CCC, and then we add a background color that works usually pretty well to define some imports. We have a border radius, padding, margin bottom. I think that's pretty cool. And by the way, we should now be able to see that it's actually pre-filled. So if we go into it to create a new one, it's empty, and otherwise it's pre-filled. Pretty nice, right? For the next one, we're gonna use the description, okay? Same setup, value description, on change text, set description, but a description can be longer. So I wanna define multi-line down here, and we probably wanna add more styles. So if you wanna have different styling classes, just make this an array here, okay? And then you can go ahead and use styles. Let's use multi-line input down here. And for my cool multi-line input, I will just set the height to 100. And I sometimes had problems with the alignment of the text. So I want to also say text align vertical top. I think especially on Android that might have been a problem. Again, should work nicely in both cases. Cool. Now let's add a new component. This is going to be fun. So I want to call this one actually not footer but row. So you can imagine that it's going to be a row. And within you can define if something is urgent. And we're going to use a switch component. I think we haven't used that before from React Native. You can just define your row down here, flex direction row, align items center. Let's add justify content space between. So we got space between the switch and the text. That's cool. And maybe some margin bottom of 16. Okay. In terms of styling, some things on this page are off. We also got like the blue stuff up here. This one is green. So let's quickly take a look at that. To change this, you can change the track color of your switch component. And you can now define for the false state a color. I don't want to define all the rest. There are more properties you can define, but let's try and keep it as easy as possible. So for the false color, I want to use this here. Okay, so this is sort of a gray. And if it is true, I want to use this color here. So now, voila, we have a nice orange switch. And while we're here, let's quickly go into the layout and define an entry because this is really looking horrible. Again, the file path is the name that we want to add. Actually, let's see, I don't really need the header left stuff. That would override my back button. I just want to make sure that this is called new task and that the header back title is saying, what is it saying? You could just say back. Yeah, that's fine. And then the header tint color should be set to black. Okay, new task, back. I think that's more aligned with what we've done so far in our app. Cool. We still need a couple of buttons to actually store the tasks. So let's put touchable opacity down here. This one will call handle save task. Make sure, as always, to add the import from React Native and then place in a little text element. For the button styling, let's not go too crazy. Let's see what we got. This looks actually pretty legit. Some sort of padding, some border radius. Actually, that's a bit too much for me. But I also want to add, of course, a button text as always. So my button text should be white in this case. So we can just hit save here. That looks better. The problem is I kind of want to change this here. So let's make this dependent. If we have a task ID, it should actually say update task, and otherwise it will say create task. So update task, and here would say create task. Just nice little difference. Finally, I want to add something in case we are on the update page, because we don't really have like a logic to delete a task. We can only finish a task. So I will call this finish task. And this will be another function that we call const handle finish task. All right, now we got this. We probably also want to have a slightly different UI on that one. So here we go. So to my button, I want to add some margin bottom. Let's go margin bottom of 16 or something. Okay, looks good. And actually I want to have a different styling here. So I want to use the basic styling of the button, but I also want to have something like finish button styling. So let's place this down here. Finish button styling. How do I want to go about this? I will actually not use this, but I want to use green because we're not deleting it, we're still finishing it. And then we got our button text. Okay, cool. So with that in place, we can now wrap up the view by actually implementing the handle save task. So this function has a little separation here. We're gonna understand why a bit later. Actually, this should be new task IDs of the type number. But let's start. It doesn't really matter where we get started, if we do an insert first or an update, but we want to run or want to get the result using await database run async again. And we want to run, of course, an insert into tasks. We want to insert the title, description, is urgent, image URI, and we don't really need the... actually, we should do the location ID. I feel like we should do the location ID in the first place. That's like the most important thing. Then we have the values, of course, and then we have our array of values. So I'm gonna place my location ID here. Then we have the title, description, is urgent, and image URI. For is urgent, we actually need to convert this a bit because is urgent is a Boolean. And as far as I know, our table, we need to be a bit careful here now. So there are only a handful of types you can use with SQLite, and is urgent is actually an integer, okay? So we want to make sure that we respect that, and therefore for is urgent, I want to check if it is urgent, then I will set it to 1, otherwise I will use 0. Same for location ID, that is a string, and it has to be a number, so we probably should have done this before. But anyway, okay, number, location ID, title, description, is urgent, and my image URI. And once this is done, I should be able to get the last insert row ID. And I will set this to my new task ID. Again, this will be important in a minute once we get to something else. So if is urgent, we're gonna do something, and we're gonna do a notification. Just to give you an idea of how we could use notifications. Also, after saving, I want to call router back, so we're leaving that page. Now, with that in place, we can do pretty much the same for the update. So in that case, I just want to await this. We don't need the result because in that case, my new task ID is actually, and we can just do this up here, the number of my task ID. So the task ID was passed to this page, and therefore I will use it. In that case, I'm of course not calling an insert here, but an update tasks. I wanna, how do we go about this? We should probably replace this string. I wanna call update set location ID title to that looks pretty good to me. So I think let's give this a try. Okay, test. And we do some stuff in here, and I want to create this. Okay, we have test, we have it, looks good. I want to update this, test updated. Okay, update task does not seem to work. So my syntax here seems to be wrong. And previously I used a different update syntax. So I think for update, we want to call set like this. Set title equals something description, because we also don't need the number. Yeah, the number was off. That was the problem. So we only need title, description is urgent, and image URI, where ID equals new task ID. And again, making sure we use number here for my task ID. So trying it again, let's go back here, test update, and also in here, better text. I'm making this urgent. And now we have updated our test. I can also finish this one. That's just not doing anything yet. So let's finish this up by implementing the function. Let's do a little alert here. That's always cool. So from React Native, you can bring in the alert that has a title like finish task, and let's just see it in the default way. So if I click it now, we would get it like this. Let's replace the string. Not too important, but let's do, are you sure you want to finish it? It will be removed from the database. And then you can use a text with cancel, and pressing cancel, if it has the style cancel, would simply close this. And we do another one with text. Let's call this finish. And on press, I want to call now a function that gets executed when the user presses the button. So now I got this additional button here. And within that function, we can simply await database. So we're going to make this async, of course. And then I want to run delete from test where ID equals our ID, and then router back to go back. So let's check it out. Finish test. Do you really want to do this? Okay, we're finished, and it is removed from the database. So we have now a nice mechanism of creating tasks. We can update these tasks. Okay, update. And we can also finish them so they get removed. So we've pretty much completed the CRUD part for our handyman reports. And the cool thing is we can do this for different objects. And we can also do the whole way of like, I add the galaxies location, I go into the galaxies location. Actually, this gives us a nice chance to update this not found string. Let's quickly do this because that one looks a bit off. Let's call this style equals styles.empty text. And then we can just go here and make sure it's a bit more centered. Okay, cool. And if I add a task, learn React Native, cool description, we got a new task. Perfect. Okay, up until here, everything works almost too good. So let's add two more funny things to our handyman application. Let's make our handyman reports even cooler by adding images. So go ahead with the Expo image picker, simply run npx expo install Expo image picker, which is one of the Expo SDK modules for either opening up your library or the camera, which is quite handy because if I'm testing in a simulator or emulator, I don't have access to a camera, but if you do it on a device, you can actually use your camera instead. So let's get started. We bring in import star as image picker from Expo image picker, and then let's define a new function for that. Actually, are we on the right place? No, we should be on the new task page. This is where we want to use our image picker, of course. So let's go down somewhere, and beyond all the things, we can do a new const pick image, going to be an async function. And the way to pick an image with the Expo image picker is actually unbelievable easy. You simply call image picker.launch image library async or launch camera async. It doesn't matter which you want to prefer. You can then specify the media types the user can select. In my case, I just want to use images. I will allow editing. You can change the aspect ratio, or you can also set the quality to whatever you prefer. Then after that, you want to follow this up and check if the result was not canceled. That's usually the way to check, okay, the user has actually captured an image. Then I want to set this as my image URI. And as far as I know, we're already handling this correctly. So this might actually work. We probably only need to display this somewhere. So let's add image, a touchable opacity first of all. This will be the, let's call this one image button, and this will handle pick image. The text style will use my button style. If I already have an image, I will change it, and otherwise I can add an image. And now I just need to go down and place a little image button styling in here. So let's see, I will go here. That button should probably have a different color so we can distinguish this. Okay, let's use this one. That should be fine. So when I press it, I might be able to select one. We're currently just not displaying it anywhere. So let's do this here on our page. If we do have an image URI, I want to display an image using the source as the image URI, and then my styling down here as well. So for that image, I will set the width to 100, the height to 200. We can probably change this in a second, just making sure that we import image correctly from React Native. This is usually a problem I get all the time. But now let's give it a try. Add image, and this should ask, okay, show me my library in this case, because I want to use the library. I can zoom in, I can choose this, and it is displayed here. And when I hit update task, it should be stored with it because we're using the URI actually. So we're not really working with files and copying files around. We can do this at a later point using the file system. But for the moment, let's keep it easy with base64 strings. And we see, of course, our image is still here. If you want to change this, you might want to change something like the resize mode to contain, or you could set it to cover, whatever. I think by default it's cover. So let's probably set it to contain, and maybe want to add some border radius to make it a bit more rounded. Actually, did it apply this one? No, I think the border radius is only applied if we have a view. So that was a pretty quick one, but just showing you how these native modules work. And if we use the Expo Go application, most of these are already installed. And you can use things like the camera, the image library, the file system. You can check out all, of course, in the Expo documentation on the SDK page. I think we scrolled through the SDK modules in the beginning. Also, if you're using this on your own devices, you might have to go into the app.json file. So usually if you go into the Expo documentation, you will find that, let's quickly check this out. So where's the image picker? Here's our image picker component. And if we take a look at this, there's a configuration block for the app.json. So if you use something like an EAS build or a local pre-build, we might cover that later. You would need something like this, because otherwise you run into issues with the permissions, because on native devices you got to respect some permissions, especially for things like contacts, images, files of a device, and if they're not correctly included, you will get into trouble. But if you're using Expo Go, this line is most likely obsolete and you don't really need it. So I hope you're able to insert some images, because this is actually a pretty big step forward, and this is leaving like view land, the views and the JavaScript and the JSX, and actually dropping down to using real native functionality in your pocket, like the camera. And we can make this even better by including one more cool thing to wrap up this course. It's not always the best to interrupt your users, but sometimes you want to send them notifications. And there's a package called Expo Notifications, which we will use, and we're going to use it sort of in a light way in this app. Because there's a difference between push notifications. For example, you get a new message in your WhatsApp chat. This is triggered by a server sent to your device. And there's a difference, for example, like you've set a timer or a reminder in your application, which will remind the user in 5 hours, in 2 hours, tomorrow morning, something like that. And that is done locally at the operating system level. And that part, the second notification feature, while it looks completely the same, we get this like nice little pop up here, it is done way easier. So go ahead by installing the Expo Notifications package, and then we're just gonna grab this. So we go back to our new task page, And on my new task page, I will now configure this up here. I don't think I need the constants, to be honest. So let's get rid of that. And I just want to use the defaults here. So should play sound. You could also set this to true, set badge. We don't really need this. We just want to have some fun. Now, in my use effect here in the beginning, I want to also call notifications dot request permissions, because this is important. The user has to opt in to permissions, otherwise you won't get notifications. So then the user would at some point get this overlay, in which I will of course press allow. If you don't do this, it's a bit more complicated to get the user to opt into that stuff again later. The user usually has to go to the settings and it becomes a bit ugly, but sometimes you need to catch that case as well. Now, let's create a function, schedule notification. And we're going to do this by passing in the task ID, which is a number, and a title, because we can actually affect what is displayed. And then you can go ahead, we don't really need to await this, but you can call notifications.schedule notification async. Then we have an object with the content of the notification. So you can set the title to something like urgent task reminder. And then the body, you can do a string literal if you want to. Don't forget about your urgent task. And then we use the title here. And then finally, you can, if you want to, also include things like a task ID, or I will also include the location ID in here. I actually want to trigger this pretty fast. So let's set the trigger really to 5 seconds. And now what we're going to do is, we had this line somewhere where we checked if a task is urgent. This is where I will now schedule my notification to be pretty much like a reminder for this task in 5 seconds. But of course, you can imagine you could have also select the user date or time when the user wants to be reminded. Now, this should work at this point, I think. So let's add urgent and update the task and wait for 5 seconds. And hopefully at the top of your application, you will then see this little thing coming up. So we have our first notification scheduled. But there's one more thing that we can do, and that is to go to our top level layout, because you can also catch different events of that notification. And that's what I wanted to show you. So in our root layout, we will add a new use effect block. Inside of that use effect block, we're going to use an empty dependencies array, and then we will create a subscription. And this subscription will use the notifications. So we need to import the notifications once again. And then we use notifications add notification listener. So there are different listeners. You got a received listener, a response cleared, or a response received listener. Let's use this one. You can of course try out the different listeners and just put in a lock for the moment. So now I will probably set my task to be even faster delivered, like just 2 seconds later. That will help us during debugging. I'll set this to urgent. And then if we go click on this, we should see that we get access to a response object. And this is usually how applications handle stuff like directly bringing you to the right chat, showing you the right product on Amazon, going into the right news title in your news application. So we can do the same now. Let's just extract the information. So we should be able to get the location ID and the task ID from response, notification, request, content, data. So this is the data object in which you can pass some custom information. And then we have the location ID and the task ID that we both specified here in the data object. So with that information, we can take the final step, which is to check if we do have a task ID here and probably also a location ID. We can then use the Expo router. So let's access the Expo router here. and then we push to /location ID, new task, and then question mark task ID equals our task ID. This still complains, we had this before, but I'm pretty sure it should work. So let's call this one Simon's task, whatever. I want to add an image as well of this beautiful leaf, and we'll make this urgent. So let's create that task. And then after 2 seconds, I will use this to click it, and it brings me right into the task. And so we've uncovered the magic of what's going on in native applications with notifications and routing. Really, it's no different if you get a message from WhatsApp. It happens exactly like this. Only difference is what I said before. These kind of notifications are scheduled locally at the operating system. There's no server involved. However, if we later talk about push notifications here, things like something on the server happened and we're informing a customer, it gets a lot more challenging because then you're working with iOS and Android and push tokens and additional services. But you don't have to worry about this for the moment. I would just go ahead and play a bit around with the Handyman application, which at this point is pretty much feature complete. I want to end this project with a quick information about something that could be interesting for you if you especially come from the web development and you've used Drizzle before. So during the debugging step of this project, we use Drizzle to show up this cool little view of our SQLite database. But we haven't used Drizzle in our application. So Drizzle is pretty cool and it can be used with React Native and with SQLite in fact. And here is a little document showcasing how it's done. However, I intentionally did not add this to our project here because I didn't want to complicate what we do and the learnings of this course, which was about using SQLite, querying data and transitioning to different pages and updating the data. So if you feel fancy, give this a try. I will link to the document below it. And if you got questions about it, as always, let us know on Discord. Hey again, and welcome back to the third module of our Zero to Hero course here on Galaxies. During the process, I lost my hair, but I hope you gained some solid skills, because at this point, you should actually have a really solid foundation of React Native after going through the first 2 modules. Because previously, in the first part, we talked about all the basics, you set up the general stuff, and we just arrived in React Native. While in the second part, we talked about things like the navigation patterns, and we used SQLite in our application to store some data, and we even interacted with our first native modules. So all of that gives us a basic foundation. We've worked with Expo Go, but now we're taking it a step further. So we're now leaving the comfort of this environment. That also means you will probably encounter more problems, because by now, using Expo Go in this environment, it's usually quite easy to get started and you don't need a lot. And not a lot of things can go wrong, but this might change from now on. So quickly a reminder, if you need any help, catch us on Discord, leave a message. You can also send me, of course, an email. I'm happy to answer your questions. Now, what will we do in Module 3? We're getting a bit more advanced because now we're talking about the Expo Dev Client and doing a pre-build. I will explain all of these things in our learning sections after this introduction, and then we can apply it in the actual app that we will develop in Module 3. It basically means that we're now leaving Expo Go and we create our own standalone application, which is, honestly, it sounds more scary than it is, and it gives us a lot of flexibility. We will now also incorporate a few of the most modern and most popular libraries. One of them is 10-stack query, which is usually used to manage API calls, server state, caching data in the best possible way in pretty much all React applications. On top of that, I want to give you a look behind the scenes of what you can do in terms of debugging, because as I said, we're getting a bit more advanced. So I want to give you some tools that if you encounter problems, you know where to look and how to find problems, or perhaps also debug and fix them, and also what Expo gives us in terms of pretty cool dev plugins. Then we will also talk about things like an alternative to the inbuilt list component, because there are challenges with the default flat list, and we're going to talk about flash list. On top of that, we will do a bit more of state management. So 10-stack is for like server state. In the app, we have our own state, and we'll use Zustand, which is currently the easiest and the most popular library. You've probably heard of Redux and other libraries before. They've kind of fallen out of fashion in most places. So if you start a new app, Zustand or something like Yotai is what people use these days. And on top of that, we're gonna make our first introduction to gestures and animations. So you see, we're really getting into a bit more advanced stuff that will be helpful in your React Native career or your developer journey with React Native. And finally, the project of the module 3 will be a nice little shopping application. We will fetch data from an API. We're gonna have a cart with state management. We have some animations and gestures included and a few cool navigation patterns. So getting really practical with all the things that we learn. But before we do that, quick reminder, you can share your progress on LinkedIn, you can share it on X. That helps me, and it also helps you to stay accountable and just tell people where you're at in your React Native journey. So take one of those QR codes, you can scan them. That will either help you to tag me on LinkedIn or add a predefined message on X. And once you're done with it, we can dive first of all into a bit of teaching on the different elements that we want to learn, and then we will apply them in our practical shopping app. In this part of the course, we are leaving the comfort of the Expo Go application behind and go for something that is closer to the actual reality, because the Expo Go application you can think of sort of like a sandbox environment. You can run your application in it. It has like 30, 50 pre-installed SDKs, but once you need a module, some sort of code that's not included in the sandbox, you can't really use it with Expo Go anymore. And there's only one Expo Go SDK version included, so it is just really limited to get started and maybe for easy showcases. But what you want to use most of your time in Expo applications is the continuous native generation. Continuous native generation and Expo pre-build, there are a lot of terms around this that can be confusing, especially because in the past there was something like Expo eject, which you had to run. So you kind of had to eject out of the Expo system to use all modules. That is not the case anymore, by the way. I have a long video on that. It's just like some people still think this. So you're not really limited by Expo anymore. When with this continuous native generation, let's quickly talk about how this works. So basically, in your app, you have an app config file that defines already a lot of things. When you then trigger a pre-build with Expo, it will take the information from your app JSON, it will apply certain config plugins and include native modules, and then build native iOS and Android projects in your React Native application that you can then launch and deploy. That is the general idea we're going here after. That also means I highly recommend, if you're on a Mac, you need to install Xcode from the App Store and launch it once, because it will install some CLI stuff, some SDKs, it will create or download a simulator and install all of that. So Xcode is the native environment to build iOS apps. If you're on Windows, you can't install Xcode, and you apparently also can't build or make a pre-build for iOS. You can only do this for Android, and no matter if you're on Windows or a Mac, I recommend you download Android Studio, the latest version, launch it, install the current up-to-date SDK, and maybe add an emulator, or you can also deploy to your own device. It's actually something, the iOS simulator feels pretty good, the Android emulator, not so good, so I would probably use my own device then. So with continuous native generation, you can always make changes. You can include all kinds of native modules in your code. And if you do a new pre-build, they will be available in the app. You will see how this flow works, because we're going to do this a couple of times in our application. So when we run a pre-build, the command will be npx expo pre-build. You can follow this up with a specific platform for iOS or Android. And then based on the information in your app JSON, your app will be created. So these are config plugins that we don't have to write right now. I just want to mention it so you've heard about it. So a config plugin is in your app JSON listed under plugins. For example, this is the config plugin for the Expo splash screen. it means, hey, Expo splash screen, you can find my image here. Please use these default values. And when you then build with pre-built your iOS and Android app, this information will be injected into those native platforms. This is also super important once you talk, for example, about, is there an example of a config plugin here? Expo pre-built native modules. For example, if you're using the camera. If you're using the camera, you might require certain permissions, and these are now also listed under a config plugin. So all these things will be automatically applied when you run Expo pre-build, and therefore included in your native build. However, you shouldn't really touch the native files. You shouldn't go into the iOS and Android folder and change the Gradle files or some plist or entitlements, because if you run another npx Expo pre-build clean, basically that whole folder is wiped away and regenerated. That's also continuous native generation. So these things are always generated. Okay, as a result, you will have something that looks like this. So you might say, hey, this looks like my Expo Go application. Yeah, this is because I installed a plugin called the Expo Dev Client. So we have now our own Expo Dev Client, or later in the course, which you can launch, and from there you have the same comfort of the live reload in your application as you're used to from Expo Go. It's really just 2 commands and understanding a bit about what's going on behind the scenes. If you want to learn more, I highly recommend you also check out my video on YouTube about every way to build your React Native app with Expo. It includes all these commands like how do you do a pre-build, what does a pre-build mean. You can actually also build it with a native tool, so you can directly build with Android Studio, you can directly build with Xcode, and this also includes more information about EAS. For the moment, we will not talk about EAS. We will talk about that in the end of the course once we get to the submission. For the moment, it's just important to understand what Expo pre-build means. Having the right tools, so Xcode Android, and the environment correctly set up so we can make our pre-build once we get to the practical part of Module 3. As things start to get a bit more advanced in our Zero to Hero course, I want to give you the right tools so you understand how you can properly debug your React Native application. In the past, or before, we have already seen how to debug our SQLite using a plugin. You've probably seen the logs I usually used in here. And now I just want to bring you awareness to a couple of other things. First of all, once you run your application, this doesn't matter if it is actually pre-built or Expo Go app, you can press J, which will bring up the new React Native DevTools. The React Native DevTools look pretty similar to what you see inside a browser environment. So we got a console area down here, or we can also directly go to the console. We can see all our logs, and there are a couple of other things you can do. So usually you can see your sources here. There was some issue with the current Expo and React Native version, but usually you can also step into your code and add breakpoints from here. We do have a panel for Expo calls. So if I refresh this application, we should actually see, like here, I made a call to an API and I can see the whole result in here. The components view shows all of your components, just like any other React debugging tools. You can actually also press this button, then go into here, and then you would see this. And from here, you could even dive into like the text elements in your application and replace text or update styling. So the debugging tools are at this point almost at the same level of web. There are still a couple of things they're working on. You can already use the profiling as far as I know. But some things are still under development. However, this is one of the best tools that you will usually use. So always in your app, when you got problems, press J, look at the console logs, look at the things going on in here, and you will get a pretty good picture of how to debug a certain problem. On top of that, we will use 2 new dev plugins in this module, and just showing you again that in your terminal here, you can simply press Shift M, then select one of the installed dev tools. So we will install 2 plugins, one for MMKV and one for 10-state query. And here, for example, you see the Data Explorer for 10-state query. These dev plugins are really powerful and help you to understand the data in your app better. So previously we had the SQLite Explorer. Now we have this to see the state of our application. We can do a couple of things, removing things and updating them as well. So these are pretty nice tools that you can locally use to debug your application. Now, 2 additional things. I highly recommend one of my videos about React Native debugging from JavaScript to native, because this does not only include a section about the native dev tool, the JavaScript dev tools, but also about how you can use Xcode and Android Studio to spot native issues. So you can really step into the native problems. You can set breakpoints in Android Studio and Xcode to completely debug your application. Now, finally, we will also add one more thing, which is application monitoring. So whenever your application is out in the store, released, and people use it, you have no idea what's going on. So I highly recommend you install something like Sentry. I use Sentry personally in my own applications because it's, to me, the best monitoring software I have seen so far. With Sentry, we're gonna see the integration is pretty easy, and what you get is things like this. So if there's an error in your application, you will actually be able to get an email, get a ping in Slack, whatever you want, and then you get exact information about the issue that happened for some random user, including where in your app it happened. So because Sentry is able to gather the source maps, you can connect it to your GitHub repository, so you see like which commit triggered this problem. And we will also see how to work with session replays in Sentry, which are a new feature that helps you to actually understand what a user did before a certain issue happened. We will see these recordings and we will understand how to create all of this and set this up with Sentry. I will also link to a written post that shows all the different ways of JavaScript debugging, native debugging, and using Sentry that I've wrote recently for the Sentry blog. So I'm not getting money to tell you this about Sentry. It's my honest opinion that Sentry is the best in class tool for error reporting and monitoring. And I think you will feel the same, because you can actually get started for free with Sentry up until, I don't know what, a lot actually. So it's definitely worth adding this to your application. So this should give you a solid foundation. We don't have to dive into more native modules and native debugging at this point. We can do this later when we actually create our own modules. For now, the JavaScript debugging and the new dev tools plus the Expo Dev plugins should be enough for local debugging. We've already touched on the topic of lists in React Native in the previous module because they're an essential part of your application. In pretty much every React Native application, you will have a list. And just mapping the data, putting the stuff, the elements in a scroll view is usually a very, very bad idea. It can work in like very, very small applications and small cases, but usually you need a performant list that has some sort of performance logic in the background to improve this. So because we're leaving Expo Go, we have the freedom of using any kind of module. We will now also install FlashList and focus more on using FlashList. I touched on this before. FlashList is pretty much a one-to-one replacement for FlatList component that is built into React Native. It is simply a lot faster. It is at this point probably the most performant list, and there's a great read also here about how Shopify built that list and how it's improving under the hood the performance of a list. If you're interested more on this topic, I also actually had to laugh because for all the things we had in the teaching, I have a video here that goes into some details. But honestly, again, this is a quick video about different lists, as it also towards the end covers some other list solutions that people are currently working on with like using Skia or using more native functionality. There's also a new list coming up. I think it's called Legend List or something that's pretty new. Anyway, at this point, still, FlashList is the go-to way for lists in React Native, and I highly recommend that from now on, whenever you think about a list, just use FlashList. As the default, that is the best recommendation. You can still go back to FlatList if for some reason FlashList isn't working for you, but out of the box, you will simply get the best bang for your buck by using FlashList. As we're diving a bit into more advanced React Native topics at this point, we will also naturally dive into more advanced React patterns. And that means we need modern, decent solutions for state management, both server and in the app. The first thing we will do in our project here in module 3 is using 10-stack query, which is like the default for React applications if you're talking about managing your server state. This was previously called React Query, but it's rebranding in everything 10-stack. The installation and usage is pretty easy, and we will be also able to use a dev plugin to debug this. 10-stack query will help us to do a lot of the things under the hood, getting state updates. Is something loading? Is it refetching? Can we refetch it? How long will a query be stale? How long is the data cached? All of these things are included in 10-stack query, and using it is pretty easy. For now, we're just going to focus really on the basic layer of using the queries from 10-stack query and not diving into all the advanced things, because after all, this is a React Native course, and if we wanted to dive into all of this, we would need an entirely separate course on all these topics. So you will learn to get started with 10-stack query and combine this with a fake store API, a simple API to get some JSON data about products and categories that I used before. Really, shout out to the fake store API. I really liked this in the past. On top of that, we also need to manage another state. For example, we need to manage the cart in our application. How many items are in the cart? What's the total of the cart? I want to add or remove something from the cart. And for this, we will use Zustand. Zustand is really the most popular and currently really hyped library. Well, I don't want to say hype because it's generally a good library that most companies now use for new projects. It is easy, it is not decreasing the performance of your application like other state management libraries, and the usage is really simple. We're gonna have something like this where we can create a store, and within that store we can define our, as I said, products, total, whatever we want, our actions to increase or remove a product, and then we will be able to simply inject that store into our components whenever we need the count or an action from the store. So it is really the easiest way to approach state management in your application. Now by default, this is state management, and once we reload the application, the state is gone. So in the end, we will also combine this with another great library called React Native MMKV. This is the fastest key value storage for React Native. We have, I think, in the first two parts used the async storage or key value storage, but MMKV is on an entirely different level. So MMKV here is the fastest of all these things. Compare it to async storage, it is so much faster. And we're gonna combine this with the middleware of Zustand to easily persist our data. We will not use anything else of MMKV at this point, although I highly recommend you check it out on GitHub and read through it. Maybe we're gonna use it in the other modules because I really think it should be like the default installed in every other React Native application. So all of these things will make sure we and you have a solid foundation for state management, both when it comes to working with an API as well as local state in your React Native application. Handling gestures and animations in your React Native application is a somewhat challenging topic because the inbuilt stuff for gestures is not really great, and for animations you can use it, but there is an animated API that you can bring in, but there's usually a better way to do this at this point. So we will see how to use two packages. Both are actually from the software mentioned company. One is the React Native gesture handler and the other one is called React Native Reanimated. With the React Native gesture handler, we have an easy declarative API to use touch events, to use pen events in our application. We will not use most of these things because, again, we could do a whole course on these things. But I want to introduce you to the basic concept of using the gesture handler, and we will build our own swipeable component. They provide a pretty cool reanimated swipeable component that actually, as you can see, they usually work both hands in hand. And we will add this to our application. They work hand in hand because when you do a gesture, you usually need to animate something on the screen as well. And if you want to do these animations in the most performant way, you need to perform them on the native thread of your React Native application. So you can't do this on the JavaScript layer like with CSS animation or something. This is where Reanimated comes into the picture because Reanimated gives us powerful hooks that we can use to run worklets, as they call it, They have these concepts of shared values. So a shared value is like a value that exists on the native thread, but you can update it from your application. And by using Reanimated, we will create our own little animation using a couple of the things here and just give you a gentle introduction to the topic of gestures and animations. This is definitely not an entire or a whole view on this topic, because there's so much more you can do with the gesture handler as well as Reanimated that we will certainly touch upon a few concepts in later modules again. But for the moment, it is important for you to understand that React Native Reanimated and React Native Gesture Handler are actually core components of React Native apps, and they are usually already installed with every new Expo application because they're that much important. So I hope you will enjoy what we do with these components. This is for now everything I wanted to teach you upfront about the packages and the things we do in our practical applications. So I hope you're prepared. And now let's get out the console and work on a practical project to apply all of these skills in our Zero to Hero app. As always, we will start this project by using the Expo CLI create Expo app, or you can of course use bun as well if you prefer that, but we're going to use npx and then follow this up with the name of our project. So I already created this, and this gives us the default template of an Expo application. What we want to run first is npm run reset project. So there's a script inside your package.json called reset project, which will basically get rid of all the example code used in here. Therefore, we end up with a blank app that only has a layout and an index file, so a perfect clean slate for us to get started. Now, we could run npx expo to bring up the Expo Go app, but for now, we want to make a pre-build of our application, and we want to develop our own dev client. That's actually, it sounds a lot more challenging than it is. So the first thing you want to do is run another command to install the Expo dev client package. This isn't exactly required, but I will show you what this gives you as additional bonus later in your application. Now, the next command you need to run is npx expo pre-build. And there are now a few things that you can do. For example, you could pass in the flag P for the platform. So this could be iOS or Android. In my case, I want to build it for iOS. I could also add -- clean, but since I don't have anything in here yet, we don't really need to run it like this. So I will run it for iOS. Again, you can run it for Android, or you can run it without the -p. Then we'll just do the pre-build for both platforms. As a result, you're gonna find now native folders in your React Native application. You're gonna have an iOS folder and you're gonna have an Android folder if you do the pre-build for both platforms. Quick note, if you're on Windows, you actually can't make a pre-build for iOS. That's because these iOS files, they're using Xcode, so we're gonna use that to open the code here, and you can't do that on Windows yet. I think you also can't do it on Linux, although no, I don't think it will work. So usually in those cases, you have to use EAS and something else, but that's a different story. So now with your Android or iOS project being ready, you can check out your app.json if you want to for once. So in here, you're going to find something like a scheme. You can change this to your own app's name. This is more related to later if you want to open your app from the outside. And you're going to find entries for the bundle identifier. This is usually used once you go into the app stores. So on the Google Play console or App Store Connect, these bundle identifiers will be attached to your application and they have to be unique. Nonetheless, for the moment, you only want to run your application. So you can now run npx expo run and then follow this up with either iOS or Android. This will run on your simulator or emulator that you have hopefully by now installed. And you could also actually do -- device, and then it would look for connected devices, so your iOS or Android device. Nonetheless, I will just do npx expo run iOS, and this will already bring up in the background my iOS simulator. Again, this is only available on a Mac if you installed the according tools in Xcode. Now, this is making a real native build using the native tools. On Android, it will go through all the Gradle build of Android Studio on iOS, it will do the same with Xcode and the command line tools, and this can actually wait or take a couple of minutes, so let's wait. Alright, my build has finished, and you should now see something like this, using development build. This otherwise would say using Expo Go, and you could now switch to Expo Go, but we don't really want this. We want to use our development build. So right now, here is my application, and the cool thing is I can now go into the index file here under app index, change this, and you see we do have the same comfort of using the Expo Go application, only that this is now our own application. So I think this should be this one. I'm gonna just pull it out and put it here. This is not the Expo Go app. You see here is the Expo Go app, and here is my own shopping app now. And that means I can launch my own app. Now, why did we also install these Expo Dev Client thing? Here's the reason. If you press Control Command Z, or on Android, on Windows, it should be probably the same. It brings up this bottom menu. Now, if you've used React Native before, probably in the bare version, you know that there's usually this ugly like bottom alert kind of, what's it called? The action sheet menu, I think. And this is the thing you get by using the Expo Dev Client package. With the Expo Dev Client package, you get this nice interface. You're connected. You can actually go home. So you have sort of your own Expo Go application built. You got the comfort of these tools. You can, of course, use the usual debugging tools to inspect your application. And eventually, you could even add menu buttons to this for your company if you want to do like more actions from here. So it's always my recommendation, if you go for a pre-build, also install the Expo Dev Client. It just helps you and gives you a lot more information. That means at this point you should have your application up and running on either iOS, Android, emulator, simulator, or a device. You can also, of course, scan the QR code and bring it up. But as far as I know, you would have to manually deploy it to your device first, because otherwise that just won't work. So you once have to build it for your device to be actually available as like a standalone application, as we do have here. But once you do have this, you can just run npx expo run iOS or Android, and they could both serve your application from our local development. We have live reload and the same stuff with Expo Go. So once you got this, we can continue with the actual content of the project. The first thing we add to our application is 10-stack query. This is the best and usually recommended way in React and also React Native to manage server state. So this is not about managing the state in our application of, say, like the shopping cart later. That's going to be handled by something else. But this will cache data you retrieve from an API. You can update data, and it's a powerful tool. So let's get started and install this. To install, we're going to add two things. We're going to add the main add 10-stack React query plugin, and then we're going to also add a development dependency called 10-stack ESLint plugin query. This is just recommended. Now, I have actually a third recommendation that you should install, and that is a specific tool from Expo to debug this. So is this finished? It kind of looks like it's finished, although I'm not exactly sure it is. Is it still running? Let me kill this. So this is the tool I want to install now. It's called Add Dev Plugins React Query. And this will help us to actually debug React Query in a better way. Let me show you how. First, we're gonna get started with the integration of React Query in our application. For this, head over to the topmost layout file, and in here we want to create a new query client using new query client from the 10-stack React Query package. We then want to wrap this query client around the stack of our application, just like a regular provider. And if you want to, you can pass in some more information here. For example, we could now supply default options, and we could say that, hey, for every query that we make in our application, we want to set the stale time, so the time it is valid, to, let's say, 1 minute. That should be 60 times 1,000. So this is 1 minute stale time. This means our queries are usually cached for a minute, and that should be actually fine in our application. Now, let's see how we can use this. First of all, I want to create a new folder and add a new file. So I want to add a folder called utils and then a file api.ts, because we're kind of not making the HTTP calls directly with 10-stack query, but instead we're using like the standard fetch calls, or you could use Axios, whatever you want, basically any kind of asynchronous call. We're gonna use the API. Did I show you the API? No, that's the fake store API we're gonna use. Probably want to try this out once. So let's see, if I go for this product here, it should give me some data, right? With this data, you can copy this over, and usually you got something like JSON to TS inside VS Code. Otherwise, install that JSON to TS snippet. It's really helpful. What you want to do then is say export interface, and this is our product, and I want to make sure that we export this one as well. I also kind of want to grab the URL from the environment. So let's add a new .env. It's of course not entirely required this time because, well, we could just like use it somewhere else. But I would do this all the time when I use an API. It's a lot easier to manage. So put into your env Expo public API URL. This means our Expo application will be able to access this value. And then within your file here, you can get it. So you can just say const API URL equals process.env Expo public API URL. That's the starting point here. Now onto our first call, export const get products. This is going to be a promise that fetches all the data from the API/products and returns the JSON. In fact, we could add 2 more calls to this page because the API is quite simple. So you want to have one more to get a specific product. This is just API URL product ID. And then finally, we want to have one export const get categories. And this will just return an array of string from /products/categories. So this is our full file of API calls for the moment. Again, this is not entirely related to query client and 10-stack query. We're going to do this in a second. By the way, I noticed that we can probably make this look a bit better in our layout. So let's add a quick entry for our index page. And I want to say title, let's say Galactic Products. Okay. I want to add a couple of things more. So let's say header shadow visible false. I will remove this little border here, and we're gonna later fine tune this as well. For the moment, that should be fine. Now let's head over to our index file, and we want to try the 10-stack query querying actually. So if you now go ahead, the usual way is to use the use query hook from @10-stack query, and you pass a function to that hook. So let's explain. Here we are getting all the products from the hook. We're using for the query function, so query fn, our get products from the utils folder. And we're storing the result under the products key. That means our data is cached under this key. And you can already imagine if we later go to a details page, we would probably have something like the products being cached for a specific ID. And this is how you can like cache different results in your application. Additionally, I also want to get like all the categories. So let's do another one. I will just copy this. In this time, I will call this categories. And I want to make a call to get all categories from my API. And I will, of course, change the query key to categories. Now, let's see. Are we already able to get something? Probably not. Most likely, yeah, we have to refresh once. Now, let's bring up the console because there we can see it a whole lot better. Here we go. We got 20 results for some fake API data. And we also got a couple of categories right here. So we got the 4 categories. We will also add our own category. Let's maybe set that quickly up. Oops, while we're here, because this will be required for our UI. Let's say const all categories. equals an array where we put in the first place all and then the rest of the categories. What's the problem here? All categories or an empty. Yeah, we can set this here. We can set the default to an empty. Then we would have the same result. Cool. So now we would have all categories for our application, and we can just map that data. Now, the additional thing I wanted to show you is how to debug this. So in your command here, if you now press Shift M, you should see the DevTools plugin React Query. This is now listed as an Expo DevTool plugin, and you can select this, and we should see something like this. So this is our Data Explorer, and it currently doesn't show anything. You actually need to reload your application once. So let's reload the app, and as a result, let's see. Are we not? We're not actually using this yet. Yeah, that's a good point. So for all these dev tools, you usually have to use them or include them with like one hook. We can do this just at our layout file. So in our root layout, I want to say use React Query DevTools, and we need to pass in our query client so it actually knows what to debug. This import is absolutely wrong. So you want to import this from the package we installed before. And now, after hitting save in my application, you should also see this in your app. So I see fresh data is active true. I'm actually zoomed in a bit, maybe too much. And we have this data explorer that shows us exactly where the data is cached. One data is cached under products, another JSON is cached under categories. And this is really, really helpful for the data in your application if you're using 10-stack query. So this is the basic of using 10-stack query. You can of course apply all sorts of different options here. Check out the documentation of 10-stack query as well. And we're gonna use also a bit more from the hook in the next chapters when we actually build out our list. The first thing we add to our application is 10-stack query. This is the best and usually recommended way in React and also React Native to manage server state. So this is not about managing the state in our application of say like the shopping cart later. That's gonna be handled by something else. But this will cache data you retrieve from an API. You can update data and it's a powerful tool. So let's get started and install this. To install, we're gonna add two things. We're going to add the main add 10-stack React Query plugin, and then we're going to also add a development dependency called 10-stack ESLint plugin query. This is just recommended. Now, I have actually a third recommendation that you should install, and that is a specific tool from Expo to debug this. So is this finished? It kind of looks like it's finished, although I'm not exactly sure it is. Is it still running? Let me kill this. So this is the tool I want to install now. It's called Add Dev Plugins React Query. And this will help us to actually debug React Query in a better way. Let me show you how. First, we're gonna get started with the integration of React Query in our application. For this, head over to the topmost layout file, and in here we want to create a new query client using new query client from the 10-stack React Query package. We then want to wrap this query client around the stack of our application, just like a regular provider. And if you want to, you can pass in some more information here. For example, we could now supply default options, and we could say that, hey, for every query that we make in our application, we want to set the stale time, so the time it is valid, to, let's say, 1 minute. That should be 60 times 1,000. So this is 1 minute stale time. This means our queries are usually cached for a minute, and that should be actually fine in our application. Now, let's see how we can use this. First of all, I want to create a new folder and add a new file. So I want to add a folder called utils and then a file api.ts, because we're kind of not making the HTTP calls directly with 10-stack query, but instead we're using like the standard fetch calls, or you could use Axios, whatever you want, basically any kind of asynchronous call. We're gonna use the API. Did I show you the API? No, that's the fake store API we're gonna use. Probably want to try this out once. So let's see, if I go for this product here, it should give me some data, right? With this data, you can copy this over, and usually you got something like JSON to TS inside VS Code. Otherwise, install that JSON to TS snippet. It's really helpful. What you want to do then is say export interface, and this is our product, and I want to make sure that we export this one as well. I also kind of want to grab the URL from the environment. So let's add a new .env. It's of course not entirely required this time because, well, we could just like use it somewhere else. But I would do this all the time when I use an API. It's a lot easier to manage. So put into your env Expo public API URL. This means our Expo application will be able to access this value. And then within your file here, you can get it. So you can just say const API URL equals process.env Expo public API URL. That's the starting point here. Now onto our first call, export const get products. This is going to be a promise that fetches all the data from the API/products and returns the JSON. In fact, we could add 2 more calls to this page because the API is quite simple. So you want to have one more to get a specific product. This is just API URL product ID. And then finally, we want to have one export const get categories. And this will just return an array of string from /products/categories. So this is our full file of API calls for the moment. Again, this is not entirely related to query client and 10-state query. We're going to do this in a second. By the way, I noticed that we can probably make this look a bit better in our layout. So let's add a quick entry for our index page. And I want to say title, let's say Galactic Products. Okay. I want to add a couple of things more. So let's say header shadow visible false. I will remove this little border here, and we're gonna later fine tune this as well. For the moment, that should be fine. Now let's head over to our index file, and we want to try the 10-state query querying actually. So if you know, go ahead. The usual way is to use the use query hook from @10-state query, and you pass a function to that hook. So let's explain. Here we are getting all the products from the hook. We're using for the query function, so query fn, our get products from the utils folder. And we're storing the result under the products key. That means our data is cached under this key. And you can already imagine if we later go to a details page, we would probably have something like the products being cached for a specific ID. And this is how you can like cache different results in your application. Additionally, I also want to get like all the categories. So let's do another one. I will just copy this. In this time, I will call this categories. And I want to make a call to get all categories from my API. And I will, of course, change the query key to categories. Now, let's see. Are we already able to get something? Probably not. Most likely, yeah, we have to refresh once. Now, let's bring up the console because there we can see it a whole lot better. Here we go. We got 20 results for some fake API data. And we also got a couple of categories right here. So we got the 4 categories. We will also add our own category. Let's maybe set that quickly up. Oops, while we're here, because this will be required for our UI. Let's say const all categories equals an array where we put in the first place all, and then the rest of the categories. What's the problem here? All categories or an empty. Yeah, we can set this here. We can set the default to an empty. Then we would have the same result. Cool. So now we would have all categories for our application, and we can just map that data. Now, the additional thing I wanted to show you is how to debug this. So in your command here, if you now press Shift M, you should see the DevTools plugin React Query. This is now listed as an Expo DevTool plugin, and you can select this, and we should see something like this. So this is our data explorer, and it currently doesn't show anything. You actually need to reload your application once. So let's reload the app, and as a result, let's see, we're not actually using this yet. Yeah, that's a good point. So for all these DevTools, you usually have to use them or include them with like one hook. We can do this just at our layout file. So in our root layout, I want to say use React Query DevTools, and we need to pass in our query client so it actually knows what to debug. This import is absolutely wrong. So you want to import this from the package we installed before. And now, after hitting save in my application, you should also see this in your app. So I see fresh data is active true. I'm actually zoomed in a bit, maybe too much. And we have this data explorer that shows us exactly where the data is cached. One data is cached under products, another JSON is cached under categories. And this is really, really helpful for the data in your application if you're using 10-stack query. So this is the basic of using 10-stack query. You can of course apply all sorts of different options here. Check out the documentation of 10-stack query as well. And we're gonna use also a bit more from the hook in the next chapters when we actually build out our list. To filter and search, we first need to add a bit of state to our app. So up here, I want to set the selected category by default to all. And I want to add another state for searching. So that should be search query and set search query. This is going to be an empty string for the moment. Now, additionally, we need a way to filter our data. Let's remove the logs. And let's see, we got our categories. I want to use now something like, let's do it like this. So I will set up filtered products, and this will, we could use memo. Yeah, we could do it like this. It would probably work, but I would kind of, I don't know, we can get started like this. So let's add the filtered products now instead of the data here. And that means whenever we change this, our data would be filtered. So it would check if this includes our search query to lowercase. And I want to also check for the product. So I want to make sure that if selected product, if the selected category is unequal to all, I want to return only the products which have the selected category. So now we have both included. Okay. Now let's set up a quick horizontal scroll view. We can put this in here. Let's define this. I want to call this one style equals styles dot. Let's call this one category container. Yeah, that sounds smart. Okay, in my category container, I will soon do this, but I want to remove this for the moment. So we want to just set up a scroll view from React Native. I want to set horizontal to true, but shows horizontal scroll indicator to false. You really don't want to do this. We can then map all the categories and use the pressable just like we did before. Key is the category. I actually think the key category could work, but I'm not sure if it will work. Let's try it for the moment. More important is that on press here, I want to call set selected category, and I will of course set my selected category to the category of the iteration. Now we still don't have the category container or button, so let's maybe add that, otherwise our IDE will be really mad with us. I will just close this for the moment. So now we have this horizontal scroll up here, and let's see. Oh, that worked actually pretty good, doesn't it? Nice. That's a starting point. Now we just need a bit more styling for this. So let's say the category container should have like padding horizontal of 10. Okay, so just a bit padding here. Oh yeah, that will give us... I probably want to set this internally. Let's see, in the scroll view. If we do this on the outside, yeah, that's not a good thing. So on the category container, I don't want to do the padding. I want to do the padding on the actual scroll view. So let's call this category scroll view. That should have the padding horizontal. And then we go back up to the scroll view and set the styling here. So now we still have the padding, but you see now I can actually scroll this out. That looks usually a lot better. For the category container, we might do, let's see, we could do a little box shadow actually. It should be fine. Let's apply a little box shadow. And I want to make sure it's, I don't know, it's not showing when this comes up. I want to also set this to a specific height. Let's set this to a height of 60. We will center this soon. And I want to set the Z index here to 1. That should be enough. So see, right now there's no shadow above the cards. If I apply this, we finally see a slight shadow above the cards. That's better. Okay, cool. We probably don't need a background color here. For the category button, let's say we want to use as well padding horizontal of something like 16, padding vertical of 8, and I want to set, oh, I want to bring in my colors, yeah, that looks interesting, but it's probably not what we want to see here. Let's add a bigger border radius, so we really want to make these like sort of pills. Let's add margin horizontal of 4. And let's give them a background color that's like a bit of gray. So we can do something like, oh, come on. F0, F0, F0. Okay, so now they are slightly gray. I also want to set the category button text. I choose really small thing, font size 14, and I want to set the color to be, I think 666 should work fine here. Let's see. We haven't applied the category button text, of course. So let's change this. Here goes the category. Okay, not too bad for the moment. Only thing is that the text isn't centered yet. So we should probably, can we do align self-center? Yeah, that's better. So now it's only taking up the required height. Cool, we have our scroller, we can use it. We just need to mark the active category. So therefore we need 2 more styling. So we need to have the selected category with an active background. And then we also need the selected category text. In that case, that should be white. Now we just need to apply this somehow. We should be pretty easily able to figure that out. So let's change the styling for the pressable to be an array. And then we can just go ahead and say if the selected category is equal to the category of the duration, we're gonna apply styles dot, oh, go away, styles dot selected category. So now we got it, and we can apply the same logic, of course, to our category button. So in here as well, change it to an array, and then apply if the, oops, I messed up. Here it should be, oh, come on. Everything turning red. Okay, here we go. And now for the second line, selected category text. There we go, better, right? I probably also want to say category dot character add 0 to uppercase and then the rest, so then it will give us this. We could have also used the right category names here, but then we had a problem with filtering, so yeah, let's just use it like this. Okay, so in theory, I should be able, to switch around between the categories. So this is our category switch. It's just filtering the data. It's updating my filtered products in the most efficient way with use memo. Probably not required in the future anymore, but for the moment it won't hurt. Additionally, we also wanted to search the data. So let's include a search bar. We can do this in our layout if we want to. So in the layout here, you can define options for the header search bar. So header search bar options. If we just put in search products, you're gonna see we're gonna have this bar up here. We're gonna talk about hates and why this is now hiding something in a moment. You can also define something like hide when scrolling. Let's say false. I want to keep this all the time. And I want to say hide navigation bar false. This one's actually not working great for me. There were a couple of issues related to this, and I also found a GitHub bug. Hate of header with active search input seems to be ignored during back transition. So I hope this will be fixed once you get there. The problem is, the problem I can show you. So let's go back to the index page. We can use it anyway. So in our view, you can now integrate another stack screen with options. And the reason for this is that, stack from Expo router needs to be added for this. The reason is that we want to handle the on-change text right here on this page. So if I set this up in my layout, it's hard to connect this to the state of this page. So instead, I'm now doing it in here. And on-change text, we can now say I get an event here. And on change text, I want to set my search query to event.native event.text. As a result, this should now already, what is like something in here? Yeah, this is immediately filtering because just like our categories, this is applied to the data array for my list. Now we still have the problem that my list is hidden. So I want to do something. I want to add another hook at the top, and maybe on Android you don't see this problem. During testing, I only found this to be valid for iOS. So you can grab the header hate using use header hate from React Navigation elements. With my header hate, I can now go back to my container here. And I can give it, for example, I want to actually give it a margin top of header hate. Let's do a little refresh and we see it comes back. Now the problem I showed you on GitHub is that if I go into this and press cancel, it will ignore that value for whatever reason. So I hope this will be fixed in the future. For the moment, it looks like this. So what you can do now as well, because on Android this probably won't be a problem and this is just messing up more things, we're gonna make this a platform select. So I can add platform.select in here, and then I can supply different values. So I can say for iOS, I want to use the header hate. For Android, I want to use the value 0. As a result, if you use it like this, you won't see a difference on Android, but on iOS, we're gonna have the header hate applied to the view. Let's see. My views, my category hate has 60. That looks good. We should be able, the list is in the right place. I can filter, I can search for, okay, if I'm not in the all category, it's probably not filtering, yeah, because then it's filtering the data. Well, we could probably include both of that information if we wanted to, but for the moment that should be fine. Again, ignore the bug. This should be fixed soon. I will add the link to this GitHub issue so you can take a look if it is closed at the time when you get there. But now we have a pretty decent setup here for our shopping app. We have the search bar, we can filter, and we can dive into the details page. But while the app is loading, there's an empty screen, and let's talk about that for a second. While your app loads some sort of data, you will always see in most applications some sort of loading spinner, shimmer, or skeleton view. And there's a great package called React Native Shimmer Placeholder that we now want to use. So you can install it by running npm install React Native Shimmer Placeholder. And we also need to add the Expo linear gradient. So as an additional installation, add Expo linear gradient. That means, okay, in total, we got 2 commands, React Native Shimmer Placeholder and Expo linear gradient. And because we install a native package, you have to restart your run command as well. Once we got this, we can take a look at. So this is usually done by creating sort of a Shimmer placeholder. And then we can display this. I found that it was kind of challenging to use it like this, so I made my own sort of logic, and I think this worked a bit better with chain-state query. For the moment, I would recommend that we actually get rid of the flash list, because we want to develop this component and then we just want to see it the whole time. So under components, we want to add a new file. Let's call this product list shimmer .tsx. In this product list shimmer, we want to do the same thing that they actually did. So maybe we can bring this in. This is linked in. Here we go. So it should roughly look like this, the first lines. Okay, so this is bringing in the create shimmer placeholder function, and then we create this based on the linear gradient. We then want to create our own shimmer here. So I can now say export const product shimmer, and I could return this one. Now, however, because we have a list of data, I actually want to have a grid. So let's actually not export this one and export a different one. I want to export a const, let's call this product shimmer grid. And this should be return a view that has some styling. We're gonna set this up. Oh, what was that? That was interesting as well. I want to, of course, have style sheet from React Native, and we're gonna add this down here. So style sheet create container. I want to have the flex direction row, and I want to have flex wrap set and some padding. Good. I also need to add the view from React Native, so that's better. Now, this is just one shimmer again. So instead, I want to do like a little hack here. Let's do a little iteration. And for every one, I will do a product shimmer. Probably 6 should be enough. Then we have like until here. We don't want to overdo this. We only want to do the required amount. Now let's go back to the index. And here we can add the product shimmer grid component. And because we removed the list, yeah, it shows only this. So we have now 6 of these. If I would change it, we would see we have 1 row. The interesting thing here is now to make sure that each of these shimmers looks sort of like our own card. And we could do this now. It is just a bit of styling. So I highly recommend you check out the repository link below, because this is not essential. It is more essential to see like what we do in terms of the logic and how we display the shimmer. So I would recommend we set up the shimmer placeholder, or let's just call this one placeholder for the moment, and then replace it with this. So we have a card, and then we have different stylings. Really, it is only about piecing together like how does an actual card look like. To do this, I recommend we also grab the width using the dimensions API. So we don't really need screen width, we can just keep it as width and bring this in from React Native. And then I can define the card width to be, well, let's say we can also do something like width times 0.4. That's roughly okay for the moment. Now, as I said, we need a bit of styling. So if we go down here, we could define it like this. We have a card styling that uses the overall card width. That card gets a default white background color and a bit of box shadow. We then have the image, so this is like the big shimmer that's using the full width and the card width, and it has up here and here rounded border, so we're not overflowing. And then we have the content down here, which is just using a bit more padding, like the title and the rating, and centering this and making it look sort of like a card. Now, if we go back here and say, hey, I want to have 6 of these, it should look like this. I want to make sure that the content here is aligned. So I want to say justify content center. Okay, that's better. Maybe you could play around with these. So if you go like make this a bit bigger, you're gonna see at some point it will spill up. So if you use half the width, it would go like this. So be careful with that. Actually, I think our value was quite fine. So we have this list of 6 loading shimmers, and we're gonna go back to the index page. and use what we already had before from TinStack. So we can say if is loading, I want to show my product shimmer grid. And we could actually make this with a question. So if it is loading, I want to use the product shimmer grid. Otherwise, we're going to display my flash list. Just make sure you're removing the comments and stuff here correctly. All right. As a result, let's see. Let's do a refresh here. And we see it's loading for like a second or so. And then we see our list come up. So that's exactly what I wanted to see. It is hard to fake this again, but you should have seen this. And especially if your app takes like a couple of seconds to load, it looks so much better if you have this loading shimmer integrated into your view. So with that, we have finally finished this page and we can now head over to the next one, which is the details page. Let's start the details page by adding another entry to our layout. So actually the header area looks a bit better. Therefore, go ahead, I'm gonna define stack screen. We're gonna make sure that this name, of course, is matching the actual file path, so it should be product ID. And then we have our options. I definitely wanna show my header, but what I wanna say is, I wanna replace the title so it's not saying something crazy. And also I wanna change the header back title to not be back, but this should say something like product. I think that feels better. So we can now go here, we have products and we have an empty title. We will of course set that title in a second. So on our details page, we're already fetching the ID using the local search parents from Expo Router. That means it should be pretty easy to grab the data using TinStack. So just like before, let's get the data using useQuery. And useQuery will now use our get products function from our API. And the syntax is now slightly different. Let's say from add utils/API. And this expects it to be a number. So make sure this is going to be a number. And we're using for the query key now the ID as well. So you can now again use the React, the Expo DevTools if you want to, and then inspect in the background how your app is changing while we visit different pages. Additionally, we're using a slightly different syntax because we need to pass a parameter to a function. Then it will look like this. On our index page, we could just pass in the name, slightly different change. Also, let's get is loading. And I wanted to display a loading shimmer here as well, but I honestly don't want you to like code this as well. So this is really completely optional. I just made this product details shimmer here. You can bring it in from the code on GitHub if you want to have a fancy looking view, but it's absolutely not required. And you can then make an early return here. So if this is loading, you can say, okay, in that case, please just return the product details shimmer. Are we fine here? Yeah. Product details shimmer. Didn't I add this? I did. Now it is. So if I go here, it quickly shows this. Actually, let's say if true, it shows it. So right now you see this is my loading shimmer for that page. I think it looks okay. But feel free to play around with it. Additionally, I want to check that if we don't have a product, I would probably return something like, yeah, product not found, or say anything helpful. Of course, this page needs a const handle add to cart that we're gonna tackle later. For the moment, let's go into the view. So first I want to set up some styling here, styles.container as always. And then down here, setting up the container styling and importing our style sheet. Do we have the style sheet included? Here we go. Okay, and we have flex 1. And I want to also set the background color here to white. Okay, that looks good. The stack screen page, we can later define this, or maybe let's do this right now because we want to set the title. So stack.screen options, my title should be the product title. So now we're dynamically getting and setting the title from the product. That's better. We'll later also add our own button over there. Now, for the internals of that page, honestly, it's not too interesting. It is just a bunch of content that we wrap with a scroll view. So let's put in the scroll view from React Native, and then we're gonna place in all the different information. So this is completely up to you. We also need our image, of course, from Expo Image. Yep, there we go. And is anything else missing? A bit of styling is missing, but honestly, that's not, I think I messed up the view here. Yeah, that should be another closing tag for the view. So by default, it will look like this. Why does it look like this? Okay, because we don't have any sort of styling yet. This is really just throwing in all the information you can find. Probably in your case, you want to write your own styling. You can take it from the GitHub repository or just include like one or two of these things. By the way, for this one, I have content fit contain up here. It wasn't just visible. So now let's use the styling that was used here. And then it shows up like this. Again, I don't see a point in going 10 minutes with you through some CSS styling or style sheet styling. This is what you can do. By the way, yeah, here it shows a quick view, a quick loading spinner. And again, checking my data, I now see this pile up in the DevTools. So for all the products here, we're using the data, and we can inspect the whole data object. That's pretty nice. I really like this DevTool plugin. Now, finally, this view, of course, isn't complete without add to cart button. Let's place this at the bottom of the view. So below the scroll view, I will add a new touchable opacity. This will have handle add to cart, of course. And then it should have a little button. It should have an Ionicon as well. I like those Ionicons. Can't you just add this? What are you mad about at this point? Everything looks good. Okay, my add to cart is a bit too much down. We want to respect the save areas again, just like we did with the header before. We now want to use the bottom distance. And we can use this using the package use save area insets, or the hook. And you can just destructure this. You can get actually all the save area insets, but I'm only interested in the bottom value here from the use save area inset. This is installed in pretty much every React Native application. And we can then jump down to my touchable opacity. And again, I have found that actually on, let's call this, by the way, add to cart button. I found that on Android, it is usually in the right place. So instead, I want to do my platform select again. So therefore, I will say, how do we use the syntax this time? I think we should say padding bottom, just like we did before. Platform.select. If the platform is iOS, I want to use the bottom padding. And I feel like I messed up the... Yeah, I just messed up the brackets here. On Android, I don't know. I had to use 20 as well to make it work. So play around with the values to match your preferred styling. Now, I do have my text here. Let's call this one style add to cart text. And as I said, I wanted to add an Ionicon as well. Aren't they installed by default? Did this change? No, they're still here. Add Expo vector icons, Ionicons. You can bring in the Ionicons. And then I wanted to use something like the card here with a size of 20. And because I want to give the add to cart button a blue background, that should look better. So the add to cart button should have a background color of, isn't this our primary color? I think so. Let's use this. Colors.primary. Oh no, I didn't close this one. Yeah, we're hitting in the right direction. This one will be white with a font size 16. Now we just need to align all the stuff in the center. So let's use flex direction row, align the items in the center, and voila, we have a pretty nice add to cart button here right at the bottom. That looks good. For the price, we could actually also change this to colors primary. I just noticed. Okay, We have all the information on this page. Oh, that was the right one. Okay. The last missing thing is probably sharing this, but we can do this at a later point. For the moment, the next most important thing is how we actually handle our card with state management. There are a lot of great ways to manage state in your application, and one of the best libraries for managing state right now is called Zustand. That's actually a German word for state, pretty much like yotai, I think, is the Japanese word for state. You can and should install it with npm install Zustand, and then we can integrate this easily into our app. You're gonna see if you've used probably Redux before, it is a whole lot easier. Let's add a new folder. I'm gonna call this one store because we're gonna have more in there, and we're gonna call this cardstore.ts. Additionally, we want to have a card button at some point in the future, but for the moment we should probably focus on the actual card store. So let's also make this a bit bigger because we need some space to type. First, I would like to set up an interface because we're using a lot of TypeScript. We also want to do this for Zustand. So our state represents all the things we want to access. For example, I want to access all the products, and this is an array with products. So I can import this from my utils. Additionally, actually, these should also have a quantity. So I want to attach and quantity number. So making this give us a bit more information about each product. Then we will have an action to add a product, and we're gonna also have a product to remove a product. Actually, I want to call this reduce. This sounds familiar to Redux, but I don't want to remove the whole product. I just want to remove one element of it from the card. I do want to have a clear card function so I can entirely reset my card, and I want to know the total number of items in the card, and I finally want to have the total this is the total value, and then we're gonna have the count of all items. So this is my card state. The initial state here is something like this. I think we actually don't have to say it like this, and then we can make it a bit easier. So this is just our own setup. Now we can import the stuff that we need. We need create from Zustand. And then we can go ahead. So I want to define my use card store using this create function. So we're going to call create. We use the card state that we had before. And then we have our set and get functions on this state. We want to use all the values from my initial state, of course, but then we also add the other required functions. So the second one we add is add product. So this will do something. We're gonna have something to remove a product, to clear the card. Is there anything else missing? Okay, apparently I just messed up this up here. This should be inside of that. Okay, so we have the product and the quantity in the product. Of course, that's part of the product. Now, everything makes sense. I do have my initial state, and we can start typing out our actions. So this is my store, and I can now easily add this to all of my pages. This is actually the cool part in how we can use it. We can implement this in a second. Just want to show you that if we now go to my ID page, we can bring it in as easy as this. So just like a other hook, we can use card store and destructure this if we want to access our actual imports, our actual functionality. So in my case, on this page, I only want to have add product. So add product will be used in handle add to cart. And of course, in here, I would now add this to my cart. That's all we would have to do to add and update our state. In another place, I could then just bring in the count of this. So for example, I could do a new component. Let's call this one card button. And this button should render my card count. Therefore, let's do React Native functional export. This is my card button. And the card button will get a count from use card store. And then we just display the count here for the moment. We're going to talk about that styling in a second, but I want to make sure that we can see our card state in action. So let's add this card button in our layout to the index page. So I will add header right card button and the import. And then in my application, we should be able to see a 0 for the moment. Of course, I can't add them yet. This is not changing anything. So we still need to implement that functionality in the card store now. Therefore, let's go back to the card store. And for all these actions, you can now define what should happen. So we have this set function that I can call, and this will update our state. Or in these functions, I can return something if I wanted to. So for example, let's start with the easiest one actually, clear card. That one should simply call set with my initial state. I will probably only call this on the card screen or when the order is finished. Now, if I want to add a product, it is actually a bit more complicated. So first of all, what I want to do at this point is I want to check my state. So I can now, in the add product function, wrap this with a set call. So let's put this here. Let's say set with state. So I'm inside add product. I will basically set my new state. And for this, I want to first check, do we already have that product? So I find that. I try to calculate the new total and I try to calculate the new count. If we now have the product, if the user already has the product in the cart, we can return something. It looks like this. So I can go for all the products and just increase the quantity by 1 if it already exists. And otherwise, I would place this in the cart. So in the else case, I would return products with all the products in the current state, plus the information of the new product and the quantity 1. Total count and total account and total are updated as well. And with this is pretty much how we update our state when a product is added. Okay, so we actually don't really need to do a lot. Let's give it a try. I will click this 3 times and ooh, magically we already see the 3. Because this is updating the store here and we don't need to do anything else, and the value will be updated automatically because we're using the hook. Now the counterpart, reducing the product, is likely pretty much the same. We want to call again our set state function here. So I want to update my state. In there, I want to check the new total. I want to calculate this, and then I want to return the new state. So the new state should consist of all the products. We map through the current products, and if the item is equal to the one we want to remove, I want to remove this to a quantity of -1. And then we can add a little filter here. So if this -1 brings the quantity of a product to 0, it will be filtered out anyway. So that is like a bit easier than adding it. For adding it, we need to check if it's not existing. Yeah, we add it with a quantity of 1. If it exists, then we can add it or need to update the quantity with +1. Okay. I can't really call the remove function yet, and you notice something else. So when I go here, I add something to my cart and I add more items from other pages to my cart. It updates nicely, but watch what happens when I reload the application. We're back at 0 because by default, this is only a JavaScript construct. This is our JavaScript state in the React application. And if you want to persist this, if the user restarts the app or something happens, then we need to add a native module that takes this state and stores it so we can then easily retrieve it the next time. And there's actually a pretty easy solution to this. The answer to the question, what's the best way to persist our data, is React Native MMKV, at least in my opinion. React Native MMKV is, as some people say, or should be like a default in every React Native project because it's the fastest key value storage for React Native. If you look at the benchmarks, you're going to see MMKV, it's down here. It is absolutely mind-blowing. If you compare this to async storage from React Native, it is so much faster. You can even use it synchronous because of the great implementation under the hood by Magello and Mark Rusevi. So let's go ahead. I highly recommend you install this. The only thing you need is to expo install React Native MMKV, and I will also follow this up with another dev plugin for MMKV. So we're going to see how that works in a second. Once again, this is using native code. So again, we have to do a new pre-build or run the command simply again. So the npx expo run. Then let's create a store. Let's call this one mmkv.ts in our store file. And I want to export const storage. So this is only defining the general storage. New mmkv from React Native mmkv. We need to be careful here. That import is absolutely not what I want to see. So I want to have mmkv from the package simply. And within here, you can give this, for example, an ID. So you could have multiple stores, and then this would identify the correct store. Now, to make this work with Zustand, we will also import the state storage from Zustand middleware. So this is a middleware we apply to our state. And then we can export, let's call this one Zustand storage, type state storage. And we need to implement a couple of things. We need to implement get item, set item, and remove item. And all of them will simply use our underlying mmkv instance. This is a pretty common pattern. So here we pass get string, name or null. We have name and value here for set item, and here we have delete on our storage. Really, nothing crazy. Now, with this file in place, we can head over to the card store, and now it becomes a bit challenging mostly because of like the things that we need to let's make this path right, that we need to wrap around, so all the brackets. So we bring in the Zustand storage. Mixing German and English is actually not that easy. And then we will also import create JSON storage and persist from Zustand middleware. So these are the functions that we now need. And now you need to be a bit careful and trust your IDE probably on this one. So what we want to do is we want to wrap this whole object here. Okay, the whole set object needs to be wrapped in persist. So I will open and close it right here. And I will now persist. So this gets as the first argument everything that we had so far in here. Okay, and then we're gonna make sure that at some point we correctly close this. And then we have a second parameter after we have closed it, and that is for the name and the storage here. And for this, we can now use the middleware create JSON storage. So basically it converts our Zustand storage into JSON and uses mmkv to store that value on our file system. So if I didn't make any mistake, we should now have persist around this, and we have applied everything. Now finally, I want to also include the new dev tool. So let's head back to our top layout. And here we should add this use mmkv dev tools. None of these imports is actually somewhere close to where I want to import. So this is from, of course, not this one. This comes from the Expo Dev Plugins package. And we need to pass the right storage to it so we can debug it correctly. So in the use mmkv DevTools hook, it's not expecting anything out of the box, but to make sure it works, we need to pass in our storage. And now we need to make sure that we import the right store from mmkv. So you can sometimes use the default stuff, but I had problems, so therefore I defined the storage with an ID up here and then added it in the mmkv DevTools here. Great. With that in place, let's see if I now add a couple of things to the cart. So I should have 4 items, and now do a refresh. Those 4 items appear again. And to prove this, we can press Shift M and head over to the React Native mmkv DevTools. And sure enough, we're able to see under the key cart, okay, we got this whole big object. And the funny thing is you can now edit this if you want to. I could also delete this. So this would delete it. And if I then refresh my application, it would be gone as well. And the same is now true in the opposite direction. So you could, for example, have like, I made this for debugging. I added my own card state here. So I once wrapped or took all the data from MMKV, and now I can just copy this over. Let's update this page. Do we already see my, well, I could do this myself. I could say card. This is my value, and I can add this and hit, that was too much. I can add my card in here, and I can then press save somewhere. This is again breaking a bit of my UI, and then you need to press the refresh button up here. But once you do this and go back to your app, we should be able to see that we can now kind of restore our own cards. So for testing, this is really helpful. In our case, we can test how we have items in the card, because otherwise we always have to like put new cards, items in there. And now we can just manually do it through the MMKV plugin, and as well, our data is anyway persisted. Now, as we are here, let's finally wrap this up with a card button before we dive into the card. So we're already using the count for the card store, and therefore I will now make this view use some styling. So let's call this one the count container. Okay, and my count container will be positioned absolute. Okay, this should be styles count container. Then this is the count text. Okay, not count doku. Now it appears up here. That is, of course, absolutely wrong. So I want to have it -10 from the right. I want to have it from, let's say, from the bottom -5. And the reason is simple, because we're also placing a little icon in here. So my icon should be in here as well. Is it inside? It's actually not in the count container. Let's put it around. Let's put a touchable opacity. Eventually, we're gonna have to wrap this around anyway. So let's add the touchable opacity, and then add an Ionicons name card, size 28. Did we put this? Yeah, we got it here. Okay, that's good. Let's see. I'm gonna put some items in there. We're not seeing anything. Let's give this one a background color. Okay, now we finally see it. So this is of course not the right place. Let's use our own background color instead. So utils colors.primary, a border radius of 10, and I want to make sure that we have the items in the center. Good. That looks mostly good. I want to have the Z index set to 1, so it is above the icon, and I want to give it a specific width and height of 20. Yeah, that's better. From right -10, a border radius. I think I don't need padding horizontal. Yeah, that looks better. And for this one, I also want to use font weight bold. Yep, I think that's it. Now we have 10 items in the card, and if I move to something else, I should have 11. I also want to make sure that we only render this stuff here in case we actually have something. So if the count is greater than 0, and I want to render this count container, otherwise we will just have that item up there. Great. So now you have an actual card mechanism that is also stored locally, so you can refresh this, and you have the option to use the dev tools to directly interact with your MMKV storage that is used as a middleware in your Zustand store. So only by wrapping persist around our store and giving it the right middleware, the JSON storage here with MMKV, we have enabled storing the whole state of our application in the best performant way in React Native. So with that knowledge in place, let's take the next step by implementing our actual card. To display the items of the card, we will now add a new page. So in our app, let's create a new file .card.tsx, and then we're going to hook this up page. We're going to hook this up, actually React Native functional export with styling, because we want to have style sheet included. We will hook this up in our layout. So let's add another entry, which will make sure that we display it as a modal. So I will change this to card. The title should be card in that case. I don't really need the header back title, but what I want to set is the presentation. So the presentation should be set to modal, And if I use modal, I want to also set the header left, because I know on Android the modal won't look like it should. For the header left, I just want to have my own touchable opacity from React Native, and that should use the Expo router. So we can once again bring it in here, const router equals use router. And then in my touchable opacity on press, I can simply say router back or router dismiss. I think this makes more sense in this case. And I want to use the Ionicons close. Just make sure you correctly add the Ionicons from the Expo package. Now we also need to make sure that we present this. So let's wrap our card button with a link component. From Expo router, href should go to card. Just put it around. So it doesn't matter too much if you're using the link component or if you're using it programmatically. It's pretty much the same. However, in this case, as we're using a child component, we should also add as child here to the link. Otherwise, the click event won't work. Now let's do a refresh. And sure enough, we can see the modal. On Android, it will look slightly different. It should be full screen, but since we have the button, there should be no problem to close the card on Android. Now, going to the card, we can once again make use of our state. So I can now get, well, not really the card, but I can get all the products, I can get the total value, and I can also get the clear card functionality. Additionally, we might have a button at the bottom. So just like before, I want to already bring in our safe area insets. And eventually we're going to do some programmatic routing. So let's add the router from Expo as well. I really want to have a space before my page starts. I don't know if you're the same. I definitely need this. So let's add a little function, handle checkout. Actually, we won't really implement a checkout because we don't have a backend. So what we're going to do instead is we check if product's length is equal to 0. I want to display a little alert from React Native, so no products in cart, or whatever. You could make this a bit more friendly. Add some products to your cart first. Otherwise, yeah, we can add a early return here or an else statement, doesn't matter too much. But now we can call clear cart. Of course, normally you would now create an order in your backend, but that's just another post call. And then we would call router dismiss. And I will also add router alert checkout successful for this case. So in terms of the view, let's talk about the view. I recommend we use a little flat list again. Maybe we could start by doing one thing, and that is if products.length is equal to 0, I want to render no product in cart. So this should just be like an empty text styling, so our text is aligned in the center. Yeah, that's how it should look like. Okay, cool. That's the first part. Then overall for the container, we could probably use some styling, styles.container, and I want to just use flex1 and a background color white. So I don't have colors white, my friend. You can just use FFF. Okay, here we go. And then we should render our data. Once again, I will just use a flat, no, let's use a flat list. Yeah, let's use a flat list. We don't have to use flash list in here. Flat list should be absolutely fine. So our products from the cart are the data. We have a render item function and we have a key extractor. I also want to add something else. Let's also add a list header component. So my list header component should simply display the total value. This is getting the total text. Yeah, let's use total. Yeah, that's actually not too bad. We can probably render this at the top of our list. Also, we should probably only render this if we have products. So we can wrap this in an empty fragment and then say products.length and my text. Okay, so now if we don't have products, this wouldn't render. Also, we probably for the total text need a bit of padding. Let's give this padding 10. Okay, that looks better. Now for the actual items in here, we want to create our own items. We will do this in a second. For the moment, let's add a button. So just like we had on the product page, we can probably copy that over. Yeah, we're gonna need a bunch of imports. So let's bring them in. We had the touchable opacity from React Native. We had the Ionicons. And on press, I will of course call handle checkout. We don't have the platform yet, so we need to add the platform as well to check if we want to apply this bottom margin. And then we also probably need add to cart button and text. So let's copy the styling over. And yes, it is okay from time to time just to copy over the things. So now it says add to cart. That's probably not what we want to say. Let's just say checkout. And let's maybe say check mark here. Okay, so pressing this should eventually already call our clear cart. Let's give this a try. Okay, checkout successful, and we don't seem to have anything in there. So if I now add a new product, we should see one new item in there. Great, that logic works so far. That's good. Now let's go back to our render item here. This is actually what we're going to spend most of our remaining time. So let's add a new cart item.tsx. React Native functional export styles. And this cart item, of course, has the same props like the interface of something else. I think of our state. So cart item props should be product, but as well, just like before, and quantity number. So we can know how many of a product are actually included in our cart. Okay, maybe we're gonna call this item. Okay, so let's get item. All right, now we need to apply this and use this as our render function. So instead of using the previous text, we will now use my cart item. And with that, we can actually already close the cart and forget about it, because we're now talking about the cart item. So the cart item should, of course, have some styling. Let's call this cart item container. And the cart item container has, of course, a flex direction row. So we want to have like an image and then some text. Let's start by flex direction row. I want to align the item center and justify contour. That's not required, but I want to have a gap of like 20 between the items. Let's start by placing the actual items inside, or the actual view objects that we want to have. So first we will have an image from Expo image. Yes, for that image, we should probably set up some styling as well. Let's say this one should just have a width and height of 50 and a little border radius of 10. That's cool. Okay, not too bad. That is my image. That also looks like I want to give the cart item the background color white. So then it's like a row. Yeah, I think maybe it's not even required. Okay, we can keep it like this. Let's add another element to the view, and let's also add something like this here. Okay, good. So we need a bit of gap between the items. We can just do this with the cart item container. So this one could just get some margin bottom actually. We could also have added the gap to our list, but this should work as well. So additionally, we have the cart item container, which has the name and the price now. So this would be the next line in here. So we have the long name and we have the price. And of course, this one requires another styling. So for the item container, what we want is this one to take up most of the space. So we have the small image here, and then we have something here to manage like the quantity. But this inside area should take up most of the space. So we give this view a flex of 1. And then we have the cart item name. This one should have a font size of like 16. Yeah, and some bigger font weight. Yep, that should work, I think. Or maybe 500. Yeah, should be fine as well. I don't know. You can decide what you prefer. Okay, that's that. And then we have finally at the other end another view, which is the quantity container. So the quantity container is pretty much just also using flex direction row and aligning the items in the center. And then we have these quantity buttons, probably. Quantity button. They should also have something like a padding of 10. So now we need three things. We need minus, the count, and plus. Let's use a touchable opacity here. Touchable opacity. And on press, I want to call handle quantity change a function. Const handle quantity changed. And this one can, well, yeah, we can have either increment or decrement. That should be fine. Now, what we need is, I hope you now get into the flow of just using our card store. Because from our card store, what we can import is, of course, not exactly those functions, but we do have add product and the other one was reduce product. So now I can just call add product if I want to increment or reduce product if I want to decrement. And therefore I can apply this now in here, handle quantity change decrement. It's using some ionicons. Let's see. In the center, we have our current quantity, and then we have the plus icon at the other end. That actually looks okay to me. Maybe we're gonna make our quantity a bit more stand out. So let's call this one styles.card item quantity. And for the quantity, I want to use a font weight bold, and I want to use my blue background color. So background color from the colors that we defined. So you see, it always makes sense. Even if you just use them a couple of times, it always makes sense to have your styling applied in a different file, because now I could just change the primary color and pretty much change the whole theme of this application. I will set the padding to 5 and then I will set the width to 30 so we have more space here. And I will directly set the color to white and the text align center. Yeah. Do we want to have like a border radius on those? I feel like we don't. And that actually works pretty good. It looks like... No, it looks like pressing this... It's just sometimes not picking up my touch, I feel. But overall, it seems to work. So as you can see, I can change my card here, which updates the quantity, and at the same time, it also updates the total value at the top whenever I make any change. So overall, I think our card is pretty good at this point. Let's try to add a couple of things here and there, more things. And then if we go to the card again, all of them are in here. Okay, we have a nice little issue here with the number. I had that before as well. Okay, I think I finally got this. So to fix is usually making it to a string, but if we put a plus in front of it, we're gonna end up with a number for the total again. And now I haven't seen any strange numbers anymore. So feel free to play a bit around with your view here, but once you're done, let's see how we can make this view even more epic. In many of these applications, or in general, you want to have a swipe behavior on these rows to reveal a button to view any kind of action in your row. And you can do this with a package from the gesture handler and React Native Reanimated. And usually both Reanimated, so React Native Reanimated and gesture handler are already installed in your application. So let's put them to use. In our card item, let's import the Reanimated swipeable from React Native. That's actually from the React Native gesture handler. slash reanimated swipeable, as far as I know. Reanimated swipeable, that should be the package, right? And we can also import some types here, which are swipeable methods. Okay, so now we can wrap this reanimated swipeable around our row. So let's do this. In here, we're gonna say reanimated swipeable, wrap this entirely around the view. Now, usually you want to have a reference to it. So let's create that one. Const reanimated reference equals use ref. So use ref from, I think we can use ref just from React, or do we have to need a specific use ref? Let me check this. No, we can just add this from React, of course. Okay, and then we have my reanimated ref. Just doing this is actually, this might actually change already something. Let's give it a try. So that's a good error. Gesture detector must be a descendant of gesture handler root view. So whenever you use the gesture handler to apply gestures in your React Native app, you want to have at some point in your hierarchy the gesture handler root view included. This could be in our layout here above the stack. And you can just import this one from React Native gesture handler. With that in place, we should see that at this point, I can actually already swipe these. So this is not too helpful, as I can just like remove something. So we definitely need to tweak what's going on. But our swipeable method in general is applied here. What we want is, we want to bring in something from the left-hand side. Therefore, we want to say, we want to render some left actions. This should be like an own component. Then I want to set the left threshold. So this is like at which point this thing should be completely revealed. Oops, I don't want that. We can set up a friction. So the friction just means how much the visual interaction will be delayed compared to the gesture. We can play around with that value a bit as well. And we might want to have some container styling as well. Let's just set this up and let's call this one swipeable. Okay. Let's put in swipeable styling down here. And for the swipeable, I actually want to define a specific height here. I think 60 should be fine. Probably, yeah, the render left actions are still missing. Actually 60 is not enough. What about 80? Or 70? Yeah, more like 80. My middle row is also still missing. Okay, we got that. Now let's talk about the actual left action that we want to render. We could create this, or we should create this in another component. I will do that up here and not in another view. So const left actions could be just something like this. We will of course expand on this in a second, but right now we can pass this in as render left action in our reanimated swipeable. I don't want anything to the right hand side, so let's do a little refresh. I can still only swipe to the left. Probably really need to implement this with the according value. So let's continue. What we need here is two values. We need the progress, which is a shared value. A shared value simply means it's coming from reanimated and lives actually on the UI layer. So this is not updated on the JavaScript thread, because that would be not as performant as running this in the native code. And this happens many times when you work with gestures and animations. And then next to the progress, we also have the drag value, which also is a shared value. Finally, I want to have a little callback here, and I want to call this on should delete. On should delete, and that should be a void. Okay, just like this. So now we can actually construct our view. This view will be an animated view. This is important because we will apply some changes to it, and this won't work on the default view. We can probably try this, but it just wouldn't work. What we want to include in here is a touchable opacity again. And this touchable opacity on press could call our on should delete. I want to give this one actually some left action styling. So we're going to give this one a background color. Let's use a background color of red. Align the items in the center. I don't want flex in here, but I want to have the width of 100 and a height of, I want to say 80. So, okay, now we already see this one. Let's see, we might have to tweak our, I don't know, if we don't give the swipeable a specific height, would it still work is the question. What if I give this one 100%? Okay, yeah, then it's using the full height and has, it's not using our image with an height. That's interesting. Also that we're using a margin bottom isn't helpful. Let's use it like this for the moment. We're probably better off by applying a gap in our list. So this could be done here in the cart, where we have all the cart items, and I can have my content container styling, and we could say gap 10. So that would be probably better than what we're doing right now. Good. That also means we don't even need the swipeable style. And we see, so after our defined value of 50, so right here, if I release it, it opens completely. All right, that is the left threshold. We also see that if I move this red actually moves a bit slower. So if I would change this to something like 4, you see it moves really, really slow. So it takes a lot of time. Usually either a friction of 1 is just, it follows your finger, but 2 feels to me honestly a bit better. Okay, now to render our left actions, we need to slightly change this as we need to pass the values to it. And we actually have them available here in the swipeable. So I can now simply say progress drag X, and not this one, should be passed to my left action component. And on should delete, I will actually call a function here on should delete. Const on should delete. Cool. So now we can check out the logs, and if I press here in the red, we already see delete. This is the log we want to see. In my case, right here and right now in on delete, we could already start by calling reanimated ref current close. That would be good because that would close our row again. So we're getting started with a swipeable. It's not too bad, but it's also not perfect yet. I want to have my icon included. That icon should of course have the color white. Okay, so now it's here. Now it's kind of just revealing the icon. It's static in that place. And if we want to apply a little animation to this, we can make this come in with our drag value. For this, we need to create now an animated styling. So we do this in our left actions element. Let's call this style animation equals use animated style. We can bring in the hook use animated style from reanimated, and we want to return the transform value. So we're pretty much returning a styling property. And in our case, we want to translate the X value and use drag value minus 100. That should make this a bit slower. Now you can try and apply this styling simply to your view. What happens is that if we go into my view here and try to do this, actually nothing changes. It still looks the same. Anyway, it should actually throw an error. I was hoping for an error. No error. Well, but it's also not doing anything because our view is currently not ready for taking in these animated properties. You need to convert your view into an animated view. And therefore, I will make this, usually you sometimes see something like animated.view. This is a bit confusing because there is actually an animated API on React Native as well. So I will rather make this a reanimated.view, not reanimated swipeable, just reanimated.view. And then I want to bring in reanimated here from React Native reanimated. As a result, this view should finally work. And we see the icon is actually, it's lagging a bit behind. And you could of course play around with the values of the drag value or the progress and make this even slower. But now you're kind of transforming it in as well. It's not like it exists all the time there, it's just coming in. And I noticed that this is also still not perfect. 80 is also a bit too much in my eyes. But now I don't see the price here. That's also not great. We should probably make this 80. All right, so if we give our cart item container also a fixed height, then everything should be aligned in the center and it should in general look a bit better. So all of them have the height 80 and also the text are aligned in the center. That's better. So we are now able, from the right hand side, there's still no action because we don't want that. From the left hand side, we can pull this in and we can press this to close the view. That's of course not exactly what we want. So whenever I click on this on should delete, I want to make sure that I remove the quantity of that item. Actually, I want to remove like everything when I press it. We could add another function to the state, so another action to like entirely remove a product. That could be fine. Or you could just do a simple for let I smaller than item quantity I plus and then reduce product, calling this a couple of times. So now if I do this, yeah, it just removes this entirely. Okay, that should work as well. So now we have a nice swipeable component to our card and really spice this one up. Now let's take one more step and also add another little animation that makes this even better. So in the last part, we've touched on the general gesture handling capabilities. We've used an easy way by using the reanimated swipeable, but of course you can in general use any kinds of gestures in your application from the gesture handler package and apply them. You can use on press, on drag, and all these events to get information about what a user is doing on the screen. Now, in many cases, as we've seen before, this comes in combination with React Native reanimated, because you move something around with your fingers or do something, and in that instant it should also be animated. So that's why you see this combination. And you can also use reanimated on its own for some pretty cool simple animations, honestly. So in our case, let's apply a simple animation whenever we handle the quantity change. For this, we can use, again, shared values which live in the native land. So I want to have something like the opacity animated value using a shared value of 1, and I want to, yes, please add the import, and then I also want to have a scale animation also using a shared value of 1, and finally a height animation using a shared value of 80 of our row. Now whenever I change the quantity, I want to make this one like bump quickly. That should be quite easy. So we can now use the value of my scale animation and call scale animation.value, and we will set this to an animation pretty much. And we want to use the with sequence function because we will do a sequence of animations here. So we start this, we open our bracket, and then we go with spring. So with spring is a predefined value of an animation. There are certain values like damping and stiffness you can define for animations. We will go with the default. So with spring, we want to go to a value of 1.2, and then you can specify like damping 2 and stiffness 80, for example. Then we can copy this over and spring back to a value of 1 with the same values. Now we have animated our scale property. How do we apply this? To use this, we now need once again an animated style hook. So let's go ahead. Let's call this const animated. Let's say this is the quantity animated style. Using use animated style. And for the scale value, we will return the value of our shared value. So when this changes, the scale value here in transform will update as well. Now we can apply this just like we would use other styles from the style sheet to our text. Let's find this one. So this is right here, the cart item quantity. We want to make this now an array. So I want to include the quantity animated style here. And as we learned before, we can't just use a text. We now use this from the reanimated package. Because we cached our items, I think we have to do a little refresh. So let's check. And we see we got a super easy bumping effect here. And this is really the most basic form of how you can use reanimated in your application. There are tons of other out-of-the-box stylings, and we have courses here on Galaxies on all the different things that you can do with animations and with styling. But understanding about shared values, how you can change these with sequences, with predefined functions, and then apply them through the use animated style hook to your component is like 80% of what you need to understand about reanimated. Now, on top of that, let's also do this for when we close a row. So when I close the row, I want to also do something for the height. So I want to like animate that it closes. Therefore, I will set the opacity animation dot value to, in this case, I don't need with sequence, I only use with spring. So I will set it to 0 using no specific damping or stiffness. But this time I want to set a fixed duration of 300 milliseconds. And I want to define, the predefined easing function of easing out. So you can again bring in easing from reanimated and then out. Oh, yeah, now I need to be careful because this also needs to come here, right, from React Native reanimated. Otherwise, we might get into a lot of problems. So let's call this one easing out. Easing dot ease. I think this is what are you mad about? Is it called in out? I'm sorry. With spring 0 duration easing. Oh yeah, it's with timing, of course, not with spring. So with timing is the one for duration. My bad. Okay. So this will animate the opacity to 0 over 300 milliseconds. And now we can do the same for the height animation. So over a duration of 300 milliseconds, I want to animate the height to 0. That should in general look pretty fine. Only problem is that this is triggered immediately afterwards right now. So as a little hack, we can just wait here for 300 milliseconds before we continue. It's not the most beautiful thing and it won't always work, but in this case, it should hopefully work. So let's see if I remove this one here. That was actually not what I wanted to see. Oh, we haven't used the opacity animation. Right, good point. Let's see. We need another of these animated styling hooks. I will say animated style, and this should be for both the opacity and the height animation value. And this one will be applied around our view. So let's make another reanimated view completely around the swipeable row. And if I now go ahead, yeah, that's a whole lot better. Let's add a couple of elements so we can try this out again. I think something here is, after a reload, a bit buggy. So again, it would of course help to use MMKV now to reset our state, but this should work as well. Going here, and we see it fades and is closed over a duration of 300 milliseconds, and then it's also removed. So now we have combined gestures and we have combined animation in our view, and I hope this gave you a first glimpse at what's possible. I don't want to like overdo the reanimated stuff because it feels like an entire world once you dive into the documentation. Just want to slightly bring you into the topic of using reanimated for some simple things like adding an animation here and there or using the gesture handler in some places. Now, with all of the most basic things in our app in place, let's now also talk how we can make this production ready and monitor this when it goes live. We've talked about debugging a couple of times before in this project and in general, but There's nothing that prevents you against problems that happen when your app is running on the app of some random user. And for those cases, my go-to solution is Sentry. I've used it in my own applications. I can highly recommend Sentry. So let me show you why Sentry is so great, because they have a pretty cool new feature called Session Replay and how you can easily add this to your app. By the way, you can get completely for free started with Sentry, so there's no obligation to pay at any point. In our application, we can first of all kill the reload, and we can run the Sentry wizard. So npx Sentry wizard -s-i React Native and not p-expo. And this should install the latest Sentry package in our application and also include a couple of changes. Meanwhile, I recommend you can just create an account for free and then under projects, create a new project. You can select React Native. I don't want to get any alerts right now. And I want to call this one my shop. Okay, let's create that project. And here's also the command to install it. So do you want to continue anyway? Yes, I want to continue. So this installs the package using npm. And then it should also apply all the changes that you can see in here. So are you using Sentry self-hosted? You usually use Sentry, the platform. I do have an account, so it opens up. It brings me to the selection, so I will select my shop, continue. And do you want to run install pod install? No, you usually don't need to do this if you're in an Expo project. Have you successfully sent a test event? No, we haven't. We're gonna do this in a second. So let's check out our code, because usually this changed our code. In the layout, we can now find a Sentry init block. This is the first thing we're gonna notice. Otherwise, there's nothing else included. This helps us already to initialize Sentry, but there are a couple of things that you also want to do. So in the metro config of your project, you can simply create that file if it doesn't exist yet. You want to change this block here to have annotate React component set to true and also enable source context in development true. I will show you exactly what this means. This will be just helpful during development. Then we should integrate an error somewhere. Let's maybe do this in the card. So we could, for example, add a list footer component, which is just a button from React Native using the Sentry package, just like described before. So simply import star as Sentry. We will not go through all the Sentry functionality, really just testing out a couple of basics, because honestly, most of the things work automatically. So you just set it up once and you will get the errors monitored whenever something happens. This is, of course, intentionally capturing an error, but we could do something else wrong in our page. Like maybe we break something here on this page. We're trying to, like, I don't know, use something before it exists or have a typo in here or whatnot. Okay, that should be fine. I hope I don't forget about it. So we have our metro config updated, and in the layout, we can now add a couple more things. So as I said, there are many more features beside the general, like capturing a bug in your app. There are session replays. You can profile your application if there's like things that might take some time. You can easily profile this and understand the performance of your application better. And there are also session replays. So let's add a couple of elements here. I want to attach screenshots whenever an issue occurs. So when enabled, a user experiences an error, Sentry provides the ability to take a screenshot and include it as an attachment. Yes, please. You can, if you want to, set debug to true. This will print out a lot of information. I will set it to false because we don't really need this right now. You can then also set the traces sample rate. Again, this is for tracing your application. 1.0 means 100%. So I highly recommend you adjust this value in production to a smaller value, because you really want to make sure you're not messing up the general performance of your application. Then under experiments, same. You can also set the profiles sample rate to 1. Again, only in development. Otherwise, please change this to a smaller value. Then we come to replay session sample rate. I want to set this to 1.0 right here, and the same is true as this one, change in production. Now the next one I would recommend you leave as it is. So whenever there's an error, you want to have a replay. So this one should actually stay at 1. Now, to finally use this, you can add an array of integrations. This has become really a lot easier over the time. So you can now say Sentry.mobile session mobile replay integration. And there are actually a couple of things you can define in here. So you can mask text, images, and vectors. This is helpful, for example, if you have like a banking account. Maybe let's say we want to mask all the text in here, all the images. Maybe we mask the images. That's funny as well. Okay, so then in your session replays, you don't want to see like the bank, how much money a user has. That would be very, very critical. So this is where this settings comes in. You can also call Sentry.spotlight integration. There's another tool called Spotlight you can use. And finally, if you want to observe like the changes between your pages, you want to bring in the navigation integration. You want to create this outside because we actually wonder, do we need this in another place? Yeah, I think we need this again. So use the native integration and then pass it as an integration as well. Now, with all of that in place, we're almost done. The only thing we need is we need to wrap our app here correctly with Sentry. So I want to kind of replace this a bit. Let's call this one const root layout. Okay, so we have like a functional component here. And then I want to have another one. No, actually we can keep it like this, but I want to have the export default here, so I can say Sentry.wrap my root layout. That is important. And if you want to get all the routing events correctly, you need to set up another use effect block that is tied to the navigation container. So you can just get a ref using expo router and calling use navigation container ref. And whenever that one changes, we add it as a dependency here. We call navigation integration.register navigation container with the ref. So now we're able to track everything that's really important. You get like 80% of your application. By the way, this is the Spotlight tool I was talking about. No, that was Spotify, Spotlight. Here we go. This is like a local tool to test your debug, your Sentry logs. It's pretty cool. And once we're done with all of this, we can just go back to our application and run it again. This should hopefully install all the required pods for Sentry. We have now enabled the session replays. The Sentry information is stored under a .env.local file. So all of this was done automatically by the wizard. And once you've set this up once, as I said, yes, you can use Sentry in many places like we manually did here to capture an exception. You can enrich your error reporting with more information about users. You can log them in and tag them and leave a lot of information. But I want to show you what you get out of the box because I think that is already the most impressive thing about Sentry. Okay, so after redeploying the application, it's once again ready. Let's try. I test my error and actually did this twice, testing it once before. And in Spotlight, the tool I installed, I can see this. This is just a tiny bit helpful and I think it's actually a pretty cool tool. So I can highly recommend this, but this is not the main thing. The main thing really happens here in your project. So in your project, my shop, I should be able to see my issues and right here is the error. Now, the great thing about this is that honestly, it maps down to the exact line of code where an error happened. So if I now go, what was the page that broke? I think this one. Handle card does not exist. So if I now go back to the issues, this is my other application that has enough issues as well. Reference error, handle card is not defined. And again, it points exactly to the line of code where the problem occurred, even like giving me this. If you connect this to GitHub, it's pretty cool because you can like even track this down to a specific commit where this occurred. Now, this is the general error reporting. And if we scroll down the page, you're gonna see we have screenshots, and usually we should now also be able to see under replays, a replay of users using our application. And you can also see the first thing, they're text, but the images are all masked. So that is the setting we applied. I can now play this through. Because we don't really have a whole lot of navigation, but you see there are navigations, and we have the breadcrumbs as well to understand what a user did. So if they took like 5 different steps to navigate around in the app, we will see it in here. As well, if we inspect, let's pause this here. If we inspect this user tab a bit more directly, we can see that that's probably hard to see, but there's a product card, actually an expo image, all these detailed informations, card button, TSX, all of this information is included. And this is now coming back to something initially, why we set annotate React components true. This setting gives us the ability to track it down to specific components and the component's name. Otherwise, we will only see like view, text, scroll view here. But now we're even getting the information down to like the most important pieces. So I really love these session replays. I honestly looked at some just in general how users are using my app, but you should just be a bit careful about this. Again, in production, replays on error sample rate 1 totally makes sense, but in general, replay session sample rate should be set to a lower value, just like the profiling as well, because all of this profiling takes up performance of your application, and you want to be a bit more careful with all of that. We don't really have set up any traces in our application, so this is another area where you can dive into like the whole understanding the performance of your application better. In our case, we just wanted to talk about general monitoring and making sure that once our application goes to production, we are well equipped. And with this setting, you get like 95% of the information that you need. You can fix the bugs quickly in your application, you can find them quickly, and you actually in the first place monitor them. And that is where Sentry is really helpful. So check it out. There's a link below this video that will also tell Sentry I sent you, which is always a bit helpful for me. I'm not really getting any money if you click on that link, but once again, just an honest recommendation. I use Sentry for all my projects as well. To wrap up this course, let's talk about deep links. So sometimes you want your users to jump straight into, for example, a product page or a page of a news article. And with Expo Router, this becomes increasingly easy. There are 2 different ways. One is called deep links, and we are actually able to do this right here. Another one is called universal links. This is tied to a domain. You need to verify the domain. You need to upload certain files, different files for Android and iOS. And we have a full course on that here on Galaxies. However, that process is really challenging. So head over to that course if you want to learn more about that. But just opening your app at a specific point can be done quite easy, and I will show you how. So the first thing you want to do is head over to the app.json and change the scheme. I actually did this. I changed mine to Galaxies Shop, and you can change yours to whatever you want. After you've done this, you want to do a new pre-build. So it really creates a new build. That means you want to run Expo pre-build with your preferred platform and -- clean. This will entirely clean the native folders and generate them again. Once you've done this, we can head over to my product page. So on the product page, I will add a function onShare. And this const onShare will do something. We can then integrate this here. So header right will be my share button. Let's say this is just going to be a touchable opacity. On press, I want to call my on share, and as an icon, we're going to just use the share icon. Let's use outline, and let's maybe use our own color. So colors dot primary. Okay, cool. So we got our share icon up here, and we can now use the general sharing mechanism. So the URL we want to share could look something like this. Actually, mine is now Galaxies Shop and product/product ID. Once again, that is just the URL here of our routing. Now we can use the share plugin, and I want to check if the platform is iOS. I will just call await share and bringing in share from React Native. And you can also supply a message here on iOS. So check this out. If we're on Android, in the other case, I think you can't do a URL sharing on Android. So you might just want to do this. Doesn't matter too much. We can test this on different ways anyway. Let's hit save and let's pick this one here. Let's go with this here, this share. Did we implement that already? Yeah, here we go. I want to copy this. And now if I go to Safari, I should be able to paste this in. So we need to make sure that we're just really using this. There's a lot of other stuff in here. I should probably have not done the message thing. Okay, so we have Galaxy shop /product/5. I hit enter and it tries to open my app and brings me right to that page. So I found this to be, with an Expo router, unbelievable easy to use. And you can actually use another package for this as well. So let's just close this. Let's go out here and run npx URI scheme. Open. Follow this up with the URL you want to open. So in my case, Galaxy shop product, I don't know, 9 and --iOS in my case. This will take a second and it tries to open it and we're once again here. So if on iOS you send this URL to a user and the user has the app installed, the user will be brought right into that page. And it doesn't matter where deep in your application this page is nested, you can use it just like this. And by the way, if you want to use it for Android, so just making a new view here. So the first one up here is for iOS with --iOS. For Android, you want to actually use your bundle identifier. So in your app.json, when you create the entry for Android, it will create something like a bundle identifier as well. I don't have one right here. That's probably if I do a pre-build for Android. Then you want to use this bundle identifier with the URI scheme tool to open it up on Android. That should work exactly the same. Or you can, again, just create a node in your nodes filer and then add, I think it should work with the scheme as well on Android, but I'm not 100% sure. So try both and let me know if you encounter problems. But either way, you're able to really easy by just setting up your scheme and application to dive into a page of your application. This is, I think when you do this the first time, it feels really cool because from the outside you can do something with your app, and this opens up tons of possibilities for applications because you can link to products, you can link to articles or any other detailed page of your application. So I hope you learned a lot with our little shop project. From the general setup, the UI, 10-stack query, navigating around, to state management with Zustand and animations and gestures with Reanimated. I think this was a very practical project, and if you enjoyed it, let me know in our Discord server. Hello again and welcome back to Module 4 of our Zero to Hero course. At this point, you really have a very decent foundation. You are honestly amazing. If you've gone through the previous 4 sections, including the project, you really understand a lot about React Native at this point, and we can dive into like more advanced things and get kind of real in this part because we're going to talk about some real world concepts now. Just as a quick reminder, what we've been through. We've of course covered all the basics so far. We've seen all the navigation patterns. You've built drawer and tabs navigations and stack navigation. And of course, we previously talked about data handling with SQLite. We've used Zustand. We've used 10-stack for a bit of server state already. And we're going to dive into that more now. We've also talked about the different ways how you can debug your application using the dev tools. And of course, previously, we also did some pretty cool animations and gestures, just as a little teaser to what's possible. Now, once again, if you need any help, which can be like more, the probability is going to be higher the further we get along in this course, join into Discord and let us know. Now, what we learned in Module 4, we've of course tons of cool concepts still in store because we haven't explored everything. And as I said, we want to get a bit more real now. So This time, we will talk about authentication, especially JWT authentication and how we can combine it with Expo Router to protect pages in our application. We will dive more into 10-stack and how we can use mutations to change our data and what this means to the other cached information in our application. We will also tackle a super important topic that is form management and especially validation. So we will see how we can not just use like state for a form, but an actually great library in terms of React hook form. We'll also tackle some smaller issues and sprinkle them in because it's good to know them, but they don't really feel like huge lessons. So we're going to talk about custom fonts, we're going to talk about dark mode and platform specific files. All of these are super interesting things and helpful things, and you should definitely be aware of them. Finally, we're going to end this course by uploading a file to an API. The API will be explained later on, and you're going to see that some things are actually not as hard as they sound. So, as a result, we will be able to build a fully protected app with an inside area. So we're going to have a login, we're going to have a registration. We can then go into an inside area with tabs, which also means we need to understand some navigation concepts and advanced patterns. Once again, just making sure that we got all of these things right. So I really hope you enjoyed the Zero to Hero course so far. If you got any feedback, always let me know. You can always send me an email. And once again, it would mean a lot to me if you could just spread the word either on LinkedIn or on X. You can use the QR codes here in this page. They will pre-fill a message, but you can also just say something else. You can tweet also at me, whatever you prefer. I just hope you enjoy the course and you learn a lot. That's the most important part. And if you're ready, then let's take a step forward. Most applications today use some sort of token authentication. That means a user signs in against an API and gets back a token. There are different ways, there are like refresh and access tokens, but overall it's usually a JWT token. These JWT tokens are encoded messages and they have some payload data included in them. So our API will also return a token like this. The included payload can vary. Some include more information, some less. That's not too important. But more important is that this token will later be attached to further subsequent calls against the API. So if you make a login, you get back the token, you need to somehow store it. And when you then say you want to get a list of messages, this is protected and the API will check if this authentication token is included in the message. So we, as the app, need to make sure that we attach it correctly to our calls. And we're also responsible for, in general, managing that token and storing it. So therefore, in our course, now in this part of the module, we will also use the Expo Secure Store. You can, of course, also write it everywhere. You can use async storage, you can use SQLite even, you could use Zustand, but usually if you have a token that might have some sort of relevance to security or user sensitive data, you want to use the Expo Secure Store package because this will write it on Android in the shared preferences, encrypted with Android's key store. On iOS, it will be stored in the keychain services. So these other places, usually your app sandbox is already kind of protected, but these places are even better for storing something like a token. Now, once we have stored the token, we also need to manage it in our app. We need to extract some data from it. We also need to attach it to our calls, so we will use another library called Axios instead of Fetch to make our calls. Now, everything we do is like there are two parts. We always need to think about the authentication that happens against the API, and then there's the authentication or the protection in our app. And that part is related to Expo Router and how we handle our inside area, because eventually a user could, like with a command or some access to our app, inject a command that takes us straight to a page that's usually in the inside area. And we need to set up mechanisms in our React Native app to protect users from navigating to that inside area. But I just want to leave it here that everything we do in our app to protect the user from going to certain pages, and we can do this as best as possible, is only one form of security. The real security will always happen on your backend side. So if only authenticated users should be allowed to get a message, get a list of messages, you need to protect that endpoint on the server, because people could also sniff out like the API URL and then directly access the API, and then they could get the information. So always keep this in mind. We have the part of protecting our app and the pages, that's cool, and we do our best, but real security will also always happen on the backend side. Technically, there's nothing wrong with the approach we use so far when we input data. We have used useState, you can connect it to your text input fields or areas, and you can save that data, no problem. But at some point, your forms will get more complicated. And I don't even talk about a login or registration form, which has like 2 or 3 fields, but probably at some point you're gonna, in real world, in your company, implement forms that are like multi-step forms. They have like 10 or 20 different inputs, and you're talking about validation, and you honestly don't want to handle that in useState in React, because that's going to be very, very inefficient. What we're going to see now in this part, in this module, is how we can use a better way to manage our forms. Therefore, we will use the most popular library called React Hook Form, which you can actually use simply with React, but there's also a way to use this with React Native. In React Native, we're gonna see some pattern which has like a control around our components. So that's the general setup. You use the use form hook, and you get access to a certain amount of values like the control, the handle, submit, the form state, and then in your control you have more rules, you have the control, and you have an actual render function. Once we put this into place, all of this code, I think on first look, looks very complicated, but actually it's not going to be. And especially it's going to be even better because we also add ZOT for schema validation. ZOT is really like the thing the cool kids use, I would say. And with ZOT, you can make sure that certain objects have a specific form. So we're going to use a syntax like this: z.optional, z.require. We're going to have our own messages and our own schema that we can then nicely actually combine with React Hook Form. So there is a validator that we can use in combination with hook form made for ZOT. So this is probably the best setup for your forms that you can currently get, and I highly recommend you keep this pattern once you go into your own applications, because useState is really limited. You can do it for like 2 input fields or something, but overall you always want to go for a decent library and as best as possible also TypeScript validation of your schema. In this module, we will also introduce a couple of new APIs from React Native, and I just want to go with them, with you through them, so you've heard about them and you can kind of understand where they fit into. The first one is going to be the keyboard avoiding view. The keyboard avoiding view is really important if you have forms on your page. So we could probably get a little preview here of this, and you bring up the hardware keyboard. This hardware keyboard can sometimes go over your input fields, and then you have an issue. So here we are using the keyboard avoiding view, and you see how the view shifts to the top to make sure that the keyboard is not covering anything on our view. And therefore you usually see this wrapped around whole pages. Then later in the course, we will also talk more about appearance and the dark mode. So with the appearance API from React Native, you can get the color scheme, or you can also directly set the color scheme to something like light or dark mode, as well as have a change listener. And to make it even easier, there's a hook called use color scheme, which we will use that returns light or dark. And so we can just directly use this in our pages to see, okay, light mode is active, dark mode is active, and then we can apply our own styling. This is a bit more complicated in terms of like how we combine the styles, because we already have the classes and then we need to add this. So usually it is a good idea to think about, do you want to have dark mode in the beginning of your app when you start it, and then you already take the right steps towards it, so you have the classes and the colors implemented, and while you build out the rest of your app, you can then apply this already automatically and you don't have like one giant rewrite. Finally, we will also see how to work with platform-specific code in a very tiny way, but there's not too much to say about it. So you can have files that have just simply different extensions. Can I go back here? Please do a refresh. So you can either, I think we used this before, we used a platform select for some colors before, or you can just use platform OS equals iOS or Android, but you can also have these platform specific extensions. So .iOS, .android in a component, or even .web or .native is possible. And the same is also true for Expo Router at this point. So we're using the latest version of Expo Router. That means we don't really need this stuff anymore here. And you can also have platform-specific layout files in your application, so layout.ios or layout.web.tsx. And then once you start your app, it will just pick the right file depending on where your application is running. This can be powerful. It is in many cases not required, but it's still good to know about these concepts. And we will sprinkle in these like little nuggets of React knowledge across 0 to hero. So at the end, you arrive at a like full view of the most important and also many smaller features that exist within the core APIs of React Native. Alright, before we ultimately dive into the practical part of this module, I want to give you a quick heads up on an API, because in this module we are using an API that I've built. It's just for testing, but it should cover all the essential functionalities. And you can, if you want to, host it yourself. Now, if you just want to make progress with React Native and advance in React Native, this is probably not interesting and you can already skip this video. You can use the URL below this video, and I will also add it in the practical course once we get to the relevant parts. So you can use a hosted version of this API. The only downside is in that case, you can't really see like your users that you created, the messages, the files, and I might eventually also just wipe out the data because I don't want any wrong data or like data that shouldn't be uploaded in that API. However, if you're interested in this, you can find it in the API folder of this module's code. There you're gonna find a Node.js API. It is using Drizzle as the configuration. It is connected to a Postgres database. So you would have to set up your env file pointing to either your local Postgres database or any cloud database, a random secret, and a port. Then it already comes with the migrations file. So in the Drizzle folder, there should be this migration file that would create a messages collection, a database, a table, a users table, and then also add this foreign key constraint. You can run all of this by running npm run migrate on your collection. So that would run drizzle-kit push. You probably have to install drizzle-kit, but I think it should be installed as a dependency already. Then if you want to, feel free to play around with this API. Honestly, most of it was generated with AI and I just fixed a couple of issues. So it has 2 or 3 main routes. We have an upload route that will upload some file. We have API for users and for messages. So there's like a users router and messages route. These are pretty limited. We just have a registration functionality that creates a new user. And we have a login functionality that tries to find that user, checks if the password match, and then generates a JWT. It's a really basic form of API. For the messages as well, we just have the CRUD functionality to get all messages, read them, post one or patch one or delete them. And all of these will use the auth as a middleware. So you're going to see there's an auth middleware that checks for the JWT, decodes it, extracting it from the authorization header. This is usually the same standard setup you're going to see in all places. So just as a quick information about the API, again, if you want to use the hosted version and just get right into it, feel free to do that. If you feel adventurous, if you have like half an hour time to tinker around with stuff or you're interested in this in general, just set it up and you can then run it locally and run your app against localhost as well, just like I did. So whatever you choose, I hope you have fun. I hope you enjoy the practical part of this course. And now let's dive into building another great app. Alright, so let's get started with our project, and I actually ran a couple of commands, but I got them here for you as well. So go ahead by running npx create expo app to simply create a new app, give it a name, whatever you prefer, and then we're going to install a couple of packages in that app. So the first one I would recommend is the Expo Dev Client. It just makes our application a bit easier to work with, so you get something like this here in your final Dev Client build, because we're going to use a pre-build of the application and and not just rely on Expo Go. So it looks similar to Expo Go if you install the Expo Dev client. Then throughout this application, we're going to use a lot of 10-stack to manage our API calls. So go ahead and install the main 10-stack query package as well as the ESLint plugin. And I would also follow this up with another plugin that's a dev plugin for Expo. So with this dev plugin, we are able to debug React query in the best possible way. Once you've done this, you can also reset your project. So by default, it comes with like a lot of files included, but I would say simply run npm run reset project, and this will put everything that you previously had in an app example folder that you can then just get rid of. And then follow this up with your preferred platform. If you're on a Mac, go for npx expo run iOS. That's at least what I did. Or on Windows or something else, you can do npx expo run Android. As a result, your CLI will first of all make a pre-build. It will generate these native folders, either iOS or Android or both, and then bring up the live reload server. So at this point, I can just go into my index file here, change this, and of course, I got the live reload included. So these are the basic packages. I just wanted to install a couple so we don't have to like constantly restart our reload command. Once you've got all of this, I also recommend you bring in the utils folder from the GitHub repository. So it should be linked below, or you can also just go, if you're coming from the Zero to Hero course, to the main repository and get it for module 4. Because if you bring in the utils folder, there are a couple of things included. So the colors, nothing spectacular, just some styling definitions for our app. The date is just a little function to format a relative date. And actually, honestly, you know what? That file isn't required anymore. I'm gonna remove this as well. We're gonna use datefns. That makes things a lot easier. Okay, so we only end up with API and colors. And the API part also requires the Axios package. So let's install this as well. npm install Axios. This is not really required. You can do most of the things with a fetch call as well, but Axios has a cool thing that will automatically allow us to set an authorization header. And so we don't have to like constantly get the token again and assign it again. Then we'll just make things a bit easier. If you check out the API, you're gonna also find that it's trying to access an Expo public API URL from your environment. So that means you should also create a .env file with a link to our API. And now this is completely up to you. You're gonna find in the repository an API folder as well. You can spin up that API if you feel adventurous. It's actually not too hard. You can definitely do this. So if you're checking out the repository, you're gonna find something with Drizzle, just a quick information on this API folder. So it's using Drizzle. Under Drizzle, you can find the actual SQL command to create the table. So if you're in this, you need a local Postgres database up and running. That's not too hard to set up if you want it, but you definitely don't have to do it. If you want to do it, simply run the migrate script, which will push your schema, your migrations, and then you can start your API. However, as I said, this is absolutely not required. And instead of using localhost, you can also use the following URL, which will also be below this video. So project auth production.up.railway.app, and I think, yeah, don't include the slash at the end. That might be important, so don't use it. This could be your URL. I will actually try and bring up my local server in a second. So with that in place in the API file, this will get the API URL, and we actually have a little switch in here for Android because Android is not able to access localhost. So for Android to use localhost, we got to use this construct. I honestly don't know exactly why that's the case, but this is a little hack so all you who are using Android won't get confused. Besides that, we just got a couple of interfaces that wrap our API responses, and then we have the calls to log in a user, get user information, register user. Really, all of this is just tedious, and pretty much AI can generate this at this point. We're doing nothing else besides getting the data, and oh, maybe this is where you shouldn't see that one yet. And nothing else really. So we just can use these functionalities in combination with 10stack in our application. So go ahead, make sure your application is set up like this, that you get the env file. You can use, if you want to, the local server, but probably it's going to be easier if you just use my Railway server. Just keep in mind, I might wipe out the data every now and then, so don't treat it as like a safe server to like do something. But this is a testing course anyway. So get these two files, make sure npx expo run is up, and then we can dive into our first screen. Because our users initially have no account, let's probably start with a registration. And we can also do a bit about this in our root layout here. So we could configure our stack already to integrate our new login page. I don't want to show the header, and we're going to add another file, register.tsx. Going to be a simple page here. And then we're going to include that as well in our file here. For register, I actually kind of want to show the header because then we can go back. So I want to say title, how do I want to call this? Maybe create account, and then header back title should lead back to the login. So that should say login. Okay, name for that file is register. That should be fine. Additionally, I would like to configure a couple of things, but first we should add a link to our index page. Also, I don't want to use here, can we just get the React Native style sheet? Thank you. Style sheet, and I want to have some basic container styling on the index page. So I want to use flex1, a bit of padding of 20 around everything, and I think we should be able to use our styling. So let's see, background color, colors, yeah. Can we import that from my utils? Let's see, and then we assign the flex layout up here. Yep, that looks good. Looks good already. Okay, let's just add a link component from Expo Router that takes us to the register page. And I probably want to make this here a touchable opacity. We're gonna later integrate this in a better way. For the moment, just make sure that we got this. We need two stylings. We need style here for, let's call this one an outline button. That should look nice. And then we have the text, which is the outline button text. Okay, so for the outline button, let's set this up manually. I definitely want to have, yeah, something like this, border radius maybe 4 and a padding of 12. How does it look? Yeah, actually it looks okay. It looks okay. I want to align items in the center. And why is it not taking up more space? That's a good question. The color here should definitely be white. Font size, let's make this, yeah, something like 600. Why are we not taking up more space here? That's a pretty good question. We have flex 1, we're justifying the content in the center. My outline button, why are you so small? Align item center, I want to say margin vertical of, but that's not a big change. Align item center. I also want to set the background color to be transparent here. Nah, that's not really what I want. I want to set this to transparent. I think that's actually the default. And why is my outline button text suddenly not white anymore? Maybe we need to say as child. Yeah, that correctly applies the styling actually, because otherwise if you don't use as child on link, it won't work. So we have the register button. It takes us to register, which is not found yet. That is strange. We definitely created that page. Let's try again. Yeah, here we go. That's better. Okay, only that page really hurts the eye. So we can set up some general styling in our layout if we want to affect the header. You can do this per screen, or you can also do it up here and define some general screen options. So we could say something like the header style should have a background color using our colors.background, and the header tint color could be white. So this page doesn't have a header, but this page now looks a lot better. Also, I think we can set like the content style in general and define the background color. Yeah, if you define the content style and background color, you also always have the default background color. So then I wouldn't even have to set this on a container anymore. Okay. So now we got this nice little setup, and we can move into the register page. Now, the first package that we want to add to our application is the React Hook Form package, okay? Install React Hook Form and also install two more packages. We install Hook Form Resolvers and the Zot package. This will help us even better to validate the forms in our application. So go ahead, I think I haven't installed them myself yet. I should probably do this. And then we can head over to the registration page and start. We are already on the page. Yeah, that's good. All right. And to use React Hook Form, well, we can use it actually without Zot if we wanted to. That would make things a tiny bit easier. So in general, the usage of React Hook Form looks like this. You extract like control and different functionalities, handle submit, a trigger, and maybe the form state in here using use form. Of course, I don't get the import for use form. Can we get this? Thank you, from React Hook Form. So this is the most basic form. Once we got this, we can set up our view. So I can set up a little container styling here. Once again, let's just copy this one over. Okay, got a container styling, and the way to use this now is to wrap your inputs with controller from React Hook Form, and then first of all, this is too much. Assign a name, which is like correlating to the name in the form, email, password, name, whatever it might be, and then you have a render function to render the actual control. You got some controls in here. In my case, what I really want to have is a view, not a text input, because they will have like input container styling and then include a text input in there. This will also have some styling. Did we already see this on the screen? No, apparently not. Now, the interesting thing is in the render function, we got also this onChange. So we got onChange, onBlur, value, and we can use these to render our control. So that means onChange will go here to the onChange text, or onBlur will be here. And also same for the value. Additionally, you can of course define the text input other fields. So just use placeholder. This could be name. So let's make this one name. This is actually an optional field. And I would also make sure this is attached to name. We got the value. We got, can you just make this on multiple lines? Thank you. And then we should probably set up a certain input container styling to actually see those things. This will just have margin vertical. Okay, good start. And my input will have a specific background. I actually want to use a specific background color that we defined in colors. So let's bring this in and use the background color. So that makes the field dark. I think it's not exactly the same color. And I want to also use a border width of 1. I want to use, of course, the input color. I'm sorry. Border width of 1. Border color should be primary. The padding could be set to 12 or 10, border radius 4, and then we got a nice looking input field. I actually also want to set the height here to make this a bit bigger. I think 40 is sometimes a bit too, like, not enough. So let's use it like this. And we'll also see if you make something dark as this, you should also set the placeholder text color. So I will just set this to probably just white, or I think we defined one. Colors dot placeholder. Yeah, nice. Okay. So this is the easiest way of using React hook form. At some point, you would have a touchable opacity that is, or a button or whatever, that is connected to like an onSubmit function. In here, I don't have a type, so I would have to use any now. And then I would console my data and I could call whatever register function I want. And I would go down here. And you see, we already got the handle submit from use form. So that is what you want to use as the action of a button. So therefore, let's put down a button here, touchable opacity. Okay, I spelled that one right, opacity. This one will get some styling on its own in a second. And for the on press, we got the handle submit, which is now coming from the React hook form package. And to the handle submit, we pass our own onSubmit function. So that's just making sure that onSubmit gets the information of our form in here. Touchable opacity, yeah, we should add that as well, of course. Okay, so here we go. We don't have anything in there yet. So let's add a little text, sign up. And we probably need some styling. So let's say styles.button text. And this one should probably have styles.button. Good. We also need to take care of some error states, but for the moment, let's just implement the default UI. That should be easier. This should actually have some margin at the top because it's gonna be below the form. Then we'll have the primary background color. Yeah, that's actually kind of what I was thinking of. That looks pretty good. So now if we put in something here, oh, we should change that text, definitely. The input field text. How do we change the input field text? Pretty good question. I think we just say color. Yeah, that's better. All right, so if I now say sign up, I got a console log with email undefined name, the specified name. So again, this is the very, very basic setup of our view. Now, we have no kind of typing for the form, and this is where the Zot as a resolver comes in and improves what we got here. So first, you want to bring in the Zot resolver from the hook form package that we installed, and then import Z or star sz from Zot. We can then go ahead and create our own schema using z.object. We can define different validation rules. So for the name, I want to say name is going to be of the type z.string, and it's also an optional field. Then for the email, I want to say z.string email. And I also want to supply something in case this is wrong. I would say something like invalid email address, and I can pass this simply to the function. For the password, I want to use z.string. Let's say a min length of 6, and a text password must be at least 6 characters. And you could also now chain this with another call. So you could also define a max now. Let's say my max is like 32. And then password must be at most 32 characters. And with this schema, you can create really powerful forms and validations and the according error messages right in here. And you get the type safety of Zot. So now we can make a type out of this. We can say type form data equals z.infer. You've probably seen this before. Z.infer type of schema. That's just like a TypeScript syntactic sugar to create our type here. And this type can now be used for our use form to make this typed. Now, as a result, if I would say this is my ASD control, it would say type ASD is not assignable to type email and password. So we got even here the form validation in string format. This is really, really powerful. Okay, let's continue. I also need some loading state. So let's say loading use state false. And I also want to probably at some point use the expo router. So we can say cons router equals use router from expo router. Okay, but our form is not yet finished. I want to add a few more things here. So in the call here, I can pass some arguments. And this is important because now we can define the resolver, which is the Zod resolver we installed, which takes in the schema. And I can actually set default values. This is kind of helpful in some forms, and for us it's helpful because it will make it a bit easier, because then I don't have to type all the things. So I could just say a@a.com password 123, and then we would soon see that this is automatically applied to our form. Okay, let's say tester. Why do we see an error? Didn't we close? Yeah, why is it twice? That shouldn't be twice. So now it actually shows already our default value. Additionally, I would like to set the mode to on change, because otherwise we don't really get the form validation with React Native that we need. We really want to see the errors as well. So let's see. We probably need more form controls for the moment. Let's just make 2 copies of this. The second, okay, so the first one can stay name. The second one will be email. And we have the text input. Let's say also auto capitalize none. This should be John. Or yeah, we can keep it like this. We got the input, we got the unchanged text, we got the on blur, we got the value, we got the placeholder color, and I also want to set the keyboard type to email address. That just makes it easier to type an email. You see, if I'm in here, I got a different form than here. Here I got the @ included. Additionally, we might run into some issues here with the keyboard. So therefore, I want to wrap all of this with the keyboard avoiding view. And I want to use the behavior padding. And I actually want to just set this to flex 1. That should be enough. And of course, we need to make sure that we place this around all the things in our view. We should probably include the button as well. Okay. So as a result, we had previously justify content center, right? Justify content center. Okay. So if I close it now, go here, it will make sure that our keyboard is not blocking the view. So that's the reason for the keyboard avoiding view. You can also set this to different behaviors. Some people make a switch. So if it's not working for Android, you could say something like platform.os equals to iOS, then padding, otherwise hate, and we just change it a tiny bit. Now back to the form. We got my email control. And I think for the name, we don't really need to render any error. But for this one, I want to render this after the text import. So if there is an error regarding the email, I want to render a little text element like this. Cannot find errors. That's a good question. Didn't we get these? Oh yeah, we have our form state here. I want to remap this, or I want to actually extract the errors here. That makes it a bit easier to, so from the form state, you can access multiple things, and I just want the errors. So now let's see, it already shows a text, nice. We just don't have the error styling. Let's call this one error text. Okay, and for the error text, let's go down and say something like color. I think I figured something out, FF6B, 6B. Yeah, that's good. Margin top 4. I also want to have some margin left. I feel that should be included as well. Yeah, then it's better aligned with the field. And a font size of 12, making it really tiny. Okay, so now I can type in something, and once this becomes correct, you can of course do all sort of things. You could also like give it a red border. whatever you prefer. But we can now copy this behavior to our third field as well, which should be not the name field. This is the password field. Okay, so I want to say password. I want to make sure that this is a secure text entry. So this is a password and it's not showing the clear text. And of course, I want to show if there are errors for password. I want to render these error messages and the according message. By the way, did you notice that invalid address is the definition we had up here? So that's pretty cool. And same here, if our password isn't long enough, we get exactly the error message from here on our form validation. Good. What happens if we make this? Okay, so still I can sign up, which is actually not good. It's not really using the sign up, so this is already blocked while this is inactive. However, we're not indicating that from the UI yet. So we should also take care of that. Let's go to our sign up button. So the sign up button will get an additional thing. So if we don't have errors, email and don't have errors password, then I don't want to do anything specific, but otherwise I will use an additional button disabled styling. Okay, and so we can go down and place the button disabled styling and simply say opacity 0.5. So right now it is disabled. You see I can still click it. So we also need to make sure that it's actually disabled. We can do this on another line. So it will be disabled when, wait. It will be disabled and we don't have an error. Yeah, that should work, I guess. Yeah. No, it's not really disabled. It's only the UI. So I previously had a different setup. So I used not, and because if we have one of those errors, so I want to use an or, then I want to make sure I can't click this. Now I can click it and I should actually, yep, now I do get the value in the log. If there is any error now, it is disabled. I can't click it. And even if I could click it, that function wouldn't be called. So we have our form now connected with hook form. The last thing I would like to include in here after the touchable opacity is a little loading overlay. So if the loading state is true, I want to render a simple view, which is like the loading overlay. Let's call it loading overlay. And I want to render an activity indicator. I want to use the, white color because it's on a dark background, size large. And for the loading overlay, we can just, for testing, set loading to true. Okay, so right now it would render there. That's of course not the place where we want to have it. We want to have it above our application. And it's pretty easy. You can actually use, with the spread operator, the style sheet absolute fill object. That will make sure that something is absolute positioned and fills the entire screen. For the background color, just a slight dark color. And I still want to align all the items. I want to make sure that we use the higher Z index of, like 1 is already enough. We don't need align items. This is not entirely correct yet. Why does it look so strange? Did I have something else before? No, I feel like my container, it's interesting. Why is my background? It's not the background color. It's, who's responsible for this? If we go back and set this to false. Interesting. So definitely on submit, I want to call this function. We're going to do some API call in here. I just want to try this. Right now it's just placing the, the overlay is on top of everything as far as I can see. But the form turns, maybe it's the keyboard avoiding view. that has a really strange background. Maybe we could just say styles.container in here as well. Let me figure this out. Alright, yeah, simply place the loading outside of the keyboard avoiding view, then we get an effect like this, and that should be fine. Now, we can't really create the user yet. I mean, we could use the API directly, but I want to make sure that we use this in the correct way. So let's also set up our login, and then we can connect everything together in one authentication context. After setting up all the ZOT stuff and hook form stuff on the register page, the login page becomes actually, well, kind of the same and easy. So let's just grab a couple of things from here for our index page, because we're gonna reuse them. We can also, I mean, you can also pretty much just copy over the whole page, I guess. Let's see, we're gonna use, I mean, we use all of that stuff on the index page as well. And we also had the link component from Explorer. I don't want to destroy this here. All right. The only difference is that we don't have a name field now. So we only have the email. And for the password, I don't want to set the maximum here. And make this a minimum and say password is required. Okay, that should be everything. We then have our form set up. We can set my default values. Did I actually? Oh, we actually haven't created an account, so it's not too important. You can change these values in both cases just to your liking, because then it's easier for testing. We have the loading state, and on submit, we're gonna do something with our API in a second. Good. Now back to the view. This is where we set up the rest of our stuff here. I actually want to include a little image, so you can use the Galaxy's logo if you want to. That's part of, okay, bring it in from React Native for the moment and use Galaxy's dev, my logo, or of course feel free to include your own one. I just need to add a little image styling here. I want to use a width of 100% and a height of 100. And then make sure that we set the according resize mode to contain the image correctly. Now we also need the input fields, and I also added a little text, just like because we need a bit of UI, right? So this would be my header and subheader, and honestly, it's not too important. You can leave that out if you want to. I just wanted to make the page look a bit nicer, so make the header a bit bigger and the subheader a bit smaller. Now we can probably copy over the input field styling from the registration page. So we need the input field styling. We might have a button text, and error text, and button disabled, and loading. Yeah, all of that sounds pretty reasonable. Let's just copy all of that over. And then we can set up our view. Because again, we will use sort of the same controls as we had before. And therefore we can just copy over the keyboard avoiding view to this page here. Okay, and then we just need to fix some issues. So import the keyboard avoiding view and import platform and import the text input. Remove the first controller because we have no name field in here. And didn't I copy all the styling? How is it possible that we don't have the input container styling? That's impossible. I copied everything. Crazy. Probably. We have the outline button, image, header, subheader. Oh yeah, it's the only thing I forgot about. Okay, so now we got our app. We got a couple of issues here and there. So maybe I just wrap my keyboard avoiding view, or say that this has flex 1. I don't really want to use like anything else. Okay. Keyboard avoiding view is fine. We have our email input field. Everything should be just the same. We have the password field. Everything should be just the same. And after the password field, we have my on submit, which will be disabled. Just say sign in instead. And I want to move my register link below the touchable opacity, so it's still part of this. I also want to still center the stuff, so my keyboard avoiding view is messing with that a bit. Let's just call justify content, and yes, I know then the image stuff needs to be included as well. But now, yeah, that's better, right? Otherwise, we wouldn't have that effect, and probably a text input could block our input fields. I can go to registration. I can call sign in. Does sign in call my sign in? That's a good question. I actually think so. Do we get a log from like on submit? Yeah, we do. We don't have the loading thing, so we should also copy the loading over. And this time I'm smart enough. I will place it behind the keyboard avoiding view. Property activity indicator doesn't exist. Yeah, now it does. Just make sure you get the import right. Okay. That's a good setup. I also wanted to include one more thing for you. So in many cases, you're going to see something like a privacy page. Let's add that as well. I don't really want to include a whole lot of content on that privacy page. I actually want to show you something slightly different. So what you can do on this page is I want to return a web view. So this should be included already in our application. I will use galaxies.dev/privacy, and you can simply import the web view from React Native Web View. Currently, this is always installed in new applications. Otherwise, you can just npx expo install it. And I will also give the web view a container styling of flex1. Yeah, we could have done this a bit easier. I could just say style flex1, but let's go with this one. And now I want to include this on my index page here. So just like our previous link, I want to create another link, pretty much the same setup. And this will go to, maybe I will just not use an outline button. I will just say align items center. And then it just becomes like a text link, right? Just like this. Okay, currently privacy is not found. Could also add a bit of padding top, by the way. Yeah, something like this. Why is privacy not found? Privacy page is included. Maybe we need to do a little reload here. And then we go to the page and it loads my privacy policy. So that's a quite easy way. If you want to make it look also a bit better, I recommend you go into your layout, and for the privacy page, we're going to set up another block in here. So this one will be privacy, and I want to set the presentation to modal. So now it says privacy. We could probably say title privacy policy. Yeah. And then on iOS, I get this card effect. On Android, it would still push a new page, but you should be able to simply go back to the previous page as well with swipe or clicking a button in the top. And then you have your privacy or terms of service or what you want to have simply linked into your application. You don't need to manage that because you're using a little web view. Okay. We got the registration page, we got the login page. In both cases, we are able to get the form data in the on submit. So right here, I can submit, I get my information. Now it's time to connect everything with a context to our backend. Now that we create our authentication context, we need two additional packages. We want to install the Expo Secure Store because that will help us to store the JWT that we will eventually get from the backend in a safe place in our application. Additionally, we also wanted to install the JWT decode package, which will help us to retrieve information from that token that we eventually get. So to install both of them, let's get a bit more space here. You can run, no, that is not the installation. You can first of all run npx expo install secure store and then follow this up with npm install jwt decode. So these are the two packages you want to add now. This also means, because we're adding an expo module, that we need to run our run command new. So that's why you saw that I restarted my application. Now, what are we actually trying to do? We want to access our context, our information about the user, or perhaps the login and registration functions in our app. And the easiest way is to create your own context that you can simply wrap around your app. So therefore, let's create a new file at context/auth context.tsx. And we're going to implement our own context here that we will be able to wrap around the app. Where do we start? That's a good question. We should set up some auth props first. And this will help us to define the interface. So we will have a token string. We will have perhaps a user ID, which could be, I think, a number actually. We do have an on register, which will take an email as a string and a password as a string and potentially a name, and returns a promise with unspecified data. We do have a on login as well. So my on login should have the same signature, email, and password. And I also have an on logout. That's good. Because we also tried to initially load the token, so when the app starts, we need to try and retrieve the token. That is going to be an async operation. And therefore, we want to make sure that this context is ready before we actually use it. So I like to include sort of an initialized field here, initialized Boolean, that indicates whether we are ready. Now we can create our auth context using create context from React. And we can use the auth props. This will usually not work because things are missing. No, I don't want to fix this. Cancel. I know how to fix this. We can just say that we use partial here. So we can say partial of auth props. Basically, we're saying we're only implementing a partial of this. Now, finally, we would export the auth provider, which can have children, and this one is wrapping the children with the auth context provider. That is the basic setup. There's one more thing I would like to include, and that is a simple hook. So I like to add export const use auth, which would return use context from React auth context. That just makes it a bit easier. So in every page, we can just grab use auth, or we can grab the on register from use auth, pretty much like you use other packages. I would also like to define a place where I save my JWT. So this could be whatever you want. You just want to have it in here. And I also want to add the JWT decode functionality as well as the secure store from Expo. Now, at this point, we will also finally use our API calls. So bring in login user and register user from your utils file. Also, I think, do we still need, let's maybe also define an interface for the decoded token. So my decoded token does have an ID number. It might also have an email, but I'm not so sure about that. Okay, now in the auth provider, I want to add some state first. So we're gonna have a token, set token equals use state. Could be a string or null. We do have a user ID, which is also number or null, and we have initialize, which is initially false. Where do we want to start? Probably I want to start with an use effect. So when this one starts here, I want to implement a load token functionality. That was already spot on here. Okay, so in my load token functionality, and we're gonna make sure that our page is happy for the moment, I want to try and get the stored token using await secure store get item async my JWT. I could already lock this out, and we can already place this around our app so we can get a bit more information. So let's simply say in here, I want to use my auth provider, and I will wrap this entirely around the stack of our application. Let's see. I should now get some load store token. It is null because, well, we don't have a token. That makes sense. However, if we do have a token, I want to process this. So let's add a new functionality, const process token, which will get the token. And this would try to decode the token. So I would wrap this in try const decoded token JWT decode my token. And if it exists, I would like to set my token and set my user ID to the token. Additionally, where did I broke something? Yeah, here. So in here, I would call process token. And do I want to... this could lead to a problem, right? I would like to await this. Can we await this? I mean, are we not really awaiting? Oh, we can leave it like this, I think. That should be fine. Otherwise, if we don't have a token, I want to make sure that we don't really need to do anything in that case. Probably in process token, if there's an error, I want to make sure the user is logged out. So let's add a handle log out. Also an async function. This would simply delete my item. It would set both tokens to null. And we could try and simply call it in here, handle logout. So if we don't have a token, I just want to make sure that no information is present. Now we need two more functions. We need our handle login, and we of course also need the const handle register. To use these, we will now make a call using the API. So we will get the result for the login by using await. Oh, that was right. Await login user, which is our call. This is making an Axios call to this endpoint, which will hopefully give us back a user. If the result has an error, and we have nice typings here, that's actually pretty cool, we're gonna return, actually want to say like error true message result dot error. Okay, otherwise, in the case that this works, I want to get this. Yeah, we can also do this in one line. We're going to process the token, and we don't need to do anything else because, I mean, oh yeah, probably, does process token, yeah, it's only setting this locally. Yeah, let's include this. So in this case, oh, it also made sense. Yeah, then we are wrapping it, unwrapping it. That is faster. Okay, you were smarter than me. And I don't want to return success. I will just return the result here. Okay. So with that in place, we can go to the handle register, which is pretty much the same. So we're getting the result. If we do have an error, I want to return that with the message, and otherwise I will return the result. Now, we also need to provide these functionalities to our context. Oh yeah, that's good catch. You can do this simply by setting up a little value object here, or call it whatever you want, and then include all the fields. So we got initialized, token, user ID. On register, I want to call handle register. That should be fitting. The token. Why is it mad about the token? Because the token is string null. And my token here could also be null, by the way. Yeah, both of these could be null. So now our provider should be ready, I think. We're retrieving the token. Let's also add a little lock here for the decoded token, but so far we don't have a token. Let's now head back to the registration page, because on that page we can now bring in our hook. So at the top I will bring in const on register using use auth, which is our very own hook. So from context, auth context. And with that in place, I should be able in our submit function to say const result equals await on register. And we don't need the other fun in here anymore. Let's change this to be an async function. What is cannot invoke, which is, yeah, it is not going to be null. This is because we use the partial of the context. That is like the little downside, but I think we can live with that. If we do have a result and we have a result error, so Axios will actually not return us an error. That's why I have my manual error in here. In that case, I just want to use the React Native alert to alert error result message. Otherwise, I want to go back to the login page. So let's call router.back. It would actually be possible, I think on the registration we do get a JWT. So we can technically save that JWT and forward the user bit. I want to keep it like make it a bit slower in here and just go through the different steps. Usually you also see that people will have sort of email confirmation, and therefore it's probably better if we just go back to the login. Okay, so this is my something whatever. What kind of backend am I using? Okay, I'm actually trying to access the real backend. Okay, that's going to be fun. Let's see. If I go to register and sign up, I don't even know if the API is up and running, but we were brought back. I apparently didn't include any logs here, but that also means I didn't receive an error. So let's try also now to sign in. Let's try to sign in. Okay, no information. That's great. We didn't include this in the login yet. I trolled myself. Yeah. Let's go back to the login, because here we also need to, of course, get our hook and import it from the context. And then in the onSubmit function here, I want to do pretty much the same thing. Yeah, just get rid of this, set loading true, get the result from onloading. If there's an error, we show a result like this. Okay, let's try again. Okay, process token, decoded token. Yes, this looks perfect. We can also dive into the debugging tools, pressing J. And if we now go to network unstable and make this call again, log in, making this a bit bigger, payload. So this is what we send. This is what we get back. Perfect. Perfection, really. This is how it should look like. I hope you are also able to get to this point. Now, you are not able to use a@a.com because that's what I just used. Maybe I wipe out the data, but this is not what you can use. Well, let's try and make an error. Okay, failed to log in, please try again. And as well, this is the API actually returns invalid credentials. And if I would go to register and try to sign up this user again, yeah, I also get back. I could actually probably forward or use that message in my application, but you don't have to. If you want to, feel free to dive into this and use those error codes. But for the moment, there's one more thing. One more thing is that if we now refresh our app, we should see a log that we actually loaded the token and decoded it. So that means at this point, we're able to, when the user comes back to the app, we see, oh, this token is still there. You could also add, or you should in production add some token validation. So you can usually check when this token expires and then just in the background try to get a new token. If you use like a refresh access token logic, we're gonna keep it a bit easier here for the moment, but it's pretty much just like a little additional step. But with this token, we can now say, oh, the user was actually signed in before. Let's take him or her straight to the inside area. Cannot find native module Expo Secure Store. That's interesting. I don't know. Route is missing. Require default export. What is missing? Export default function. I don't know. But we have the functionality, we have the context, we have the token. So that means we can now create the inside area and make sure only authenticated people can access it. As in many cases, we now want to have like an inside area, which is also its own navigation. So we want to have a tab bar in the inside area. Could also be a drawer. It's pretty much the same layout and setup. This is going to be a bit confusing and a bit challenging, especially in terms of the file structure that we set up. I will try to make this as easy as possible. Maybe let's take up the full space for a moment. So first, you want to group everything that's or should be protected in an authenticated folder. Okay, this is more like a group. If we use brackets, that's going to be easier. Additionally, I want to have a folder tabs, because we will not only have the tab bar, but we also have pages that maybe stack on top, like a modal or something. And then we want to have them at the same level of the tabs. So I said it's going to be a bit challenging, but all of this will make sense. In the tabs folder, we can then set up the usual stuff. So I want to include a layout TSX. I want to include a profile TSX. Let's call all of these as page. And the profile, I will also copy this into a messages.tsx. So this will be messages and this is profile. Okay, two files, profiles, profile and messages. In the layout of the tab bar, we can already define a little setup. So let's make this, well, let's call this layout. It actually doesn't matter. I just like to call them either layout or page, so I later know what's going on. I'm going to use the tabs from Expo Router. We have two tabs. We can define the styling in a minute. For the moment, that's not too important. What we want to do is under authenticated, so next to tabs, I will also add an underscore layout.tsx. And this is, as I said, another layout that will allow us to have sort of stacked pages. So in here, I will add a stack from Expo Router. And I don't want these pages, of course. I only want to have my tabs page. And this should not show a header on that page. Later we will, so if you now see the setup, later we will have a page here, new message. And that will bring up an overlay, and this is how we can push it from this page here. So bit of additional setup. Okay, I think at this point we are good to go to that page. So let's go to the root layout we had so far. And in that root layout, we're gonna set up the whole authentication logic now. We're gonna grab the token and initialize value, initialized from our useAuth hook. Okay, there we go. Now we can check in a use effect block if the user is, let's use initialized and token here as the dependencies. So if they change, the use effect will run. If we're not yet initialized, I just want to return early because in that case, I don't want to perform anything. Now, if we do have a token, I want to check if the user is trying to access a specific page. And we can do this by getting the segments from the router. So we can get the Expo router included using use router, and I want to add the segments using use segments from Expo router. And additionally, I want to also add use router. There we go. So now we can check if the user is trying to access something in my auth group by using segments at the index or position 1. If that is equal to authenticated, the comparison, let's see, comparison because types tabs undefined and authenticated have no overlap. Oh yeah, at this point it is still segments at index 0. Okay, so let's do a reload here. We are in here. We're not trying to access anything, but we still have a token. So if we have a token and we are not in the auth group, I actually want to bring the user forward. I want to bring the user right to the inside area. So we would use something like authenticated tabs messages. So if I now hit replace, let's see. We should have a token. What is this? Route register is missing the required default export. Is this page really missing something? Const page, export default page. I don't know what problem you got here with my page. Error cannot find native module Expo secure store. Oh, well, it's always great if you understand how context in React works. So if I place my context in here, I'm not already able here to access my context because I'm right here. So I should place this one level above. And that will also get rid of a certain Expo error that many people get because this logic is sometimes returning like you're getting, what is the error? Like cannot replace root navigation or something. There's a very ugly error, and the fix is to move this logic one level down. So what we do is already the fix for that. Let me show you how. We will just set up a new folder. I will call this one app. Okay, honestly, this is the fix recommended. I will place everything we got so far in the app folder. And under the main app up here, I will create a new layout, which will basically be my absolute root layout. In this root layout, I want to now set up React Native functional export. We can actually call this root layout to really clarify this. In here, I want to have my auth provider wrapped around the entire application and then simply place a slot from Expo Router. This is actually a pretty good pattern because now in this place, we will be able to set up other things like theme providers, query context, all of that stuff can go into this root layout file. Now we just need to apply some changes to our layout here because now the segment is actually in the first place because the segment 0 will be app, segment 1 can be authenticated. And we also need to include app here in our path. And by the way, in here, I just want to replace this to /. So if the user is not authenticated, so if there's no token and the user tries to access something in the auth group, I want to protect this and bring the user back to the outside page. That also means I can get rid of the auth provider that's currently wrapped around our stack here. And now do a little refresh. And we see we are inside. Is that good news? I think it is. But we should clarify what's going on. So we loaded the token, we processed the token, and it brought me to the inside area. We should probably, for testing, also already add to our profile page a little button so the user can sign out again. Let's just get the const, what is it, on logout using use auth. We're going to really add a super easy button to the profiles page. We also see there's sort of an issue here with duplicate headers. Where's this coming from? We see the authenticated header. So therefore, should probably grab our styling here. Is this, okay, this is the styling for index. Oh yeah, we should add another entry here in our layout for the authenticated group and disable the header. And then use our screen options somewhere else. Probably here. I don't know, this is our tab layout. Can I define this? Okay, in the tab layout, I can't set the content style. Fair enough. Oh, come on. You've been able to import my colors all day long, but not now. Okay, so anyway, our tab bar seems to work. I think we wanted to change the styling of that as well. Now that we actually see it, we can do this. So let's say tab bar style. I want to set the background color to my background color. And I want to remove the border. So there's always up here a little border. I don't want that. We can say the tab bar active tint color should be white. And the tab bar inactive tint color. Okay, save this. Tab bar inactive tint color should be something like this. So this is the inactive color, just making this a bit darker. Okay, for the messages screen, let's for the moment only define the actual, the tab bar label and probably also a little icon. So this will get a tab bar icon. You can extract the color here. I think we've done this a couple of times before, and use an icon. I will just use font awesome for the moment. You can simply bring in font awesome from the Expo vector packages. Okay, I want to set the color to the color and I use it just like this. And for the profile, let's do the same. We use font awesome user. And so we do have the two icons down here. Could we actually also get the size in here? Yeah, we can. So that one makes sense as well. Use the size and the according size. Okay, we got messages, we got profile, and let's try. If I log out the user, we are under the hood replacing, as you know, in our auth context, we're ripping out everything. We're destroying the token, the user ID, and we're deleting that token. So if I now hit refresh, there's no token to be loaded. So the user can't log in. Also, if I now sign in, we don't really have any logic in our login page that says, okay, after a login, go to this page. All of this is handled by the logic in our layout files. So right in here, it will see, oh, let's say token changed, and then we log out the token. So if the token now changes, and let's see if I sign in, we see decoded token, we see token changed, and we're not yet in the auth group, so we bring the user automatically forward into that inside area. And just as that, if we press log out, the token changes back to null and the user will be automatically brought back to the login page. So this is how, with Expo Router and authentication, you can protect your pages. We now simplified this and we improved it quite dramatically, so you will not see an issue. If you set this up otherwise, if you set up like what we did here at the root level, you might see an Expo error from the router. And if you then look it up, you will come to the place in the Expo documentation that will tell you to create an app folder and just have one layout here and the next logic, because this will help Expo Router to actually render something. Otherwise, if you don't render anything, you will get an error. And this will sometimes prevent rendering anything in your application. So with all of that being said, I think we have a pretty decent setup. We can create users, we can sign in. We're inside, and I think we're ready to work a bit more with 10-state query and the data from the API. All right, so let's get some data into our database, into the messages table. I actually also installed the DB Beaver on my Mac. I think it's actually also available for Windows. So in case you run the application locally, you can then also debug your information here in that app if that's interesting for you. I will keep this open so I can show you that we actually added messages. To add a message, we want to add a little fab button to our messages page. And that also means if we want to do that, let's close a bunch of files first. If we want to do that, let's set up a new component. We don't even have a components folder yet. So let's do a folder components, and in components, I will do a fab folder and fab.tsx. Oh no, I messed it up. It should be fab.tsx, of course. So the fab is just going to be a standard component. You know how a fab should look. It should stay at the bottom of the page. So therefore we need an absolute positioned element. I will just wrap this with a link component, and maybe we can directly include this in our page. That will make it even easier. So in this page, I want to add my fab. Right now it probably wouldn't appear yet. Maybe we're gonna give our container the usual flex1 styling here. Okay, and then go back to the actual fab. So this should be positioned absolute from the bottom. I want to go 20 and 20 from the right, and I want to set the background color to my primary color. So colors dot primary. Now we just, as I said, we can probably directly make this a touchable opacity, and then wrap this with the Expo Router link component so it would open the according page. Just thinking about it, we don't really have that page yet. So this is where the setup here gets interesting. We're gonna place this right here in the authenticated folder. We'll call this new message.tsx. Okay, this is my page. And so if I click on the fab, I want to go to that page, which would be now under app authenticated new message. Also, we want to say as child. And can we actually finally see something in here? Okay, yeah, we got our epic fab button down here. Oh, what an epic button. Okay, maybe let's give this a width of, I don't know, 56 and a height of 56 and a border radius and justifying the content. Okay, now it gets better, right? Because we can now also use box shadow, let's just put on a little box shadow. And instead of the text, let's render an Ionicon, name at, now we're talking. Okay, this is our fab button, that looks a lot better. Okay, pressing it should take us to that page. But that's not entirely what I want. Oh, I just made a recording. Great. What I want is to open this as a bottom sheet, and we don't have to use a specific library for that. We can set this up in our layout. We just need to find the right one. That's actually the most challenging part. So in the authenticated folder, this one here, I want to set this up for my new message. And now it gets interesting as we set the presentation to form sheet. This is new. I think we haven't used that before. Title should still be something like new message. And let's see if this already works. So this opens by default in this like card here on iOS, and Android it should look a bit better. But we can now define this with some additional information. So we can say sheet allowed detents. And you can define an array of basically setting up breakpoints, okay? So let's set this and maybe even, no, let's keep it like this. Additionally, if we do this, you see it already moves down here and I can snap to these different indexes. I can now also define like the sheet grabber, if that one's visible or not. I will set it to true. So you see now we got the sheet grabber. I want to set the sheet expands when scrolled to edge to false. So this is if you scroll it entirely to the top, if it would expand. I actually don't want to have it like too big. This should sort of be a small form sheet. Just like we had on the other pages, I really want to get my header styling. So I will just copy that over and bring that in here and add our colors. And as a result, we have the same setup here. Good. Okay, now when we are on that new message page, we want to create a message. So we of course have an empty message. We will also have access to the router, and we finally want to use the query client. And while I type this, I noticed that we actually never set up our query client from TenStack in the first place. So we have to go to the root layout where we can nicely define all of our beautiful providers. And we set up our query client equals new query client, and we wrap it around our application. Did it just replace my auth provider? That's definitely not what I want to see. Okay, yeah, that's better. You can stay there. So for the query client, you can define some options if you want to, like default options. I will just set the queries here to refresh on window focus false and making the stale time at least, let's set it to a minute. This should be a minute. Okay, this is enough to set up TenStack around our app, and now we can use it in here. So in this case, we're directly starting at, well, I wouldn't say an advanced case, but we're starting with a mutation. Not reading the data, but mutating, so changing it. That means I want to set up my mutation. You can also get mutate is pending equals use mutation. And then we supply a mutation function. In our case, what I want to return is the create message function from my utils and pass in for the content, the message. So if we check it out, this one expects a payload that looks like this, content string, and therefore we need to send it in just like this. It will make a post request to /messages with our payload. If we now go back, if this is successful, I want to also run another function, and that will invalidate the queries for a specific key. So if you've maybe used it before, you might know that TenStack will cache all the results and the calls under specific keys. And if we invalidate it for a key, it will automatically in the background refetch it. So it will make it kind of easy for us like this. Also, I just noticed that in this case, I also wanted to show you a little additional library that I discovered that is called Burned. So Burned is from Fernando Rojo, and we're gonna see in a second how this works. We might have to restall. While we're here, let's also install datefns, by the way. So if we install both of these, we should be good to go. And then we can just run our command again. And in the meantime, is it working? Yeah, I think it is. Is it? I hope so. In the meantime, we can go back here. So we're invalidating the queries and we can finalize this view. We could also set up an on error block in which we would handle any error. Now, I want to have a function that will actually call our mutation. So I will call this handle submit, and then I would call mutate with the message content. This is. Do we actually need this? If I set up the mutation function, it should work like this, honestly. You can also remap the mutate name. So if you have multiple mutations, you want to do this. So you can remap this to send message, and then it will look a lot cleaner in here. Now, hopefully my app is building. Oh, it's planning a build. Oh, you're so fast today. Unbelievable. But anyway, I think we can already think a bit about this view. So once again, I want to wrap this in a keyboard avoiding view. Same stuff like before. And for the container styling, I want to use flex 1, and my background color is actually not required again because we have set the default background here. Additionally, inside we're going to probably have just the input container styling. Is this the same sort of input container we had before? I don't know. I would like to say yes, but I don't think so. I think we just want to give this a bit of padding and gap between the elements. So let's do this, gap 10. And this will also have a little border at the top. Honestly, don't know. Let's wait a second. This should come up in a second. But what we can define is anyway already the text input field, because that always has so many elements that we need to define. So we need input styling, we need a placeholder, we set the value to our message. On change text we set our message. I want this to be multi-line. I want this to be automatically focused when we open the view. And I want to set the max length of this input to something like 500, because otherwise it's just getting too big. Okay, now we should see the app coming up, and here we go. If I now press save, we actually have an input field here in which I can type. It just has really bad styling. So let's define something for the input field. I want to set the background color immediately to white. Okay, then we can finally see that input field. Let's give it a border radius, some padding, actually maybe a bit more padding, and a font size of 16. Okay, that looks good. We probably can also set a border color if we wanted to. I think we had one. No, we didn't. That's a pity. I thought we had defined something. Let's use this one, and a border width of 1. Might actually not be too visible, but could be nice. Okay, in my example, I also had some border for the input container, but I don't honestly why. I don't think we need that at all. But what we also need is, okay, this seems to work, but next to that, in my input container, I want to have a button. So the button should be on the right hand side of that input. So let's make this one a touchable opacity. And say text, send button text. Yes, send. So now if we reload that page, it should, wait, where's my button? Text input, input container. How did I set this up before? I wonder, because the input container kind of needs to have flex direction row to have it the button here, right? That is mysterious. maybe honestly I just had it below. So let's add some styling for the send button. Yeah, we can probably just get away with that. Also, the keyboard avoiding view will make sure that we can see this stuff, and we could also still bring this up a bit higher. The send button will also have a little border radius. Let's also align the items and have the content in the center. And then for the text, the same stuff. I also want to disable this. So when the send button is disabled, I will just set the opacity to 0.5. And then we can check that the touchable opacity here will be called handle submit. That's cool. It will be disabled while message.trim. So if that is an empty string, so if not message.trim, or if our current state is pending. So is it applied now or not? Let's see. Let's maybe refresh again. It's not yet really applied. Oh, it's maybe applying. Yeah, I can't press it. I just didn't update the styling. So the styling should now also include if is pending. No, if it's not message trim. Yes, like this. I like it. I like how there's like even has sort of a little animation. It doesn't happen instantly. Okay, cool. Additionally, I only want to render send while this is the case. So if we are pending, so if the query is taking place, I want to check is pending. Is pending. In that case, I want to render a white activity indicator, and otherwise I want to render my text from before. So add the activity indicator, and we should see this now when we actually execute the mutation. I think at this point we pretty much got everything. I also wanted to show you burned. So let's just include this. It's pretty easy. This is, as I said, a library by Fernando Rojo for little toast notifications. Nothing really required, but I felt it looked good. So you can add something like this, burned.toast in here. Or you can also have burned.alert down here in case something goes wrong. So let's give this a try. Okay, message sent successfully. Honestly, I don't believe this. Let's see again. If I go here, message sent. It says message sent successfully, but it's not. It's saying please authenticate. The issue is that create message is not throwing an error because of Axios. So we're already catching the error here and returning it with error. So that means on success, we should be able to get the data and see if data and data.error. I don't know, maybe the document looks different. Maybe we should log it out first. So let's log out the data for a second. We make a test here. Okay, and the data is just undefined. Okay, that's also great. How's that possible? How's my data undefined at that point? Well, then let's try. If we don't have data, I want to render the alert. And else I want to render the toast. Okay, so I will just copy this over here. If we don't have data, and in the success case, we're gonna do this. I don't know exactly about this one yet, so let's try again. Okay, failed to send message, please. Oh, interesting. The burned alert. Can we specify a different icon? Because the checkmark doesn't really make sense in this case. Icon params. What could be the icon? Oh, an SF symbol. Oh, SF symbols. I like this. SF symbols. What is the SF symbol for an error? That's usually a problem because the SF symbol won't be displayed on Android. So, I don't know. Fernando really likes to make these things. Actually, there's like no good SF symbol here? Okay, let's just leave it out. You can play around with this. It was anyway just an idea for a little addition. Don't nail me on it. But the more important piece is this: please authenticate, because when we created our authentication context, we kind of managed to do all of our things and we felt really good about ourselves, but we didn't set the authorization header. So what we need to do is we should bring in the auth context Axios, and then let's do in multiple places. If we process the token here, I want to set the Axios defaults.headers.common authorization to Bira and my token. This is the line we need to use. Additionally, this should also happen in our a login we call process token. So yeah, that should be fine, but it should also happen here. And then we set it back to null, or we could probably set it to an empty string. So now let's try again. You can, by the way, also check this out here. There's no specific authorization header included. And now I will make a reload. We've probably now attached our token. And if I make a call, this should work. And message sent successfully. And if you inspect the call now, you should see that here is the authorization field with the Bira. And this is usually how JWT authentication works. So everything we've did before was securing our application, the pages, the routing, but we actually didn't do the server-side stuff. But now we're fine. And I can confirm this if I go into the messages here and say refresh. Yep, this should work. There's a new entry. So while you can't see the data yet, and you can't really inspect the backend if you're using the hosted version, but you can still bring up your DevTools, inspect this call, and if it was successful, you get a result like the created object. And if that's the case, we can continue and actually present the data. All right, before we dive into displaying the messages, I just wanted to clarify you can use burnt alert with a preset error. If you do that, you get a nice little error message. So I just made this here. I just need to correct this again. Now our code should look complete again. Okay, let's go to our messages page and use TinStack again. So this time I want to get the data. I will map this to messages. I want to get the isLoading state. I want to get isError, and I want to get a refetch, so we can also refetch our data. I want to use the query key messages, just like we used before on our page where we invalidated the messages. But now I want to actually set this, and I want to use my get messages function from, is it get messages or fetch messages? Yeah, it should be fetch messages from the API folder. Good. Now I actually want to make this kind of a bit more robust. So I also want to include an error state and an empty state. Let's set this up as two separate components. We can do a new folder. Let's call this one common. And I want to do a new file empty state.tsx and error state.tsx. Okay, let's do this one first. So the error state will get a little interface here, error state props. I want to call these an optional message. Okay, going to be a string and an on retry function. And then we can destructure this and use it in here and already use the error state in the messages tab. So we can do this as an early return actually. Therefore, we can just say if there is an error with our client, I want to return my error state. So let's import this one. And the message is going to be failed to fetch messages. And we can also directly pass our refetch to that page, so we can include a button over there. Now, we wouldn't encounter an error state by default, so I will shut down my server. And as a result, I should hopefully see my error state soon. Or am I working with a real backend? No. But we're also not really fetching the data yet. So maybe I should include this. So eventually we're going to use something like a flat list here for our data. Let's just include the easiest way to render the data. Messages.data will be the actual data. And now we see no more messages. Let's put a lock in here. Is this error? Is error? I don't know. We're not getting an error. Maybe if we would have no auth token, how could we get our error state? I really want to display the error. I mean, we can do this easier. We don't really have to encounter an error. Let's just say if not error, we're gonna show the error state. That makes it a tiny bit easier. So you don't really have to set this up. I just wanted to outline that this could be an idea. So in my case, I would just update this. You can find the full code, of course, in the GitHub repository. Sorry, what did happen here? Import, yes, please. Okay, so it could look like this. Okay, you have a view, you have an icon, you display the message, and you have the touchable opacity that would trigger the on retry, which was passed to it. So in our case, it would just make a refetch of the data. Okay, this could be the error state. You don't have to implement this. Again, it's just mostly UI, and I wanted to generally show you how it could be done. Now back to our messages page. If we don't have an error, we're gonna render the flat list. Actually, we should potentially see some data on this page. I wonder why that's not the case. Let's put a little log in here about the data. Oh, it's messages, right. So, failed to fetch messages, please try again later. Oh yeah, the server is down. Oh my. Yeah, okay, this is once again probably the issue of using Axios. So Axios is not giving us an error here. So this fetch message would probably have to like throw the error. I don't even know if that would work. Probably not. I would probably really have to throw it like this. This should work. Yeah, because my server is now running again. Okay, and then I get undefined. Well, okay, let's leave it like it is for the moment. We just, oh, there was like actually the error, failed to message. Yeah. Okay, it does seem to work. Our general logic, I was just too fast. I assumed it had already failed or not failed, but this is working now if we correctly throw an error back from our API. And yes, let's do this. So I want to change this to throw failed messages, please try again later. And if my server is now not running, it would try to fetch the data. We wouldn't see anything. I could actually show while is pending. During that time. I could probably also show a loading indicator. So if it is pending, we'd show is loading, or an activity indicator that will probably even look better. Or you could have a skeleton view, whatever you prefer. Okay, so here we go. It's trying to load the data, and eventually it will fail and display the error state, from which we can then try again to refetch the data. Now, if I start my server back up, we see we're able to get back data. Now back to the flat list component. The flat list will also have another empty state included. So we can say for the flat list, I want to have a list empty component. So if I'm gonna have to wrap this in a fragment if I want to make this conditional. If we are not in the is loading state, I want to present the how do we do this in the best way? Empty state. Don't we have that empty state yet? Oh, it's not really looking good. Okay, so for this one, again, I just want to bring it in. This is just a component with some text and an icon. It is not really anything special that we need to waste more than 10 seconds on. So let's now use my empty state component here. Let's import it. And let's display the message, no messages yet. However, as my list is not empty, I will try to fake this. I will try and remove the data. In your case, it's probably if you use the hosted version, your list is not going to be empty because you and somebody else have used this. But in our case, this can work. Okay, now let's also render the data. To render my list data, I want to probably also have an additional item here. Let's make a new folder, messages, and then let's call this message item.tsx. React Native functional export styles, and my message item will, of course, as an interface, get the message. We can import that interface from our utils as well. So with that in place, we can finalize our flat list first of all, and then we can talk about the actual message item. So we have the render item, which renders our message. We have the data. We probably also want to have a key extractor function. If we hit save, I don't have data yet, so let's talk test. Okay, because message invalidated, we got one item here. Okay, 2 items and a nice toast. Okay, I feel like we're at a point, at a turning point in the app. We really see the fruits of our work from the last hour. Let's also include a refresh control. So we can simply put in a React Native refresh control, connecting refreshing to isPending and toggling the refetch function once we actually pull this down far enough. So if I save, you see, I mean, it's not really required, but just wanted to add it in here as well. And then I want to add some content. No, content. Am I already outside? I think I'm in the wrong place here. Let's do it here. Content, container, styling, list. And let's give the list a bit of padding. Good. That looks better. The header is not perfect, but we will anyway soonish have to talk about navigation probably in the next part. So let's wrap it up with our message item. The message item is now simply a nice little representation of our view. It will have a link component to probably like some sort of specific place in our app. We don't have to mind that yet. Also need to add schild as always. And probably we can directly include the styling up here. So let's use style, I think this styles.container here. And my container will have, what will my container have? That's a good question. Yeah, a bit of padding. Let's use a white background color. I don't have colors white, thanks for that. A border radius. Why is my page, my page should actually, yeah, I think that's okay, like this. Maybe also some border color, border width 1 and border color. I will just set this to EEE. Yeah, that gives a nice effect here. For the text, we can actually already render the message content, and we can see, yep, it shows our content, but we just need to make this a bit different. So let's wrap this in a touchable opacity, because otherwise the link component from Expo Router won't work correctly. By the way, did you know you can also set the active opacity, which would change how like the opacity of an item changes when you click on it. That's how you do it. But I also want to wrap this now in a view. So let's call this content. And then I will add another view probably. No, I think we can keep it like this. Let's see. For content, I want to make sure that we use flex direction row. And I want to have justify content space between, because then we can have items on both ends here. Okay, so we want to have my text with the message content, of course, and I also want to have a text using styles.date. Now we need to format this a bit. And this is where datefns comes in. So we installed this before. It should hopefully find format distance. Oh no, it's not finding it. Format distance to now. So this is something you can use from datefns, and you simply pass in new date and converting our message dot created at, and comparing this, and I want to add the suffix true. So now we should hopefully see this in about 1 hour. Okay. I'm trying to do between a given date now in words. I mean, it's usually right. Do I have to say like something like minus? No, no. It's an issue of my server and the server time, not really about this. So in general, it seems to work. Let's give the date styling something here. Really just tiny styling. And we can also make this a bit longer message. So then we would see it like this. Okay. We got everything. That looks fine. I think for the header, or maybe for the content, let's add a bit of more content styling here. So I want to call this one like, yeah, content text should be fine. And content text will have a bit bigger font size, maybe. Font size of 16, yeah, and then use flex 1. So this should take up most of the space. Also some margin to the right, so we don't get into any issues if we have really, really long line. Okay, then we don't collide with anything here. That should be fine for the moment. I think we can actually keep it like this. For this preview, let's limit this. I feel like this is not looking great. Let's limit this number of lines to 1. And then we just render the first line. And then once we go into the details of something, we can still go into the details of that whole message. So we're now able to add data. It will be immediately displayed here in our view. And we can refresh, and we've also some nice error states in case, for now, for example, the server isn't running. We then update our application. We would still see the according ways and would have covered all the problems for the user. So with all of that in place, I think let's talk about a bit more advanced navigation now and how we can dive into the details here. To implement all CRUD related functionality, we now need to dive into the message, update or delete it, and then we've created. So create, read, we've already implemented, now comes update and delete. This means I want to dive into a details page in this first tab. And therefore we need to restructure this a bit. Right now every tab is just a page, but if this messages wants to have like its own stack navigation, we need to convert it into a folder. So therefore I will start by adding a messages folder. I will drag the messages in, and now in here this just becomes the index of messages. This by itself doesn't change a whole lot. So you can just reload your application and it should just still work the same, only the header changed slightly. But we now want to give this its own layout .tsx. Okay, this is becoming a layout. And no, I don't want to import any layout. And this is going to be a stack, just like our other pages. And then we have the first one, which is index. And this should not show, actually it should show the header. We now need to make sure that this works. So right now, I do want to show the header. Okay, we need to copy over our styling again. But at the tab level, I will disable the header. So here I can say header false and copy this over. So screen options, my styling, with the colors. Okay, now it's index, and now I just change the title here to messages, and voila, we're back in game. So we've now restructured this. Now, additionally, we want to add a file with brackets so we can access the ID from the URL. This is going to be a page as well. And while we in our layout, let's wrap this quickly up. So for the ID page, I will just set the title to an empty string. Now we can also update our message item because the page finally exists. So this should now go to, let's check this out. You can sometimes use it without the folders. I would still like to make it explicit. So this should be app authenticated tabs messages message ID. Yeah, I didn't expect this to work on the first try. But what we can do right here is display the ID using use local search params. Let's try it out. If I go here, 6, 7, nice. That seems to work. And you see we got this nice push animation here because we're pushing in our page. You could also, by the way, have this a level above. So then we would set up the ID page at the same level that new message is. And because we're then above or at the same level as tabs, we could display something without the tab bar. So it would kind of be pushed above the tabs, just as an information. Maybe we can just copy this over honestly later and just see how it would look like. Okay, let's implement this page. And this is the last kind of challenging page because we need to handle different states. We need to like show data or update data, and we also need to check if the current user sent this or somebody else. First of all, I would like to add a little additional component. Actually, maybe we're gonna do it in here. Yeah, let's do it in here. That would probably be even easier. Okay, let's add some imports. So this is just an icon button to which we can pass a specific icon. It has an on press and it can be disabled. Nothing too crazy, but it will be helpful for what we want to do. Now, a bunch of imports need to be added to this page. Also, we need a style sheet declaration down here. And we need the router. I could like have a little snippet to bring in all these things. So we need the router. I want to get our current user ID, which we can get from our little helper hook use auth. I want to have the query client so I can eventually invalidate stuff. I want to have a state for edited text so I can edit my text. I also want to have a state for is editing so we actually know whether we're editing. And I think for the moment that's all. We need the query client, of course, from 10stack React Query. Good. And we need to bring in style sheet from React Native. Style sheet from, yeah, just add everything from one import. Wouldn't that be smart, huh? Good. Okay. So what do we want to do? We want to update our message in case it is our own message. Therefore, I want to check with a use effect hook. Once we get the data, no, sorry about that. Once we get the data here from the message, we should probably get that. I forgot about that one. We need our data using use query and fetch a specific message. So we're fetching one message by its ID. We need to convert this into a number. So there we go. This will give us the information about one specific message. And we can now use this in here. So if we have message.data.content, I want to set this to my edited text. So then I can like update and edit the text. At this point, we should be able to get this. So let's put a little lock in here. And we see this is test. So if I go here, let's maybe use this one. This one has quite a lot of text. We're going to work with that. Okay, so this is it for the moment. We can also already prepare our mutation because we've done this a couple of times before, or actually at least once. So we're going to set up an update mutation using the use mutation hook once again. And then for the options, we have the mutation function, which will call, let's see, it should call update message from utils API. We need to pass in the number, and as the content, we can use I mean, we can pass it to the function as well if we wanted to. But we can also just use my edited text probably. Yeah, that should work. Okay, that's my mutation. On success, I want to once again invalidate my query for that very specific ID, and I want to set is editing false. I would also like to display a little burnt toast notification. No, I want to import burnt, my friend. That's what I want. Okay, that should be prepared. We don't really need the error case. Actually, we could do... Oh, where did we do this? Here, right? Yeah, let's use this one. That's even better. Okay, so if on success we get data, if we don't have data, I want to show something like failed to update message, and otherwise message updated successfully. Cool, update mutation in place, all the logic in place. No, actually one is missing. We can also add a delete mutation. So in this case, the delete mutation will call delete message from our API on our ID. And once again, on success, we I don't know if we need to invalidate actually anything here. I just want to show a little, yeah, router back definitely makes sense. I will comment this out. Maybe we need that line later, maybe. I don't even know if we get back data here. So let's keep it like this. Here we go. Okay, cool. Now we can add the view. Just like before, we can add some early returns to this. So an idea would be something like this. If we're loading, we're showing a loading indicator. If we have an error, we use my error state. If we don't have a message at all, we also show an error state with haven't found this message. That also means we should add the refetch just like we had before up here. So refetch goes in here. And right now we shouldn't have an error, but if I kill my server and go into a message, it's still rendering that stuff, huh? Oh, no, I can't even get into the details of a message, right? Yeah. Good old trolling happening here. But if I kill it now and go in there, how is that possible? How can you... Oh yeah, we're rendering this stuff. I mean, honestly, it should have at least shown the loading. That's interesting. It's not even, probably because we're not using the data yet. Yeah, that's usually the case. If we don't use the data, then we can also not see any errors. So let's do a little container styling, flex 1 and a padding of 16, just like we had before. That will be wrapped around our view using the container. Now we can also update our header. So at this point, you can do this inline here. Screen, options, title could be set to message and the message ID probably. Message ID. So now if we look into this, yeah, it renders up there. Maybe cool. Cool hashtag. That always looks good, huh? Right. Okay. Enough of the fun. Let's get rid of these things here. We also want to check if this is our own message. So we can do this later here. And by the way, this center styling, what seems to be missing up here, could just be aligned in the center in flex 1. I wanted to check if this is my message or from another user. So you shouldn't be allowed to update other user messages. Again, the API is more for testing. It's not entirely great. But you can check if the current user is the owner, if message data dot user user ID is equal to our current user ID. And we probably need to unwrap this accordingly. But now, I mean, we created all these messages, so we will always be the owner. I should probably add one from the outside. Okay, then we can continue. So if it is our own message, if it is owner, let's call this is own message. I feel this more declarative. Is own message. In that case, we want to render a specific view. Otherwise, we can do another view with the data. Yeah, we should probably focus on this one here first, because otherwise the whole thing will fall apart. Good. This view will have some styling. And for the styling, you can use some message container styling. Let's call this one styles.ownMessageContainer. My own message container will just have a white background, pretty much like we had on other pages as well, and a border radius. So that should be it. Then we're not running the text directly. It becomes a bit more challenging. If we're currently editing the stuff, then it will look a bit different. In that case, let's do an empty fragment for now. Otherwise, if we're not editing, I will also do an empty fragment. And that's a nice view to like not mess up the page. Because now if we're not editing, I can use simply some text element with a styling. Hello, where's my code? Can I see my code? Thank you. Hello, please stop this. Styles.messageText. And then we're gonna have the actual message data content in there. My message text isn't too special, but it's just the font size of 16. And I wanna make sure that the line height is a bit higher. So maybe even 24. Okay, big text. For big, maybe it's an application for older people so they can read it accordingly. But of course, also young people can have bad eyes, and so can old people have good eyes. We have the message content in here, and I want to have now some controls next to it. That's why I set this up as an empty fragment. So now next to this, I can place another view. I will call this one the styles.controls. And then we're going to render two icon buttons in here. The first one will be a pencil that will set editing to true. And the second one will have an icon trash, what we'll call my delete mutation. And this one will be disabled while is pending. Is pending. Didn't we get is pending somewhere? We probably should get this directly from the delete mutation. Yeah, you can directly access it as well, like this. Now we just noticed that our controls don't really look great yet. So let's go and make this a simple flex row. Controls, flex direction, row, gap of 8, maybe some margin top of 8 as well, and probably we're gonna put this to the end. So let's use justify content flex end. Good. Pressing this gets us into the editing state, which is the one we haven't implemented yet, right? So in the editing state, we of course need a text input field now. With my edited text on change text, I will update it, and for the styling, I will just use the input styling. Do we already have the input styling here? No, we don't. So let's set it up ourselves quickly. Okay, I can already, yeah, you can see I can already edit that field. That's good. So I want to use the same stuff. Font size 16, line height 24. I want to have some padding. I want to have a background color. I don't really need the border. Background color is set to white. I think that's fine. It could also be multi-line, right? Yeah, then we can edit it nicely. Now we also need the controls for this one. So if we're done with the editing, next to the text input, I want to place more controls. This time I want to have an icon button with check mark, which will on press call handle update. Don't we have handle update? Oh, we don't have a function for that yet, right? We have the delete mutation. We have the update mutation. I could directly call this, but I want to make sure that one thing is done before. So let's add const handle update in here. Handle update. And within handle update, I want to call and check. Oh, did I miss? I feel like I messed up something here. Yep, sorry. Handle update. If edited text dot trim unequal to message dot data dot content. Only in that case, I want to call my update mutation, because otherwise there's nothing to update, honestly. Else, I will just call set editing false. And now I can add my handle update here to the cool check mark button. Okay, let's go back here, edit, and then I do have the check mark button. I want to add not trash here as the second one, but close. And on press, I want to call set editing is false. So I can go between editing and going back to the text field. If I now update this, update and hit save, message updated successfully. Can we confirm this? If I go back into this, yes, it is now updated. It is, I feel like we're using the input seems to have more padding than if we have the message stuff. Why is that the case? Let's see. Should I set the padding to no at all? Yeah, that's probably better. That's probably better. Okay. Well. Do we actually need a border radius here? Not really. Doesn't make a sense. Okay, good. So we see we could probably give this a bit different background color, so you notice that you're actually updating and editing something, like I don't know, some sort of light blue. Then everything. Then we would have to apply this to a different element. Nah, let's not mess up the view too much. All right, this is pretty much everything here. We could now also wrap this up by, can I manually add a message here? That would be pretty fun. No, I don't really have a second user. But we can do this easily. Let's do a fake user. I can sign up as ana.de. Sign up. Okay. Okay. From another user. Can I also add emojis? That would be cool. Okay, it looks like I can. Let's log out and log in as Simon. So this is now from another user. I can't edit this. Okay, see, here are my controls for editing. Here are no controls. And now we can finally apply some styling. Let's call this one other message container. And the other message container will look slightly different than ours, but mostly the same. So maybe we should also give this a white background. Actually, wouldn't it look like ours in that case as well? Honestly, let's use the same. Let's just use the same setup here. We're gonna use own message container, and we're gonna use style message text. We just can't edit this content. Okay, cool. So now we have changed our whole navigation here. Why is this still red? Is there any error in this page? Oh, we don't have the icon button styling. Yeah, the icon button should probably have some, a little bit of padding here. And honestly, the icon button could also have my, it's disabled, enable otherwise colors primary maybe? Wouldn't that look better? Yeah, I like that more. Okay. So we have our own list. We can create data. We can read the data. We can, if it is our own data, update it. And we can also, hopefully, let's give it a try here with a test one, delete this. Oh, we got a fail to delete on that one. Let's fix that. So if we click the delete mutation, yeah, probably on delete, honestly, I don't think I get back any data after deleting this. And also we see test is still there and now it's gone. So we should definitely invalidate the queries. Let's try this again. I'm gonna try and remove this ASD something. And it is still there. We should probably invalidate our messages, right? Okay, let's remove the last ASD. Yeah, now it works because we invalidated the right query here. This can be removed. We have our little toast message. We go back. Good. I like this. We have the general CRUD functionality finished in combination with 10 stack, with navigation, with our user. So now we're gonna take a look at a few additional helpful elements that are kind of interesting and definitely something you should know when building React Native applications. One addition you will likely make to your own project is using a custom font, and Expo makes this really easy. So let's quickly go through how you can set it up yourself, and we will do this on the example of using the Expo Google Fonts package, because the Expo Google Font package allows you to easily use any of the 1488 fonts from fonts.google.com in your Expo app. All you need to do, npx expo install the Expo Google Fonts package, and then the actual font that you want to use. So in this case, it could be Inter, and you also need the basic Expo font package. Then it's quite easy to set this up. So let's go to our app and let's go at the root layout. Really, what a good idea to set up this file. In our root layout, we can now add the use fonts hook. In the use fonts hook, we can also get Inter 900 black, Inter 400 regular, whatever we want from this package. You can actually check out all the different fonts and things you want to use, of course, in the package as well. And I think we can also add use fonts from there. So now we have this cool hook to load different fonts, and these could be also your own fonts, and we have access to fonts loaded. So we can now check if the fonts are not loaded, we're gonna return null. And another construct you're gonna see many times is to use the use effect hook and add the fonts loaded. And if the fonts are loaded, you would hide the splash screen. So we can now bring in splash screen from Expo Router. I haven't seen that one before, honestly. I thought it's from, I'm a bit curious about this one. I don't know. I would recommend you use the one from Expo Splash Screen. And you would also set this up initially to prevent the auto hide. So this makes the native splash screen remain visible until hide async is called. Basically, your app starts, users see your splash screen, and when the font load is ready, it would be hidden. Now, loading the fonts take like a couple of milliseconds, so this is not really like a huge change, but it will help us to load the font in our application. By the way, after installing, because you installed a native module, make sure you reload your application. Now let's see how we can use this. We can go to our message item. So, or here, where's my long test? Didn't I have like a long message somewhere? Not really. So let's change this one from another user. It's actually not the message item, right? This is here on this page. The own message content, and I will say font family, is now Inter 400 regular. And this is not a huge change to my font. Okay, the problem is, of course, I assigned it to the message container and not the message text itself. So if I apply it here, it is of course applied, and I can also use 900 black and I would use that font. So everything in here was and is correct. You just need to make sure you import the fonts that you want to use and then set them as the font family for these. So I don't really want to use this. Let's use 400 regular. But now there's definitely a difference between those two fonts. And this is how you can use either Google fonts, or you can also point these to any kind of fonts you have in your assets folder. So with the use fonts hook, you can always bring in your own fonts. Platform-specific files are a super important concept that you will most likely need for many applications, because there's simply differences between Android and iOS. You sometimes want things to look different on Android and iOS, and the easiest way is to set up platform-specific files. By the way, you can also have platform-specific layout files with Expo Router at this point. You can't really have platform-specific files, I think, in here yet. They should usually be inside your components folder because everything that's in the app folder will become a route and you don't really want that. So in our case, what we can do, for example, for the fab button, I will copy that over and call it fab.ios.tsx. This button should only be rendered for iOS. Now we'll simply change the background color here to something that we would definitely notice. Now, I don't know if we can just reload the application or if we have to like entirely rebuild it. Yeah, it's sometimes a bit easy, or it's actually not easy to pick up these changes. We could also have a fab for Android with MD. We could have something for the web with .web. And the fab.tsx will always be the default that's used if there's no specific. But if there's a specific file like this one, it should in general be used. However, in this case, it's probably not used. So we would really have to either close the app once or completely restart our reload. So let me give this one a try. And now you see after reloading, we get the actual iOS implementation. So this is the fab iOS. It has the different color and therefore this color is displayed here in my iOS simulator. And likewise, if I would open this up on Android, we would still get the default implementation with the primary color. So again, we could have this in the components folder for specific components, which is usually what you see in most places, but you could also have _ layout.ios.tsx if for whatever reason you want to have a specific layout for iOS and Android. Mostly you're going to see that like for native and for web differences. If you use Expo for the web as well, then you probably want to have a different layout for the web. But this is unbelievable easy to add. Just add the right extension and you can code your own component, but super powerful to know. So make sure you have this skill in your React Native toolbar as well. The third way to customize your application is to support the dark mode. And that's actually quite easy with React Native at this point as well. So let's go through this, what you need to set up. There is actually a hook called Use Color Scheme from React Native that will tell you what's the currently active color theme. Of course, you could also entirely manage this yourself using something like MMKV or just context and store it using async storage or MMKV. But this one will give you the underlying color scheme. So if I hit save here and then change my color scheme here, I will actually get either dark or light. So in the iOS simulator, you can simply press Command-Shift-A. I will also put another command for Android below this video, which will toggle the scheme simply. So you can see this in my case, yeah, right here, I can change it like this. Okay, now with this color scheme, we can do a bunch of things. First of all, we can, with our React navigation, use a theme provider and supply the color scheme to it. We need to import the theme provider from React Navigation Native, and you also want to add the default theme and the dark theme. And you can also, by the way, create your own themes, but this is going to be a lot easier. Now in the value, I can check if color scheme is equal to dark, I want to use the dark theme, and otherwise I want to use the default theme. So let's hit save, and if I go here, we see I'm kind of using my own implementation for the header and bottom areas as well anyway. So there's not a huge change. But we already see that the background of this page is changing because it's using the default background color from React Navigation and therefore changes its UI. What's not changing is actually my message. So let's go into the message item. And now everywhere in your application, you could simply go ahead. You can bring in the color scheme, const color scheme equals use color theme, and then import from React Native. And then you would check, in most cases, something like this. Is the background color, is the color scheme dark? Then I want to use a dark background color, otherwise I would use white. Then you would notice, oh, if I do this, I probably also need to add my styling here. So for both the context and the date, we would also check this. And now we would have already transformed our first page from light into light and dark mode automatically. And just like this, you could now go through your app. You can also specify this in your colors. So I would probably set up like colors default and colors dark here, and then you can access the same properties. Makes it a tiny bit easier so you then don't end up with like all these values in here, but the idea should be pretty clear. So with the color scheme hook, you can then directly change your color. If you want to, you can also use the appearance API from React Navigation and add a change listener to the color scheme, or you can also manually set the color theme to a value. This is the way if you want to like have different themes in your application and the user says, I want to use the green theme, then you would probably use something like this or just rely on a whole custom logic using MMKV. But with the appearance API, you get even more control over this. But with the use color theme, you get automatically the underlying activated color theme of a user. All right, we're gonna end this project with a big bang, which is uploading files to our API and displaying them, because that is in most applications a very common scenario as well. We will install two dependencies. We will install the Expo image picker. So go ahead, npx expo install Expo image picker, and then also the Expo file system plugin. With the Expo file system plugin, which you can install with npx expo install Expo file system, we will have a nice ability to not only interact with the actual file system, but also to upload images pretty easily. That's a nice way. We're gonna do the rest of our work on the profile page and in the API page. So we can pull this to the side. You might have a function in here already if you copied this initially. Maybe you deleted this as well. Doesn't matter. We're gonna go through it together. First of all, what I would like to do is on this page, I would have to use some sort of API URL. So let's bring in the same logic that we used on our actual API, on our API page, and then I can check for this. Now on this page, what are we going to do? We're gonna get the query client just like before. So we can actually query our user data using use query. As the query key, I want to use user, and I don't really want to use Axios for the query function. We do have one that is called get user info. Okay, that's better. Additionally, I might want to grab the token as well. You're going to see why from here. Then we do have a mutation. We're going to have the upload image mutation using use mutation. Can't you just add this to one line? Why do we have to like have 3 different imports for 10-stack query? That's absolutely not necessary. Thank you. Thank you very much. This should be a function that we actually haven't defined yet, I think. So we're gonna do something like this. Ah, come on, now you're getting mad with me. And if I don't do this, oh, okay, I can do it like this. Okay, what we want is of course also the Expo image picker. So let's bring this one in and define our first function that's called handle select image. This will launch the Expo image picker. I want to set the media types simply to images. Allow editing true aspect. I don't really care. I will set this to 1:1. And the quality, maybe we can decrease the quality a bit to 0.5. But this is not really too much about the image picker. But if the result is not cancelled, so if the user actually fulfilled the image picker, we can call my upload image mutation dot mutate, and we will have to pass in the image and my token, because all of that will be eventually passed to the function on our API. We don't really have the upload image function. Maybe we're going to do this right now. So in the API down here, let's update this and include something that looks like this. We have upload image, which is going to be an async function that accepts URI and a token. Let's say URI and token, and as a result, I don't really want to define what the result looks like, to be honest. Okay, we get a URI and a token. That's going to be both a string. Okay. Actually, we don't have to implement it. Maybe I can just update it here. But we need to be careful now. So we can't just pass in... or we can actually pass it in. We just need to make sure we're passing it in with the right token here. Yeah, let's use my token or an empty string. And the image should be result assets at 0 URI. Yeah, that's a URI, not an image. Okay, that's pretty much it. Now we can also define the UI. So right now, there's not a lot going on. Let's add some container styling. Styles.container, and my container will eventually have flex1, align item center. I don't really want justify content. I want to have some padding of 20, and we can keep the background color for the moment as it is. Now, we want to wrap some information also about the user in a container. So right now we're getting the user information up here. Let's remap that to user. And then let's just place a little container in here with the information about the name and the email. So I know this is not the most important part, but for debugging, this can also be interesting. So let's add that here. We have my information. And why is it white? Why is my name color now white? No, let's use dark. Okay, that's better. So once we got that, we can also figure out the actual view for the image. So that should be wrapped in a touchable opacity. And once I press it, I want to call handle select image. That one's true already. Inside, however, we need to distinguish. So our user might have an avatar. So user.data.avatar might be set. And if that's the case, I want to render an actual image. For the moment, we can do an empty fragment. Or we can already do image with, that's probably not going to do it. But anyway, we can add our avatar down here with a specific width and height. What about font awesome? I don't want to use font awesome. Thank you. This one should be a view instead. Let's go back here. Because most likely our user does not have an avatar yet. So we need to add that. Here we go. In our view, I want to call this the avatar placeholder view. And the avatar placeholder view, I still don't want font awesome. I want to have a little text element, and that text element should have my first name, user data name at char at 0 dot to uppercase. Uppercase, can I do it like this? Or it should display just a question mark. So now it shows a big S, okay. And I need to add my avatar placeholder. So let's do this under the avatar. It's down here, right? Okay, with 150. Let's use the background color. Yeah, I think that's actually fine. Okay. We could probably make my avatar placeholder text a bit bigger. So let's make this one like font size 50. And then let's use that here. Okay. So as we can see, the user does not have an avatar. However, clicking on it should hopefully bring up the Expo image picker. Yes, I can select something. When I select an image, my upload image mutation would be called. And I want to open up the DevTools so we see what's going on. I will use this image here. And do we actually call the mutation yet? That is a very good question. If the image is selected, I call upload image mutation. Yes. Do I also... yeah, probably on success, I want to invalidate my user query once again. And also log out some data. Uploaded image, result, and then I include this one here. Okay. Upload image upload image is of course not returning anything yet. This is a good one. So upload image in API is our last missing piece, and as I said, we can now use the file system plugin from I assume that import will be wrong. Yeah, that's actually right. Nice. We can use file system.upload async. We want to upload to not the URI. The URI is actually the image. We want to upload to API URL /users /me/avatar. I want to upload the URI there. And then the third option here is the actual object, which is now super important because we've previously used Axios and had set the authorization headers automatically as the common headers. Now we are using file system, so we need to take care of manually setting the token here. My API will also expect a couple of things. So I want to set the HTTP method to post. You want to set the upload type to file system upload type multipart. And most importantly is the field name. So in my case, the API is using avatar. I can actually show you this in the code of the API. So there's a route user. It's using Malter for the file upload here. Here's the route, and it expects a single file with the name of the field avatar. So that's super important here. Otherwise, everything won't work. With all of that in place, let's add a then block and convert the response to JSON. So we can just call JSON parse response.body and return that instead. Now let's see. If I try this, if I select an image, it should make a post call to my backend. Maybe let's do a little log here. Log uploading image. Let's just add a token. I don't want to have the full URI in here. That could be a bit too much. Here we have uploaded image. I do have upload image from my utils. So eventually, this could now work. Let's do a little reload here. And then let's go to the profile. Oh, I want to actually capture this. Maybe sometimes I get an issue. Let's use a different. Oh no, my debugging tools, please come back. I will use this one. Okay, it's making a request. Avatar, email, Simon, whatever. And it looks like it was okay. The only thing is we don't see our user yet. So let's maybe refresh. Okay, if I look at me, I do get back an avatar here. So this is the important part now. Our image right now is rendering the avatar. But the problem is my API is not returning the full URL. It's only returning like uploads, avatar, something. So you need to patch this to include the actual API URL. And that is the reason why we added this snippet up here. So now let's go into our image. And instead of having the user avatar in here, we want to change this to be API URL. And after the API URL, we can place the user avatar. And sure enough, my image now comes up. Or I could also use my good friend Mika here. And voila. Because the query client is updated after the mutation, we directly see the image. So with that in place, it's kind of sad, but we have finished once again another project. I hope you enjoyed this one. This was close to reality with JWT authentication, login authentication, 10-stack, and navigation to details, and even file upload, and also some goodies like the use color scheme, the font, and also the cool dark mode in our app. So hope you enjoyed this course and hope you enjoy continuing learning with galaxies.dev.